Hello horror lovers, welcome to our channel. If spine-chilling true stories are your nightly ritual, you've come to the right place. Before we dive into tonight's terrifying tales, make sure to subscribe to our channel. It means a lot to me. Don't forget to like this video and share where you're watching from in the comments below. Your support helps us bring you the best in real horror storytelling. Now, turn off the lights, get comfortable, and prepare for a night filled with true nightmares. Let's get into the story.
My name is Jonah, and I used to think that the scariest thing in the world was failing my finals. That was until I encountered something that made me question the very fabric of reality. It all started on a winter camping trip with my best friend, Alex, deep in the forests of northern Minnesota. Alex and I had been planning this trip for months. We both needed a break from the stress of college life, and a few days of hiking and camping seemed like the perfect escape. We were both experienced outdoorsmen, so we weren't too worried about the challenges that winter camping presented. Little did we know, we were about to face something far more terrifying than the cold. We set off on a crisp January morning, our packs heavy with supplies and our spirits high. The forest was breathtakingly beautiful, blanketed in a thick layer of snow that muffled our footsteps and made the world feel eerily silent. We followed a trail that wound through the trees, occasionally stopping to admire the scenery or take photos. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we found a suitable spot to set up camp. We pitched our tent, gathered firewood, and soon had a roaring fire going. The warmth was a welcome relief from the biting cold, and we spent the evening cooking dinner and swapping stories. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the distant howl of wolves. It was around midnight when we first heard a faint, almost imperceptible whisper carried on the wind. At first, we thought it was just our imaginations playing tricks on us. But as the night wore on, the whisper grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from the depths of the forest, a disembodied voice calling out to us. "Did you hear that?" Alex asked, his face pale in the firelight. "Yeah," I replied, trying to mask my unease. "It's probably just the wind." But deep down, I knew it was something more. The whisper had an otherworldly quality to it, a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. We decided to turn in for the night, hoping that sleep would drown out the eerie sounds. I awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of Alex unzipping the tent. "Where are you going?" I whispered, groggy with sleep. "I need to check something," he replied, his voice oddly monotone. Before I could protest, he slipped out into the cold. I lay there for a moment, my heart pounding. Something didn't feel right. I grabbed my flashlight and followed him out into the night. The forest was deathly silent, the only sound the crunch of snow under my boots. I called out for Alex, but there was no response. Panic set in as I realized he was gone. I frantically searched the area, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. After what felt like hours, I found him standing at the edge of a frozen lake, staring into the distance. "Out here." He turned to face me, his eyes wide and glassy. "The voice. It wants us to follow." A chill ran down my spine. "What voice?" "Alex, you're scaring me." He shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts. "I don't know, man. It felt like something was calling to me, pulling me out here." We both knew it was dangerous to stay out in the cold for too long, so I convinced him to come back to the tent. We huddled together for warmth, neither of us saying a word. Sleep was elusive, as the whispering continued to haunt us throughout the night. The next morning, we decided to cut our trip short. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a trap. We packed up our gear and began the long hike back to civilization. The whispering followed us, growing louder and more desperate with each step. As we trudged through the snow, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent my heart racing. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. Eventually, we reached a small, abandoned cabin. It was a welcome sight, a place where we could rest and regroup. The cabin was in disrepair, but it provided shelter from the cold. We built a fire in the old stone fireplace and tried to warm ourselves. That's when we heard it Aganth whisper, clear as day, coming from just outside the cabin. Alex and I exchanged a terrified glance. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice trembling. We decided to keep moving, despite our exhaustion. As we stepped outside, we saw footprints in the snow. They were large, far larger than any human or animal tracks we had ever seen. They led away from the cabin, deeper into the forest. We followed the tracks, our curiosity overpowering our fear. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if urging us onward. The footprints led us to a clearing, where the trees formed a natural circle round a massive, ancient oak. Standing beneath the oak was a figure, tall and gaunt, with glowing eyes that pierced the darkness. It was covered in matted fur, and its limbs were unnaturally long. My blood ran cold as I realized what we were looking at: a Wendigo, the legendary creature from Native American folklore. The Wendigo let out a low, guttural growl, and the whispering intensified, filling my mind with a cacophony of voices. I felt a primal fear take hold, paralyzing me. Alex and I stood frozen, unable to move or speak. The creature took a step toward us, its eyes burning with an otherworldly hunger. In that moment, I knew we were facing something far beyond our understanding, something ancient and malevolent. Desperation gave me the strength to break free from my paralysis. I grabbed Alex's arm and pulled him back, away from the Wendigo. "Run!" I shouted, and we took off into the forest, the creature's growl echoing behind us. We ran for what felt like hours, our lungs burning and our legs numb from the cold. The whispering faded, replaced by the sound of our ragged breaths and the pounding of our hearts. Eventually, we stumbled upon a road, where a passing car stopped to help us. We never spoke of that night again. The memory of the Wendigo's eyes, the haunting whispers, and the feeling of utter helplessness stayed with us, a constant reminder of the terror we had faced. Years have passed since that fateful trip, but I still wake up in a cold sweat, the Wendigo's whisper echoing in my mind. I've done my best to move on, to forget the creature that lurks in the woods. But some nights, when the wind howls and the trees creak, I can still hear it calling to me, a chilling reminder that some legends are all too real. I've always been drawn to the mysteries of the Southwest, where ancient legends and modern realities collide in a dance of shadows and whispers. Growing up Navajo in Arizona, stories of skinwalkers weren't just tales to scare Coldrenthi. Were cautionary tales, warnings of darkness lurking in the desert's heart. It was during one sweltering summer that I encountered something that shattered my skepticism forever. I was visiting my grandparents' remote homestead near the edge of Navajo Nation, nestled beneath the silent gaze of the Chuska Mountains. The days were spent lazily exploring arid mesas and seeking solace in the cool embrace of juniper groves. But as dusk approached, a palpable unease settled over the land. My grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that held ancient secrets, would weave tales of skinwalkers around the crackling fire. She spoke of shamans gone astray, their hunger for power twisting their spirits into something monstrous. I listened, half believing, until the night it visited our camp. It started with subtle science whispers carried on the desert wind, shadows that moved against the starlit sky. My grandfather's cattle grew restless, their lowing echoing through the canyon like a mournful dirge. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of crimson, I saw a figure on the ridge, silhouetted against the dying light. Its shape was human, yet not, elongated limbs moving with an unnatural grace. Eyes gleamed like coals in the fading twilight, fixed on our humble camp with chilling intent. Fear coiled in my gut as I watched it descend, each step deliberate and silent against the parched earth. My grandmother's voice echoed in my mind. urging caution even as terror threatened to consume me. She had taught me the old ways, the rituals to protect against malevolent spirits, but faced with the embodiment of fear itself, I was paralyzed. That night, the air grew thick with malice. Strange noises drifted from the surrounding wilderness, a blend of animalistic growls and guttural chants that echoed through the canyon like a twisted lullaby. Shadows danced on the walls of our hogan, warped by an unseen presence that hungered for more than flesh and bone. It wasn't until dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, that the spell was broken. The figure vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind a palpable sense of dread that lingered like smoke in the air. My grandparents exchanged knowing glances, their faces etched with lines of worry that spoke volumes of their silent battles with the unseen. Years have passed since that fateful night, yet the memory remains etched in my mind like a scar upon the land. Some nights, when the wind howls through the canyon and the coyotes sing their mournful songs, I catch a glimpse of movement on the ridge, a flicker of shadow against the moonlit sky. The Skinwalker still watches, a silent sentinel in a realm where ancient legends and modern realities collide. In the heart of the Southwest, where the land whispers secrets of old, the Skinwalker prowls, a reminder that some truths are too terrifying to be contained within the pages of folklore. It was the summer of 1966 when the small town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, found itself gripped by fear. Rumors of a winged creature with glowing red eyes spread like wildfire, leaving a trail of unease in its wake. People whispered of encounters with the Mothman, a harbinger of doom or a guardian of the unknown, depending on who you asked. I was just a child then, living on the outskirts of town with my family. My father worked in the local coal mines, and my mother tended to our modest farmhouse, with a grace that belied the hardships of our Appalachian existence. Point Pleasant was a place where neighbors looked out for one another, where stories of the supernatural were shared over supper and swallowed with a gulp of moonshine. The first time I heard about the Mothman was from Old Man Jenkins, a grizzled war veteran who spent his days fishing by the Ohio River. He claimed to have seen a towering figure with wings that spanned the width of a pickup truck, eyes that burned like embers against the night sky. Skeptics dismissed his tale as the ramblings of an old man haunted by memories of war. But something in his voice carried a weight of truth that lingered in my mind. Days turned into weeks, and the whispers grew louder. Sightings of the Mothman became more frequent, each encounter shrouded in a veil of terror and disbelief. Families locked their doors at night, and children whispered cautionary tales beneath the covers, their imaginations fueled by the specter of a creature that defied logic and reason. I first saw it on a humid August evening, its silhouette perched atop the silver bridge that spanned the Ohio River, a dark sentinel against the fading twilight. Its wings unfurled like a specter's cloak, casting shadows that danced upon the churning waters below. My heart raced as I watched, frozen in a mixture of awe and fear. The Mothman's eyes met mine, twin orbs of crimson that pierced through the gathering darkness. In that moment, I felt a primal fear unlike anything I had ever known of. Fear that whispered of ancient truths and unseen forces that lurked beyond the veil of human understanding. The days that followed were filled with a sense of foreboding. The town was gripped by a palpable tension, as if the very air crackled with an otherworldly energy. Some believed the Mothman was a guardian, a protector, watching over the town in its darkest hour. Others saw it as an omen, herald of tragedy yet to unfold. Then, on a frigid December evening, tragedy struck. The Silver Bridge, a lifeline that connected Point Pleasant to the outside world, collapsed in a catastrophic failure that sent cars and commuters plunging into the icy depths below. The loss was staggering: 46 lives lost in an instant, their futures shattered like glass against the unforgiving currents. In the aftermath, the whispers grew quieter. The Mothman faded into the shadows, its presence lingering as a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the mysteries that dwell in the spaces between fact and folklore. Some say it vanished into the Appalachian Hills, while others claim it still watches. From the periphery, a silent guardian, or a harbinger of doom, forever etched into the tapestry of Point Pleasant's history. As for me, I've grown older, but the memory of that summer and the specter that haunted our town has never left me. In the quiet moments before sleep claims me, I sometimes find myself gazing out into the starlit sky, wondering if the Mothman still watches, its eyes burning bright against the darkness. In the rugged hills of Puerto Rico, where the lush rainforest meets the whispering shores, there lurks a creature that strikes fear into the hearts of farmers and villagers alike. They call it the chupacabra, goat sucker, a name whispered in hushed tones around crackling fires and beneath the canopy of ancient trees. I first heard of the chupacabra from my abuelita, a weathered storyteller with eyes that held the weight of generations. She spoke of a creature born of shadows and moonlight, with sharp claws and a hunger that knew no bounds. According to her tales, the chupacabra preyed upon livestock under the cover of night, draining their blood with a savage precision that left carcasses eerily pristine. It was during a sweltering summer night that I had my own encounter with the legendary beast. I was visiting my uncle's farm, nestled in the heart of the island, where the air was heavy with the scent of mangoes, and the distant hum of cicadas filled the night. The farmhouse was a sanctuary of warmth and laughter, shielded from the mysteries that prowled beyond its walls. One moonless night, the tranquility was shattered by the frantic barking of our family dog, Luna. I rushed outside, heart pounding in my chest, to find her cowering beneath the shadow of a towering ceiba tree. The air was thick with an otherworldly chill, and the faint rustle of leaves carried an unsettling sense of presence. That's when I saw it, a creature unlike anything I had ever imagined. Its silhouette moved with a predatory grace, illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies that danced around its form. The chupacabra was a blend of nightmare and reality, a bipedal figure with spiny protrusions along its back, eyes that gleamed with a hunger as old as the island itself. Fear rooted me to the spot as the chupacabra prowled through the mango orchard, its claws leaving shallow furrows in the fertile earth. Luna whimpered at my feet, her gaze fixed on the creature that moved with an eerie silence. It seemed to sense our presence, pausing for a heartbeat before disappearing into the night like a wraith swallowed by shadows. In the days that followed, whispers of the chupacabra spread like wildfire through the village. Farmers found their goats and chickens drained of blood, their bodies untouched save for twin puncture wounds that spoke of a predator with unearthly intent. Skeptics dismissed the sightings as hysteria fueled by superstition, but those who had witnessed the creature firsthand knew better. As the years passed, the legend of the chupacabra faded into the fabric of Puerto Rican folklore. Yet its legacy endured in the whispered warnings of elders and the cautious glances cast toward moonlit fields. Some claimed it was a creature of myth, a figment of overactive imaginations spun from the threads of ancient fears. Others believed it was a guardian of the land, a spirit of the wilderness that demanded respect and reverence. To this day, I am haunted by the memory of that ninth chill in the air, the gleam of predatory eyes, and the primal fear that gripped my heart. The chupacabra remains a mystery, a creature that defies classification and exists on the blurred edges of reality and myth, waiting in the shadows for those brave enough to seek its truth. It was the summer of 2002 when I first encountered the unimaginable in Blackwood Forest. My name is Ethan, and this is my story, a tale I've kept buried in the recesses of my mind for nearly 2 decades. The events that transpired over those few days have left an indelible mark on my soul, and the terror I felt remains as vivid as if it happened yesterday. It all began with a simple camping trip, a tradition among my college friends and me. Every year, we would pick a remote location to escape the hustle and bustle of city life. That year, my best friend Jason suggested Blackwood Forest, a place shrouded in local legends and whispered tales of eerie sightings. It was supposed to be an adventure, a test of courage for us young thrill-seekers. We were a group of 6: Jason, his girlfriend Lisa, Sarah, Ben, Amanda, and myself. We arrived at the edge of the forest on a bright Friday morning, our spirits high and our backpacks loaded with supplies. The forest was dense, with towering pine trees that seemed to reach the heavens. As we ventured deeper, the sunlight waned, creating a labyrinth of shadows that danced around us. We set up camp near a small clearing, close to a placid lake that mirrored the sky. The first day was uneventful, filled with laughter, hiking, and the simple joy of being surrounded by nature. It wasn't until nightfall that the forest began to reveal its darker side. Sitting around the campfire, we shared stories, each more frightening than the last. Jason, the storyteller, counted the legend of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit, said to haunt the forest, preying on those who ventured too far into its depths. According to folklore, the Wendigo was once human, but had been transformed into a grotesque creature by a curse, driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. We laughed it off, attributing the tale to Jason's overactive imagination. But as the fire dwindled and the night grew colder, an uneasy silence settled over us. The forest, once alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, seemed to hold its breath. It was Amanda who first noticed the absence of normal forest sounds. "Guys, it's too quiet," she whispered, her voice trembling. We dismissed her concerns, but a nagging feeling of dread began to creep into my mind. We decided to turn in for the night, hoping that sleep would chase away our fears. I awoke sometime in the middle of the night to a faint rustling sound. At first, I thought it was one of my friends, but as I strained my ears, the noise grew louder, more insistent. It was coming from the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of our dying campfire's glow. Curiosity and a touch of bravado prompted me to investigate. Grabbing a flashlight, I quietly unzipped my tent and stepped into the cold night air. The forest was bathed in an eerie luminescence, the full moon casting long, twisted shadows. I scanned the perimeter of our campsite, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. And then I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light back at me. They were large, unblinking, and eerily luminescent, set into a gaunt, skeletal face. My breath caught in my throat as the creature stepped forward, revealing its emaciated form. It stood over 7 feet tall, with elongated limbs and fingers that ended in sharp claws. Its skin was pale, stretched taut over its bones, and its mouth was filled with jagged teeth. For a moment, I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or make a sound. The creature stared at me, its eyes filled with an unnatural hunger. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the trees, leaving me trembling and drenched in cold sweat. I stumbled back to my tent, my mind reeling. Had I really seen the Wendigo? Or was it a figment of my imagination, conjured by Jason's tale and the oppressive atmosphere of the forest? I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, my ears attuned to every rustle and creak. The next morning, I confided in Jason about what I had seen. To my surprise, he didn't laugh or dismiss my story. Instead, his face grew serious. "Ethan, I've heard similar accounts from locals," he said. "They say the Wendigo is real, and that it preys on those who wander too deep into the forest." We decided to keep the sighting to ourselves, not wanting to alarm the others. But as the day wore on, the sense of unease grew. We noticed strange markings on the trees around our campsite, deep gouges that hadn't been there before. Lisa found a pile of bones near the lake, picked clean and arranged in a grotesque pattern. That night, we huddled together, the fire burning brightly, in a futile attempt to ward off the darkness. Sleep was elusive, and every sound seemed amplified, each crackle of the fire and rustle of leaves sending shivers down our spines. In the early hours of the morning, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. We jolted awake, hearts pounding. It was Ben. His tent was empty, and the fabric was shredded. Panic set in as we realized he was gone. We called his name, our voices echoing through the trees, but there was no response. Jason and I grabbed our flashlights and ventured into the forest, following a trail of broken branches and disturbed undergrowth. The deeper we went, the colder it became, as if the very essence of the forest was draining the warmth from our bodies. After what felt like hours, we found Benner. What was left of him? His body was mangled, torn apart by something with incredible strength. The sight was horrific, and I could hardly believe my eyes. Jason fell to his knees, his face pale and stricken with grief. We stumbled back to the campsite, our minds numb with shock. The others were waiting, their faces etched with fear and confusion. We told them what had happened, and a collective sense of dread settled over us. We knew we had to leave, but the forest seemed to conspire against us, the path we had taken now obscured and unfamiliar. With no other choice, we packed up and began the trek back to civilization. The journey was harrowing, each step filled with the fear that the Wendigo was watching, waiting to strike again. The forest seemed to close in around us, the shadows growing longer and darker. Just when we thought we were lost, we stumbled upon a small cabin. It was old and dilapidated, but it offered a glimmer of hope. We decided to take refuge there, hoping to regroup and find a way out in the morning. Inside, the cabin was musty and filled with cobwebs. We found an old journal on a table, its pages yellowed with age. The entries were written by a man named Thomas, who had lived in the cabin decades earlier. His final entry sent chills down my spine. The Wendigo is real. It watches me from the trees, its hunger unending. I fear I won't survive the night. As darkness fell, we barricaded the doors and windows, praying that the cabin would offer some protection. The hours dragged on, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the floorboards and the howling wind outside. And then we heard Ida low, guttural growl, followed by the sound of something scratching at the door. Our hearts raced as the creature began to pound against the wooden barrier, each blow sending splinters flying. We huddled together, weapons at the ready, knowing that our survival depended on our ability to fend off the monster. The door finally gave way, and the Wendigo burst into the cabin, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. We fought with everything we had, but it was relentless, its strength far surpassing our own. One by one, my friends fell, their screams echoing in the confined space. In the chaos, I managed to grab a flaming piece of wood from the fireplace and thrust it at the creature. It recoiled, shrieking in pain, and for a moment, I thought we had a chance. But the Wendigo was not so easily defeated. It lunged at me, its claws raking across my chest. Just when I thought it was over, a blinding light filled the cabin. The creature screeched and fled into the forest, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. I collapsed to the floor, my body racked with pain. The next thing I remember is waking up in a hospital bed. A group of hikers had found me the next morning unconscious and covered in blood. The authorities dismissed my story as the ravings of a traumatized mind, but I know what I saw. I never returned to Blackwood Forest, and I've spent years trying to forget the horrors of that night. But the Wendigo's eyes still haunt my dreams, a reminder that some legends are all too real. My name is Maria, and what I'm about to share with you is a dark chapter of my life that I've tried to leave behind. It was the summer of 1998 when my family decided to visit my grandparents in a small village in Puerto Rico. I was 15 at the time, eager to escape the city and experience the simple life of the countryside. Little did I know that this visit would plunge us into a nightmare we would never forget. Our journey began with a warm welcome from my grandparents, Juan and Isabella. Their village, nestled in the lush hills, was picturesque, with its vibrant greenery and the soothing sound of the nearby river. The people were friendly, and life seemed idyllic. But beneath this serene surface, an old fear lingered, a fear of a creature that had become the stuff of legends, El Chupacabra. The first few days of our stay were filled with joy and exploration. My cousins and I would roam the fields, climb trees, and swim in the river. One evening, as we were returning home, we overheard a heated conversation between our grandparents and their neighbors. They were talking about a series of strange livestock deaths that had plagued the village recently. The animals were found drained of blood, their bodies mutilated in a way that defied explanation. The villagers believed it was the work of El Chupacabra, a creature that, according to local folklore, fed on the blood of animals and occasionally humans. At first, my parents dismissed these stories as superstitious nonsense, but the sense of unease in the village was palpable. That night, as we sat around the dinner table, my grandfather shared his own encounter with the creature. He spoke of a night many years ago when he had heard a commotion in the barn. When he went to investigate, he saw a shadowy figure hunched over one of the goats. The creature had glowing red eyes and spines along its back. It fled into the darkness when he approached, leaving behind a lifeless, blood-drained goat. Despite his vivid description, parents remained skeptical. But I could see the fear in my grandfather's eyes, and it sent shivers down my spine. Over the next few days, the sense of dread grew. More animals were found dead, and the villagers became increasingly anxious. My cousins and I were forbidden from going out after dark, and the adults took turns keeping watch at night. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to sneak out and see if I could catch a glimpse of the creature that haunted our dreams. I crept out of the house and made my way to the edge of the village, where the forest began. The moonlight cast eerie shadows on the ground, and every rustle of leaves made my heart race. As I stood there, trying to muster the courage to venture further, I heard a low growl. My blood ran cold, and I turned to see a pair of glowing red eyes staring at me from the darkness. The creature stepped into the moonlight, revealing its grotesque form. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, about the size of a large dog, with scaly, reptilian skin, sharp claws, and spines running down its back. Its mouth was filled with needle-like teeth, and its eyes burned with a malevolent intelligence. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or scream. The chupacabra slowly approached, its eyes never leaving mine. Just when I thought it was about to pounce, a loud shout broke the silence. My father and grandfather had followed me and were running toward me with flashlights and makeshift weapons. The creature hissed and bolted into the forest, disappearing into the shadows. They dragged me back to the house, scolding me for my recklessness. But their anger was mixed with relief and fear. My father, who had been a skeptic, was now a believer. The sight of the chupacabra had shaken him to his core. That night, we decided that it was too dangerous to stay in the village. We packed our bags and left the next morning, promising my grandparents that we would return once the situation was under control. The journey back to the city was somber. My mind was a whirlpool of emotions: fear, confusion, and a lingering sense of awe. The creature I had seen defied all logic and understanding. Back in the city, life slowly returned to normal, but the memories of that summer haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the chupacabra was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. A few months later, we received a call from my grandparents. They told us that the attacks had stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The village was slowly returning to normal, but the fear of the chupacabra remained a part of their lives. They had taken precautions, fortified their homes, and continued to keep watch at night. As the years passed, the story of the chupacabra faded into the background of my life, becoming one of those experiences that you recount on dark, stormy nights. But deep down, I knew that what I had seen was real. The creature wasn't just a figment of imagination or a product of overactive superstition. It was a living, breathing entity, a predator that had evolved in the shadows, feeding on the fear and blood of its victims. Years later, as an adult, I returned to the village with my own children, hoping to share with them the beauty of my ancestral home. The village had changed, modernized in many ways, but the old fear still lingered in the whispers of the elders. One evening, as I was putting my children to bed, my daughter asked me about the chupacabra. She had heard the stories from her cousins and wanted to know if it was real. I hesitated for a moment, then told her the truth. I told her about that summer night when I had come face to face with the creature, about the fear that had gripped my heart, and the courage it took to confront the unknown. I explained that the world is full of mysteries, some of which may never be fully understood, but that we must face them with bravery and resilience. That night, as I lay in bed, I found myself staring out the window at the moonlit forest, wondering if the chupacabra was still out there. The memory of those glowing red eyes haunted my thoughts, a reminder that some legends are rooted in truth. And though the fear had dulled with time, a part of me remained vigilant, always aware of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of the light. So, if you ever find yourself in the remote corners of the world, where the line between myth and reality blurs, remember my story. Stay vigilant, respect the local legends, and never underestimate the power of the unknown. For in the heart of the darkness, the chupacabra waits, ever hungry, ever watchful. The journey back to the city was somber. My mind was a whirlpool of emotions, fear, confusion, and a lingering sense of awe. The creature I had seen defied all logic and understanding. Back in the city, life slowly returned to normal, but the memories of that summer haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the chupacabra was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. A few months later, we received a call from my grandparents. They told us that the attacks had stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The village was slowly returning to normal, but the fear of the chupacabra remained a part of their lives. They had taken precautions, fortified their homes, and continued to keep watch at night. As the years passed, the story of the chupacabra faded into the background of my life, becoming one of those experiences that you recount on dark, stormy nights. But deep down, I knew that what I had seen was real. The creature wasn't just a figment of imagination or a product of overactive superstition. It was a living, breathing entity, a predator that had evolved in the shadows, feeding on the fear and blood of its victims. Years later, as an adult, I returned to the village with my own children, hoping to share with them the beauty of my ancestral home. The village had changed, modernized in many ways, but the old fear still lingered in the whispers of the elders. One evening, as I was putting my children to bed, my daughter asked me about the chupacabra. She had heard the stories from her cousins and wanted to know if it was real. I hesitated for a moment, then told her the truth. I told her about that summer night when I had come face to face with the creature, about the fear that had gripped my heart, and the courage it took to confront the unknown. I explained that the world is full of mysteries, some of which may never be fully understood, but that we must face them with bravery and resilience. That night, as I lay in bed, I found myself staring out the window at the moonlit forest, wondering if the chupacabra was still out there. The memory of those glowing red eyes haunted my thoughts, a reminder that some legends are rooted in truth. And though the fear had dulled with time, a part of me remained vigilant, always aware of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of the light. So, if you ever find yourself in the remote corners of the world, where the line between myth and reality blurs, remember my story. Stay vigilant, respect the local legends, and never underestimate the power of the unknown. For in the heart of the darkness, the chupacabra waits, ever hungry, ever watchful. My name is Emily, and the story I'm about to share with you took place in the spring of 2008. At the time, I was a high school student living in a small town in Massachusetts. My life was fairly typical: school, friends, and the occasional adventure. But that year, something happened that changed everything and left an indelible mark on my soul. Dover is a quaint town with a rich history and a tight-knit community. Nestled among rolling hills and dense forests, it's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and secrets are hard to keep. But Dover had one secret that not many dared to speak off: legend of the Dover demon. It all began one Friday night in April. My friends and I had just finished watching a movie at my house, and we decided to take a walk to the local park. The air was cool and crisp, and the sky was clear, with stars twinkling brightly overhead. There were 5 of you: Sarah, Mike, Jake, Lisa, and me. We were all in high spirits, laughing and joking as we strolled down the quiet streets. The park was a popular hangout spot for teenagers, and that night, we had it all to ourselves. We sat on the swings, talking about school and our plans for the weekend. As the conversation died down, Sarah brought up the legend of the Dover demon. She had heard the story from her older brother, who claimed to have seen the creature himself. According to the legend, the Dover demon was a small, humanoid creature with large, glowing eyes and long, spindly fingers. It was first sighted in the 1970s by several teenagers, and since then, there had been sporadic reports of sightings. The creature was said to roam the woods at night, watching and waiting. Mike scoffed at the idea, dismissing it as nothing more than a scary story to keep kids from wandering into the woods after dark. But Jake and Lisa seemed genuinely intrigued, and I have to admit, I was curious too. Sarah suggested that we go to the spot where the creature was last seen, a stretch of road on the outskirts of town known as Farm Street. Despite Mike's protests, we all agreed to go. It was about a half-hour walk from the park, and as we made our way there, the mood shifted from lighthearted to tense. The streets were empty, and the only sounds were the crunch of gravel under our feet and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. When we reached Farm Street, the air felt different, heavier, more oppressive. The road was lined with tall trees that cast long shadows, and the darkness seemed to close in around us. We walked in silence, our eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Suddenly, Sarah stopped and pointed to a spot up ahead. "There," she whispered, "that's where my brother saw it." We all strained our eyes, trying to see through the darkness. At first, there was nothing, just the eerie stillness of the night. But then, I saw it, a pair of glowing eyes, reflecting the moonlight from the edge of the woods. My heart skipped a beat, and I grabbed Sarah's arm. "Do you see that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The others nodded, their faces pale with fear. We stood frozen, staring at the eyes that seemed to be watching us. The creature stepped into the moonlight, revealing its small, slender body and elongated limbs. It looked almost alien, with its pale, hairless skin and large head. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at the Dover demon, and it stared back. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it turned and disappeared into the woods. We stood there in stunned silence, trying to process what we had just seen. "We need to get out of here," Ike said, his voice shaking. "Now." No one argued. We turned and ran back the way we had come, our footsteps pounding on the gravel. When we finally reached my house, we were out of breath and drenched in sweat. We collapsed on the porch, trying to catch our breath and make sense of what had happened. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature's glowing eyes staring back at me. The next day, we all agreed not to tell anyone about what we had seen. We knew that no one would believe us, and we didn't want to become the laughingstock of the town. But the encounter had left a deep impression on us, and we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Over the next few weeks, strange things started happening. We heard odd noises at night, scratching at the windows, footsteps on the roof. Jake's dog went missing, and Sarah found strange tracks in her backyard. We became paranoid, jumping at every sound and shadow. The fear and tension began to take a toll on our friendship, and we started to drift apart. Mike moved away that summer, and Jake and Lisa stopped hanging out with us. Sarah and I tried to stay in touch, but the bond we once had was broken. Years passed, and I moved on with my life, but the memory of that night never faded. I went to college, got a job, and eventually settled down. But every now and then, I would hear a strange noise or see a shadow out of the corner of my eye, and the fear would come rushing back. One day, I decided to return to Dover and confront my past. I contacted Sarah, who still lived in town, and we met up to talk about what had happened. She admitted that she had been haunted by the experience too, and had even tried to research the legend of the Dover demon. We decided to visit Farm Street one more time, hoping to find some closure. As we walked down the familiar road, the memories came flooding back. The trees, the shadows, the oppressive silent seat was all the same. We reached the spot where we had seen the creature and stood there, waiting. Hours passed, and nothing happened. Just as we were about to give up and leave, we heard a rustling in the bushes. My heart raced, and I grabbed Sarah's hand. The creature stepped out of the shadows, its eyes glowing in the moonlight. But this time, I felt no fear. Instead, I felt a strange sense of understanding. The Dover demon was not a monster or an evil spirit. It was a guardian of the woods, a creature that had been misunderstood and feared for generations. Sarah and I watched as the creature stood there, its eyes filled with the wisdom and sadness that transcended time. Then, with a final glance, it turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving us with a sense of peace. As we walked back to town, I realized that the true horror was not the creature itself, but the fear and division it had sown among us. The legend of the Dover demon had become a symbol of our own insecurities and fears, and it was up to us to overcome them. From that day on, I made a promise to myself to face my fears head-on, and to seek understanding rather than judgment. The experience had changed me, and I knew that it had changed Sarah too. We rekindled our friendship, and vowed to keep the memory of that night alive. Not as a tale of terror, but as a lesson in courage and compassion. So, if you ever find yourself in the small town of Dover, remember the legend of the Dover demon. But more important, remember that fear is often born from misunderstanding, and that true courage lies in seeking the truth, no matter how terrifying it may seem. Story 5. The Curse of the Wendigo. Script word count, 5,000. My name is Jonathan, and I grew up in a small town nestled in the dense forests of northern Minnesota. The winters were harsh, and the nights long and cold. Stories of the supernatural were common in our community, passed down through generations as both warnings and entertainments. One such story was that of the Wendigo creature, said to be the embodiment of insatiable hunger and cannibalism, cursed to wander the forests forever. It was the winter of 2004, and I was 17 years old. My best friend, Alex, and I decided to go on a weekend camping trip before Christmas. We were seasoned campers, confident in our ability to handle the cold and navigate the woods. We packed our gear, said goodbye to our families, and set off early on a Friday morning. Our destination was a remote area near Lake Vermilion, far from any towns or other campers. The snow-covered landscape was beautiful but unforgiving. We set up our camp by a frozen stream, the silence of the forest broken only by the occasional rustling of trees in the wind. The first day was uneventful. We spent our time hiking, fishing, and enjoying the solitude. As night fell, we built a fire and sat around it, sharing stories and laughing. The sky was clear, and the stars shone brightly overhead. It was a perfect night, or so we thought. Around midnight, we heard a distant howl. At first, we thought it was a wolf, but there was something unsettling about the sound, something almost human. Alex and I exchanged nervous glances, but dismissed it as our imagination playing tricks on us. The howling continued intermittently throughout the night, each time growing closer. By dawn, we were both on edge, our nerves frayed. We decided to pack up and move to a different location, hoping to put some distance between us and whatever was making those eerie sounds. As we hiked deeper into the forest, the sense of unease grew. The trees seemed to close in around us, and the air grew colder. We came across an old, abandoned cabin. It was in disrepair, but it offered some shelter from the elements. Reluctantly, we decided to stay there for the night. The cabin was dark and musty, with broken windows and creaking floorboards. We built a fire in the fireplace and settled in, trying to ignore the oppressive atmosphere. As night fell, The howling returned, louder and more persistent than before. Alex suggested that we should take turns keeping watch. I agreed, and he took the first shift while I tried to get some sleep. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, Alex was shaking me awake, his face pale with fear. "John, wake up, there's something outside," he whispered urgently. I rubbed my eyes and sat up, listening. Sure enough, there was a scratching sound at the door, followed by a low growl. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed the hunting rifle we had brought for protection. We stood there, staring at the door, and sure of what to do. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a blast of freezing air filled the cabin. In the doorway stood a figure unlike anything I had ever seen. It was tall and emaciated, with long, matted hair and glowing eyes. Its mouth was filled with sharp, yellow teeth, and its hands ended in long, claw-like fingers. The creature let out a bone-chilling scream, and I knew instantly what it was: Wendigo. Alex and I fired at the creature, but it moved with unnatural speed, dodging our shots and lunging at us. We fought desperately, but the Wendigo was relentless. It slashed at Alex with its claws, and he fell to the ground, blood seeping from deep gashes in his chest. I grabbed a burning log from the fireplace and swung it at the creature, forcing it to retreat. It hissed and snarled, its eyes burning with hatred. With one final, inhuman scream, it turned and fled into the night. I dropped the log and rushed to Alex's side. He was badly injured, his breathing shallow and labored. I did my best to stop the bleeding, but I knew he needed medical attention. I wrapped him in a blanket and, with the strength I didn't know I possessed, carried him through the forest to our truck. The drive to the nearest hospital felt like an eternity. Alex slipped in and out of consciousness, his face pale and drenched in sweat. I kept talking to him, urging him to stay awake, to hold on just a little longer. When we finally reached the hospital, he was rushed into surgery. I sat in the waiting room, covered in blood and dirt, my mind replaying the horrific events over and over. Hours passed before a doctor came to speak with me. Alex had survived, but he was in critical condition. The wounds were severe, and there was a high risk of infection. Days turned into weeks as Alex fought for his life. I visited him every day, haunted by guilt and fear. When he finally woke up, he was a shadow of his former self. The physical wounds would heal, but the psychological scars ran deep. We never spoke of the Wendigo to anyone. Who would believe us? The official story was that Alex had been attacked by a wild animal, and I had saved him. But we knew the truth. The creature was real, and it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. Years have passed since that fateful winter, but the memory of the Wendigo haunts me still. I moved away from Minnesota, trying to escape the nightmares and the guilt. But no matter where I go, the fear follows me. I can't shake the feeling that the creature is still watching, still waiting. I've spent countless hours researching the legend of the Wendigo, trying to understand what we encountered. The stories are consistent in insatiable hunger, a curse that transforms humans into monsters. The more I read, the more I realize that the Wendigo was not just a creature of myth, but a manifestation of the darkest parts of human nature. The experience changed me in ways I'm still coming to terms with. I've become more cautious, more aware of the dangers that lurk in the world. I no longer seek out adventure, content to live a quiet, uneventful life. But the shadow of the Wendigo is always there, a constant reminder of the horrors that exist just beyond the edge of our understanding. So, if you ever find yourself in the deep forests of the North, remember my story. Be cautious, respect the land and its legends, and never underestimate the power of the unknown. For in the heart of the wilderness, the Wendigo waits, ever hungry, ever watchful. My name is Fiona, and I grew up in the Highlands of Scotland, near the infamous Loch Ness. The loch has always been a place of mystery and intrigue, known worldwide for its elusive resident, the Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie, as we locals affectionately call her. Growing up, I heard countless tales of sightings and encounters, but I never believed any of them. That was until the summer of 2012, when I experienced something that changed my perspective forever. I was a university student at the time, studying marine biology. That summer, returned home to work on a research project about the biodiversity of Loch Ness. My professor, Dr. Andrew MacLeod, was an expert in cryptozoology and had a keen interest in Nessie. He had secured funding for a comprehensive study of the loch, and I was thrilled to be part of his team. Our research group consisted of 5 people: Dr. MacLeod, his assistant Emily, 2 fellow students James and Sarah and myself. We set up our base at a small cabin on the shore of the loch, equipped with state-of-the-art sonar equipment, underwater cameras, and various other scientific instruments. Our goal was to catalog the species living in the loch and, if possible, gather any evidence of the Loch Ness monster. The first few weeks were uneventful. We collected water samples, recorded data on the local fish population, and mapped the underwater terrain using sonar. Despite our best efforts, there was no sign of anything unusual. The loch was deep, dark, and enigmatic, but it seemed to be just another body of water. One evening, as the sun set over the hills, casting a golden glow on the loch, we gathered on the cabin's porch to review the day's findings. Dr. MacLeod was particularly excited about a set of sonar readings we had taken earlier. There was an unusual blip on the screen, something large and moving, but we couldn't determine what it was. "This could be it, Doctor," MacLeod said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "We need to investigate this further." The next morning, we set out on the loch in our small research boat, equipped with sonar and underwater cameras. We followed the coordinates of the blip, our hearts pounding with anticipation. As we reached the location, we deployed the sonar and watched the screen intently. At first, there was nothing. The sonar displayed the usual contours of the loch's bottom, a mix of rocks and silt. But then, a large, moving object appeared on the screen. It was massive, at least 20 feet long, and it was moving slowly, almost deliberately. "Lower the cameras, Doctor," MacLeod instructed. James and I carefully lowered the underwater cameras into the depths, watching the live feed on our monitors. The water was dark and murky, visibility limited to just a few feet. Suddenly, something large swam past the camera, so quickly that we could barely make out its shape. "There it is," Sarah exclaimed. "Did you see that?" Where played the footage in slow motion. The creature was long and serpentine, with a thick body and what appeared to be flippers or fins. It moved gracefully through the water, disappearing into the darkness before we could get a clear view. "Could it be Nessie?" I asked, my voice filled with awe. "Doctor," MacLeod nodded, his expression serious. "It's possible. We need more data." Over the next few days, we focused our efforts on the area where we had spotted the creature. We set up a series of underwater cameras and sonar buoys, hoping to capture more footage. The loch seemed to hold its breath, as if aware of our presence and the significance of our quest. One night, as we reviewed the day's recordings, we heard a strange noise coming from the loch. It was a low, rumbling sound, like the growl of a distant thunderstorm. We rushed outside, scanning the water with our flashlights. The surface of the loch was calm, but the sound persisted, growing louder and more intense. "What is that?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know, Doctor," MacLeod replied, his eyes wide with concern. "But it's coming from the water." We hurried to the boat, our hearts racing. As we reached the spot where the sound was loudest, we saw something that took our breath away. A massive shape rose from the depths, breaking the surface of the water. It was the creature we had seen on the cameras, but now, it was right in front of us. The creature was enormous, its body covered in dark, glistening scales. It had a long neck and a small head, with large, dark eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. It let out a deep, resonant call, a sound that echoed across the loch and sent shivers down our spines. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. We stared at the creature in awe, unable to believe what we were seeing. Then, with a splash, it dove back into the depths, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. We returned to the cabin, our minds reeling from the encounter. Dr. McLeod was ecstatic, convinced that we had just witnessed the Loch Ness Monster. We spent the rest of the night reviewing the footage and discussing our next steps. The following days were a blur of activity. News of our sighting spread quickly, attracting attention from the media and other researchers. Our small cabin became a hub of excitement, with reporters and scientists eager to hear our story and see our evidence. Despite the attention, we remained focused on our research. We continued to monitor the loch, hoping for another encounter, but the creature remained elusive, and our sightings became less frequent. It was as if Nessie had decided to retreat back into the depths, away from the prying eyes of the world. As the summer came to an end, we wrapped up our project and prepared to leave the loch. Our time there had been both thrilling and humbling, a reminder of the mysteries that still exist in the world. We had caught a glimpse of something extraordinary, but the full story of the Loch Ness Monster remained untold. I returned to university with a newfound sense of wonder and curiosity. My experience at Loch Ness had taught me that the world is full of surprises, and that the quest for knowledge is never ending. I continued my studies, eventually becoming a marine biologist, dedicated to exploring the depths of the oceans and uncovering their secrets. To this day, I still think about that summer and the creature we encountered. The memory of those glowing eyes and the haunting call of the Loch Ness Monster stays with me, a reminder of the unknown that lies beneath the surface. I hope that one day, I will return to the loch and perhaps, if I'm lucky, catch another glimpse of Nessie. So, if you ever find yourself on the shores of Loch Ness, keep your eyes on the water and your ears open to the sounds of the deep. You never know what might be lurking beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. And remember, the world is full of mysteries, just waiting for those brave enough to seek them out. My name is Jessica, and I've always been fascinated by folklore and legends. Growing up near Bray Road in Wisconsin, I often heard tales of the mysterious creature, known as the Beast of Bray Road, a beastly figure with the body of a wolf and the face of a man. Many dismissed it as just a spooky story, but there were enough sightings and eerie encounters to keep the legend alive. One summer, when I was 18, my friends and I decided to spend a night camping near Bray Road. We were a group of 5: Asara, Jack, Emily, Mark, and me. We were adventurous and loved a good scare, so camping near a legendary monster's territory sounded thrilling. We set up our campsite in a clearing deep in the woods. The night was clear, with the full moon casting an eerie glow over the trees. As we sat around the campfire, sharing ghost stories and roasting marshmallows, the atmosphere was charged with excitement and nervous energy. As the night progressed, we heard rustling in the bushes nearby. At first, we laughed it off as just the sounds of wildlife. But then, we heard a deep, guttural growl that sent shivers down our spines. It was unlike anything we had heard before, primal and menacing. Sarah, always the brave one, joked, "Maybe it's the Beast of Bray Road coming to say hello." We laughed nervously, but the tension was palpable. Jack suggested we investigate, just for fun. Emily and Mark were hesitant, but curiosity got the better of us, and we grabbed flashlights and ventured into the darkness. We followed the sounds deeper into the woods until we reached a clearing near Bray Road. The moonlight illuminated the area, casting eerie shadows. That's when we saw a large, dark figure lurking at the edge of the clearing. My heart raced as I shone my flashlight towards it. The creature turned its head, and in the beam of light, we saw its features a wolf-like body, standing on 2 legs, with a human-like face that seemed to leer at us. We froze, unsure if what we were seeing was real. The creature let out another growl, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It took a step forward, and that's when instinct kicked in, and we turned and ran back to our campsite. The adrenaline fueled our sprint, but the feeling of being pursued lingered in the air. We reached our campsite breathless, our minds racing with what we had just witnessed. We huddled together, trying to make sense of it all. Minutes turned into hours as we waited, half expecting the creature to appear at any moment. But the night remained eerily quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Dawn broke, and with the first light, we gathered our belongings and hurried back to civilization. We were shaken but exhilarated by the experience. We debated whether what we saw was real or just a trick of the imagination, heightened by the spooky setting. As the days passed, we shared our encounter with friends and family. Some dismissed it as a prank or a shared hallucination brought on by fear. But deep down, we knew what we saw was real, a glimpse into the mysterious world of the Beast of Bray Road. Years have passed since that night, but the memory of the creature still lingers in my mind. I've heard more stories and sightings over the years, each adding to the mystique of Bray Road and its elusive resident. Whether the beast is a product of folklore or a real creature of the night, the legend continues to captivate those who dare to explore the dark corners of the world. So, if you ever find yourself near Bray Road on a moonlit night, keep your eyes peeled and your senses sharp. You never know what secrets the shadows may hold, and the Beast of Bray Road may be watching, waiting to reveal itself to those bold enough to seek it out. My name is David, and I grew up in New Jersey, not far from the legendary Pine Barrens, reputed home of the infamous Jersey Devil. As a child, I heard countless stories about this mythical creature, a winged beast, with hooves and a forked tail, said to terrorize those who ventured into its domain. Most dismissed it as folklore, but there were enough sightings and eerie encounters to keep the legend alive. One summer, when I was 20, I decided to explore the Pine Barrens with a group of friends. We were a group of 5: Rachel, Alex, Jessica, and me. We were adventurous, and always up for a thrill, so the idea of searching for the Jersey Devil sounded like the ultimate adventure. We packed our camping gear and set off early one Saturday morning. The Pine Barrens were vast and mysterious, with dense forests, winding rivers, and eerie marshlands. As we hiked deeper into the wilderness, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation and a hint of unease. Our plan was to camp near the ruins of an old abandoned village rumored to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. The sun was setting as we reached the outskirts of the village, and the shadows seemed to lengthen, casting a sense of foreboding over the landscape. We set up our tents in a clearing near the village, the old stone buildings looming in the twilight. As darkness fell, we gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. That's when we heard Ida's strange, otherworldly cry echoing through the trees. It was a sound like nothing we had ever heard before, a mix of screeching and wailing that sent chills down our spines. "What was that?" Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. We exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to make of the eerie cry. Alex suggested it might be a coyote or some other nocturnal creature, but deep down, we knew it was something else, something from the realm of legends. As the night wore on, the atmosphere grew more tense. We heard rustling in the bushes, footsteps around the perimeter of our campsite. Every shadow seemed to conceal a lurking presence, and the air was thick with an unspoken fear. Around midnight, as we were preparing to turn in for the night, we heard a loud thump coming from the direction of the old village. We grabbed our flashlights and cautiously approached, our hearts pounding in anticipation. What we saw made our blood run cold. Standing in the moonlight was a creature straight out of Nightmare, winged beast, with glowing red eyes, a horse-like head, and bat-like wings. Its hooves scraped against the ground, leaving deep imprints in the dirt. The Jersey Devil. We stood frozen in terror as the creature fixed its gaze on us, its eyes burning with malevolence. It let out another ear-piercing screech, a sound that seemed to pierce through to our very souls. Without a word, we turned and ran, our survival instincts kicking in. We sprinted through the darkened woods, branches scratching at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. The creature pursued us, its wings beating against the air, its cry echoing through the night. We reached the edge of the pine barrens and stumbled into a clearing. Gasping for breath, we looked back, half expecting to see the Jersey Devil hot on our heels. But there was nothing, just the eerie silence of the forest. We regrouped, shaken, but alive. We knew we had encountered something beyond explanation, something that defied logic and reason. The legend of the Jersey Devil was no longer just a story, it was a chilling reality. As we made our way back to civilization, we shared our encounter with anyone who would listen. Some dismissed it as a hoax or a shared hallucination, but those who knew the Pine Barrens and its legends understood the gravity of our experience. Years have passed since that night, but the memory of the Jersey Devil still haunts me. I've heard more stories and sightings over the years, each adding to the mystique of the Pine Barrens and its enigmatic resident. Whether the Jersey Devil is a supernatural entity or a misunderstood creature of the night, one thing is certain: it continues to inspire fear and fascination in those who dare to venture into its domain. So, if you ever find yourself near the Pine Barrens on a moonless night, listen closely. You may hear the distant cry of the Jersey Devil, a reminder that some legends are best left undisturbed. My name is Sarah, and I've always been fascinated by cryptozoology's study of hidden or unknown animals. One creature that has captured my imagination is the orang pendek, a mysterious ape-like creature said to inhabit the dense jungles of Sumatra, Indonesia. Many locals believe in its existence, describing it as a small, humanoid ape with long arms, covered in reddish-brown fur. I had the opportunity to visit Sumatra as part of a research expedition focused on studying the biodiversity of the region. Our team consisted of scientists, wildlife experts, and local guides. Our goal was to explore the remote jungles and gather data on the various species that called it home. One morning, while trekking through a particularly dense part of the jungle, our guide, Pak Budi, mentioned the legends of the orang pendek. He spoke of sightings by villagers and his own encounters with the elusive creature. Intrigued, we asked if he could take us to areas where the orang pendek had been spotted. Pak Budi agreed, cautioning us that the creature was shy and elusive. We set off on a new path, hacking through thick vegetation and navigating rugged terrain. The air was thick with humidity, and the sounds of the jungle surrounded us: bird calls, rustling leaves, and the distant roar of a waterfall. As we ventured deeper into the jungle, Pak Budi pointed out signs of the orang pendek, broken branch here, a footprint there. He spoke of the creature with a mix of reverence and caution, warning us to respect its habitat and not to approach it aggressively. Days passed without any significant sightings. We set up camera traps and conducted night patrols, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. The jungle was alive with activity, but the orang pendek remained elusive, a shadow in the dense foliage. One evening, as the sun was setting, we heard a series of loud calls echoing through the trees. Pak Budi's eyes widened, and he whispered, "That's the call of the orang pendek." Excitement and anticipation filled the air as we followed the sound deeper into the jungle. The calls grew louder, closer, until we reached a clearing near a freshwater stream. And there, standing on the edge of the clearing, was the orang pendek. It was smaller than I had imagined, standing about 4 feet tall, with long arms and a powerful build. Its fur was a deep reddish-brown, blending perfectly with the jungle surroundings. Its eyes were intelligent and curious, watching us with a mix of wariness and intrigue. We stood frozen, not wanting to startle the creature. Pak Budi whispered that it was rare to see the orang pendek so close, that we were witnessing something special. The orang pendek seemed to sense our non-threatening presence. It moved gracefully, swinging from branch to branch with ease. We watched in awe as it foraged for fruits and insects, its movements fluid and agile. As night fell, the orang pendek disappeared into the darkness, leaving us with a sense of wonder and respect for the natural world. We returned to camp, exhilarated by our encounter and eager to share our findings with the scientific community. In the days that followed, we continued our research, documenting the biodiversity of the jungle and learning more about the delicate balance of ecosystems. The orang pendek remained a symbol of the mysteries that still exist in the natural world, a reminder that there are creatures yet to be discovered and understood. Our expedition concluded with a newfound appreciation for the rich biodiversity of Sumatra, and a deeper respect for the legends and folklore that connect humans to the natural world. The orang pendek, with its enigmatic presence, had left an indelible mark on our hearts and minds, inspiring us to continue exploring and protecting the wonders of our planet. As I reflect on that unforgettable experience, I'm reminded that sometimes the greatest discoveries are not found in textbooks or laboratories, but in the untamed beauty of nature itself. And the orang pendek will forever remain a symbol of the awe and wonder that await those who dare to venture into the unknown. My name is Maria, and I come from a small town in Puerto Rico. Growing up, I often heard tales of the chupacabra, terrifying creatures said to prey on livestock, draining them of their blood. The name itself means goatsucker, and the stories were enough to keep children like me awake at night, listening to the sounds of the countryside, wondering if the chupacabra was lurking in the shadows. It wasn't until the summer I turned 19 that I had my own encounter with this legendary beast. My family owned a small farm on the outskirts of town, where we raised goats, chickens, and a few cows. Life was simple but fulfilling, and the farm was my sanctuary. However, that summer, a series of mysterious attacks began to plague our livestock. One morning, we found one of our goats dead, its body completely drained of blood. There were no signs of a struggle, just 2 puncture wounds on its neck. My father, a pragmatic man, dismissed it as the work of a wild animal. But as the attacks continued, it became harder to ignore the eerie similarities to the stories of the chupacabra. The community was on edge. Neighbors reported similar incidents, and fear began to spread like wildfire. People started locking up their animals at night and setting up makeshift defenses. Despite our best efforts, the attacks persisted, and the sense of dread grew stronger with each passing day. One evening, determined to get to the bottom of this mystery, I decided to stay up and keep watch over our remaining goats. Armed with a flashlight and a sense of determination, I settled into a hidden spot near the pen, my heart pounding with anticipation. The night was still, the only sounds the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of crickets. Hours passed, and I began to feel the weight of exhaustion pulling at my eyelids. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard a faint noisy, a soft rustling, like something moving stealthily through the grass. I held my breath and tightened my grip on the flashlight. The rustling grew closer, and then I saw it, a shadowy figure slinking towards the pen. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. The creature was small, about the size of a dog, but with a reptilian appearance. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, and its skin was covered in coarse, spiky fur. I knew instantly that this was the chupacabra. Summoning all my courage, I turned on the flashlight, aiming the beam directly at the creature. It hissed and recoiled, its eyes narrowing into slits. For a moment, we were locked in a standoff, neither of us willing to back down. The chupacabra moved with a sudden, startling speed, darting towards the pen. I shouted and waved the flashlight, trying to scare it off. My heart raced as it leaped onto the fence, its claws digging into the wood. In that moment, I could see its fangs, sharp and menacing, ready to strike. Without thinking, I grabbed a nearby rock and hurled it at the creature. The rock hit its mark, and the chupacabra let out a shrill screech before leaping off the fence and disappearing into the night. I stood there, trembling, barely able to believe what had just happened. The rest of the night passed in a haze of fear and adrenaline. At dawn, I recounted the events to my family. My father, skeptical but concerned, inspected the pen for any signs of the creature's return. We found claw marks on the fence and a few tufts of coarse fur, evidence that something had indeed been there. Word of my encounter spread quickly through the town. Some believed me, while others remained skeptical, dismissing it as a figment of an overactive imagination. But I knew what I had seen, and it had left an indelible mark on me. We took extra precautions to protect our livestock, setting up stronger fences and installing motion sensor lights. The attacks gradually stopped, and life slowly returned to normal. But the memory of that night stayed with me, a reminder of the unknown dangers that lurk in the shadows. Years have passed since my encounter with the chupacabra, but the legend lives on. New stories emerge, each adding to the mystique and fear surrounding the creature. Whether it's a product of folklore or a real, undiscovered species, the chupacabra continues to captivate the imagination and inspire caution among those who live in its purported territory. So, if you ever find yourself in the rural parts of Puerto Rico on a moonlit night, keep your eyes open and your senses sharp. You never know when the chupacabra might decide to make an appearance, a chilling reminder that some legends are rooted in a terrifying reality. My name is Tom, and I've always been a skeptic when it comes to cryptids and mythical creatures. Growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I heard plenty of stories about Bigfoot. But it wasn't until I moved to the remote town of Klamath Falls in Oregon that I encountered a legend I couldn't easily dismiss: the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is a creature of Native American folklore, described as a giant bird with a wingspan so vast it could create thunder with a flap of its wings and lightning with a blink of its eyes. Locals believe that sightings of the Thunderbird heralded powerful storms. While I enjoyed the stories, I never took them seriously until one fateful summer. I worked as a ranger in the Winema National Forest, a vast, dense expanse of trees, mountains, and lakes. The job was peaceful, a welcome escape from the noise of city life. That summer, unusual weather patterns started to occur: sudden thunderstorms, intense lightning, and heavy rain that seemed to come out of nowhere. One evening, after a particularly intense storm, I was patrolling a remote section of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of rain and pine, and the ground was slick with mud. I drove my Jeep along a narrow dirt road, checking for fallen trees and other hazards. As I rounded a bend, I saw something peculiar in the sky: a massive, dark shape silhouetted against the twilight. At first, I thought it was a low-flying plane, but as it drew closer, I realized it was a bird, an enormous bird. Its wingspan must have been at least 20 feet, and it moved with a grace and power that took my breath away. I pulled over and grabbed my binoculars, focusing on the creature as it soared above the treetops. Its feathers were dark and glossy, and its beak was sharp and hooked. It circled the area for a moment before disappearing into the clouds, leaving me in stunned silence. I radioed back to the ranger station, describing what I had seen. My colleagues were skeptical, teasing me about mistaking an eagle for a thunderbird. But I knew what I had seen was no ordinary bird. It was something extraordinary, something out of legend. The following days were filled with more strange weather: violent thunderstorms that seemed to come out of nowhere, lightning that split the sky, and rain that fell in sheets. Each time, I couldn't help but think of the Thunderbird and the possibility that it was somehow connected to the storms. Determined to find answers, I started researching local legends and talking to the Native American communities in the area. I met with an elder named Joseph, who told me stories passed down through generations about the Thunderbird. He spoke of its immense power, its ability to control the weather, and its role as a protector of the land. Joseph warned me that the Thunderbird was not to be trifled with, that it was a force of nature beyond human understanding. He advised me to respect its presence, and to be cautious in my search. Armed with this knowledge, I ventured deeper into the forest, hoping for another glimpse of the majestic creature. I set up a small campsite near a clearing that Joseph had mentioned, a place where the Thunderbird was said to appear during storms. That night, A storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling overhead, thunder rumbling in the distance. I sat by the campfire, the flames dancing in the wind, my eyes scanning the sky. The storm intensified, lightning illuminating the night, and then I saw a thunderbird, gliding effortlessly through the storm, its wings cutting through the air with a powerful grace. I stood in awe, feeling a profound sense of respect and humility. The thunderbird circled the clearing, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It let out a cry that echoed through the forest, a sound that was both terrifying and beautiful. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The storm raged around us, but I felt a strange calm, as if I were witnessing something sacred. The thunderbird hovered above me, its presence filling me with a sense of wonder and reverence. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the thunderbird flew off into the night, disappearing into the storm clouds. The rain began to fall gently, the thunder growing distant, and I was left standing in the clearing, my heart pounding with the realization that I had witnessed something extraordinary. I returned to the ranger station, my mind racing with thoughts and questions. I shared my experience with Joseph, who nodded knowingly. "The thunderbird has shown itself to you," he said. "It is a sign. Respect it, honor it, and it will protect you and the land." From that day on, I looked at the world with a new perspective. The thunderbird was more than just a legend, it was a reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world, the forces of nature that are beyond our control. I continued my work as a ranger, always mindful of the sky and the storms, always watching for the majestic wings of the thunderbird. And every time a storm rolled in, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and gratitude, knowing that somewhere out there, the thunderbird was soaring through the clouds, a guardian of the wild, a symbol of the power and beauty of nature. My name is Tom, and I've always been a skeptic when it comes to cryptids and mythical creatures. Growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I heard plenty of stories about Bigfoot, but it wasn't until I moved to the remote town of Klamath Falls in Oregon that I encountered a legend I couldn't easily dismiss: the thunderbird. The thunderbird is a creature of Native American folklore, described as a giant bird with a wingspan so vast it could create thunder with a flap of its wings and lightning with a blink of its eyes. Locals believe that sightings of the thunderbird heralded powerful storms. While I enjoyed the stories, I never took them seriously until one fateful summer. I worked as a ranger in the Winema National Forest, a vast, dense expanse of trees, mountains, and lakes. The job was peaceful, a welcome escape from the noise of city life. That summer, unusual weather patterns started to occur: sudden thunderstorms, intense lightning, and heavy rain that seemed to come out of nowhere. One evening, after a particularly intense storm, I was patrolling a remote section of the forest. The air was thick with the scent of rain and pine, and the ground was slick with mud. I drove my Jeep along a narrow dirt road, checking for fallen trees and other hazards. As I rounded a bend, I saw something peculiar in the sky: a massive, dark shape silhouetted against the twilight. At first, I thought it was a low-flying plane, but as it drew closer, I realized it was a bird, an enormous bird. Its wingspan must have been at least 20 feet, and it moved with a grace and power that took my breath away. I pulled over and grabbed my binoculars, focusing on the creature as it soared above the treetops. Its feathers were dark and glossy, and its beak was sharp and hooked. It circled the area for a moment before disappearing into the clouds, leaving me in stunned silence. I radioed back to the ranger station, describing what I had seen. My colleagues were skeptical, teasing me about mistaking an eagle for a thunderbird. But I knew what I had seen was no ordinary bird. It was something extraordinary, something out of legend. The following days were filled with more strange weather: violent thunderstorms that seemed to come out of nowhere, lightning that split the sky, and rain that fell in sheets. Each time, I couldn't help but think of the thunderbird and the possibility that it was somehow connected to the storms. Determined to find answers, I started researching local legends and talking to the Native American communities in the area. I met with an elder named Joseph, who told me stories passed down through generations about the Thunderbird. He spoke of its immense power, its ability to control the weather, and its role as a protector of the land. Joseph warned me that the Thunderbird was not to be trifled with, that it was a force of nature beyond human understanding. He advised me to respect its presence, and to be cautious in my search. Armed with this knowledge, I ventured deeper into the forest, hoping for another glimpse of the majestic creature. I set up a small campsite near a clearing that Joseph had mentioned, a place where the Thunderbird was said to appear during storms. That night, a storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling overhead, thunder rumbling in the distance. I sat by the campfire, the flames dancing in the wind, my eyes scanning the sky. The storm intensified, lightning illuminating the night, and then I saw a Thunderbird, gliding effortlessly through the storm, its wings cutting through the air with a powerful grace. I stood in awe, feeling a profound sense of respect and humility. The Thunderbird circled the clearing, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It let out a cry that echoed through the forest, a sound that was both terrifying and beautiful. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The storm raged around us, but I felt a strange calm, as if I were witnessing something sacred. The Thunderbird hovered above me, its presence filling me with a sense of wonder and reverence. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the Thunderbird flew off into the night, disappearing into the storm clouds. The rain began to fall gently, the thunder growing distant, and I was left standing in the clearing, my heart pounding with the realization that I had witnessed something extraordinary. I returned to the ranger station, my mind racing with thoughts and questions. I shared my experience with Joseph, who nodded knowingly. "The Thunderbird has shown itself to you," he said. "It is a sign. Respect it, honor it, and it will protect you and the land." From that day on, I looked at the world with a new perspective. The Thunderbird was more than just a legend, it was a reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our world, the forces of nature that are beyond our control. I continued my work as a ranger, always mindful of the sky and the storms, always watching for the majestic wings of the Thunderbird. And every time a storm rolled in, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and gratitude, knowing that somewhere out there, the Thunderbird was soaring through the clouds, a guardian of the wild, a symbol of the power and beauty of nature. My name is Claire, and I am an ecologist specializing in wetland habitats. I've spent my career traveling to some of the most remote and untamed places on Earth, studying the unique ecosystems and the creatures that inhabit them. My work has taken me to the swamps of the Australian outback, where I encountered a legend that still haunts my dreams, the bunyip. The bunyip is a creature of Aboriginal Australian folklore, described as a monstrous beast lurking in the swamps and billabongs, with a fearsome roar and an insatiable appetite for those who dare to trespass into its domain. Despite the numerous sightings and the tales passed down through generations, many consider the bunyip to be nothing more than a myth. But my encounter with the creature made me believe otherwise. It was the summer of 2018 when I was invited to join a research team, studying the unique flora and fauna of the Coorong wetlands in South Australia. Our team consisted of biologists, botanists, and a few local guides who knew the area well. The Coorong is a place of stunning beauty and harsh wilderness, where the line between reality and legend often blurs. Our base camp was set up near the edge of a large billabong, a seemingly serene body of water surrounded by dense reeds and ancient gum trees. The locals spoke in hushed tones about the bunyip, warning us to be cautious and respectful of the swamp's secrets. We listened politely, but dismissed the stories as mere folklore. One night, as we sat around the campfire, our guide, an elder named Wayan, shared his own encounter with the bunyip. He described it as a creature with the body of a crocodile, the head of a dog, and eyes that glowed like embers in the dark. His account was so vivid and sincere that it sent chills down my spine, even though I struggled to believe it. The following days were spent collecting samples and observing wildlife. The Kurong was alive with activity, flocks of birds, darting fish, and the occasional splash of a kangaroo taking a drink from the billabong. But as the sun set each evening, a sense of unease settled over our camp. The nights were filled with strange sounds, unidentifiable cries, and eerie splashes that seemed to come from the depths of the swamp. One particularly humid night, as a thick fog rolled in, I decided to take a walk along the edge of the billabong. Armed with a flashlight and my notebook, I ventured into the mist. Drawn by a mix of curiosity and the desire to prove that the bunyip was nothing more than a myth. The fog was so dense that it felt like walking through a dream. The only sounds were the croaking of frogs and the distant call of a bird. As I approached a small clearing, I heard a low, guttural growl. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The growl grew louder, and I realized it was coming from the water. Slowly, raised my flashlight and pointed it towards the billabong. The beam of light cut through the fog, illuminating the surface of the water. At first, I saw nothing but ripples. But then, something massive broke the surface, a dark shape with glowing eyes and a long, sinuous body. It was the bunyip. The creature stared at me with those fiery eyes, and I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. It let out a roar that echoed through the night, a sound so powerful it seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and falling into the mud. For a moment, I lay there, paralyzed with fear. The bunyip began to move towards the shore, its massive form emerging from the water. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not daring to look back. The fog swallowed me up as I sprinted back to camp, my mind racing with disbelief and terror. When I burst into the clearing, gasping for breath, my colleagues gathered around me, their faces etched with concern. I tried to explain what I had seen, but my words came out in a jumbled mess. Wayan stepped forward, his expression grave but understanding. "You have seen the bunyip," he said quietly. "It is a guardian of the swamp. We must respect its territory and its secrets." We decided to relocate our camp to a safer area, away from the billabong. The research continued, but the atmosphere had changed. We were more cautious, more aware of the ancient forces that seemed to watch over the wetlands. My encounter with the bunyip left a lasting impression on me. It reminded me that there are still mysteries in this world, creatures that defy explanation and understanding. Whether the bunyip is a relic of a bygone era, a misidentified animal, or something entirely otherworldly, I cannot say. But I know what I saw, and it has forever altered my perception of the natural world. To this day, I carry the memory of that night with me, a reminder that legends often have roots in reality. And that respect for nature and its mysteries is not just wise, but necessary. The bunyip, with its fearsome roar and glowing eyes, remains a guardian of the My name is Jake, and I grew up in the small town of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. It's a quiet place where everyone knows each other, and life moves at a slow, predictable pace. But Elkhorn has a dark side, a legend that has haunted the town for decades: the Beast of Bray Road. The stories describe a werewolf-like creature that prowls the outskirts of town, especially along Bray Road. Sightings have been reported since the 1930s, and the tales have only grown more chilling over the years. I was always skeptical about the beast. As a teenager, I would laugh off the stories, thinking they were just meant to scare kids or entertain bored locals. That was until one night in late October, when I had my own encounter with the legendary creature. I was 22 and home from college for the weekend. My best friend, Mike, and I decided to drive around town, reminiscing about old times and looking for a bit of adventure. As we drove, our conversation turned to the Beast of Bray Road. Mike was a firm believer, swearing he'd seen something strange near the old quarry a few years back. "Come on, Jake," Mike said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Let's go check out Bray Road, just for fun." I rolled my eyes, but agreed. We had nothing better to do, and a little thrill-seeking sounded entertaining. We drove out to Bray Road, the headlights of Mike's truck cutting through the darkness. The road was narrow and surrounded by dense woods, with only the occasional farmhouse breaking the monotony. We drove slowly, windows down, listening to the sounds of the night. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the distant call of an owl. For a while, nothing happened, and I was about to suggest heading back when Mike suddenly slammed on the brakes. "Did you see that?" he whispered, pointing towards a field on our right. I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, just shadows and moonlight. But then, saw a large, dark figure moving slowly along the edge of the woods. It was too big to be a deer or a coyote. It moved with a strange, lopping gait, its body hunched over and covered in thick fur. "Holy shit," I muttered, my heart pounding. "Is that the beast?" Mike said, his voice barely above a whisper. We watched in stunned silence as the creature moved closer to the road. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, yellow light, reflecting the headlights. It stopped and turned to look directly at us, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The creature's face was a horrifying mix of human and wolf, with sharp teeth bared in a snarl. Mike fumbled for his phone, trying to get a picture, but the beast let out a low, menacing growl that seemed to reverberate through the truck. Without thinking, I reached over and slapped the phone out of his hand. "Don't," I said, my voice trembling. "We need to get out of here, now." Mike nodded, his face pale, and he hit the gas. The truck sped down Bray Road, leaving the beast behind. We didn't stop until we were back in town, pulling into the parking lot of a 24-hour diner. We sat there for a moment, trying to catch our breath and process what we had just seen. "Do you think anyone will believe us?" Mike asked, breaking the silence. I shook my head. "Probably not, but we know what we saw." The encounter left us both shaken. We decided to keep it to ourselves, not wanting to be the subject of ridicule. But the memory of the beast stayed with me, haunting my dreams and making me question everything I thought I knew about the world. A few weeks later, I did some research on the beast of Bray Road, hoping to find some rational explanation. I learned that sightings of the creature dated back to the 1930s, with people describing a werewolf-like beast that roamed the outskirts of Elkhorn. Some believed it was a misidentified animal, while others thought it was a supernatural entity, a guardian of the land, or a spirit of vengeance. The stories varied, but one thing was clear: those who had seen the beast were never the same. Some moved away, unable to cope with the fear and the memories. Others became obsessed, spending their lives searching for answers. I tried to put the encounter behind me, but it was impossible to forget the yellow eyes, the growl, and the sense of being watched. Years passed, and I moved on with my life. I finished college, got a job, and started a family. But the beast of Bray Road was always in the back of my mind, a shadow lurking in the corners of my thoughts. Occasionally, I would hear stories of new sightings, but I kept my distance, not wanting to revisit that terrifying night. Then, one summer, received a call from Mike. He was back in Elkhorn and wanted to catch up. We met at the same diner where we had stopped that fateful night, now a little older and hopefully a little wiser. As we talked, the subject inevitably turned to the beast. Mike confessed that he had never stopped thinking about it, that it had become a sort of obsession for him. He wanted to go back to Bray Road, to see if the creature was still out there. "Are you crazy?" I asked, my stomach tightening at the thought. "We barely got out of there last time." "I know," Mike said, his eyes serious. "But I need to know, Jake. I need closure." Against my better judgment, I agreed to go with him. Maybe it was the old thrill-seeker in me, or maybe I just wanted to face my fears. We waited until nightfall and drove out to Bray Road once more. The road looked the same as it had all those years ago, dark and foreboding. We parked the truck and stepped out, the cool night air wrapping around us. For a long time, we stood in silence, listening to the sounds of the night. Suddenly, we heard a low growl coming from the woods. My heart raced, but I forced myself to stay calm. We had come here for a reason, and I wasn't about to back out now. The growl grew louder, and then we saw a beast of Bray Road emerging from the shadows. It was just as terrifying as I remembered, its yellow eyes glowing with an unnatural light. But this time, something was different. It didn't snarl or growl, it simply watched us, its eyes filled with a strange, almost human intelligence. For a moment, we stood, man and beast, locked in a silent standoff. Then, the beast turned and disappeared into the woods, leaving us standing in stunned silence. We never spoke of that night again. We had found our closure, but it came with a prissy reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. The Beast of Bray Road remains a legend, a dark shadow lurking in the outskirts of Elkhorn, a testament to the unknown and the power of fear. And as I lay awake at night, I can't help but wonder if the beast is still out there, watching and waiting, a guardian of the darkness, a reminder that some legends are rooted in a terrifying reality. My name is Ethan, and I've always been fascinated by storms. Growing up in a small town in the Pacific Northwest, I spent countless hours watching the sky, mesmerized by the power and beauty of nature's fury. I became a meteorologist, dedicating my life to studying weather patterns and chasing storms. But nothing in my career prepared me for the encounter that changed everything: Thunderbird. The legend of the Thunderbird is well known among Native American tribes of the Pacific Northwest. They describe it as a massive bird, with wings so large they create thunder when they flap, and eyes that shoot lightning. While many dismiss it as myth, there have been numerous sightings throughout history, often coinciding with severe storms. It was the spring of 2020, and I was working for a local news station, tracking a series of unusual storms that were moving through the region. The storms were unlike anything I had seen: beferentence lightning, deafening thunder, and winds powerful enough to uproot trees. Reports were coming in of strange sightings and mysterious lights in the sky. My colleague, Sarah, and I decided to investigate further. We drove out to a remote area near Mount Rainier, where the storm activity seemed to be the most intense. The sky was dark and foreboding, clouds swirling ominously above us. As we set up our equipment, the first drops of rain began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. We huddled under a makeshift shelter, watching the storm unfold. The lightning was almost constant, illuminating the landscape in eerie flashes. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and the air grew thick with electricity. It was then that we saw a massive shadow moving through the clouds, its wings creating a deafening clap of thunder. I grabbed my camera and started filming, my hands shaking with excitement and fear. The shadow grew closer, and as a bolt of lightning lit up the sky, we saw it clearly for the first time: a bird of impossible size. Its wings spanning the horizon, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Sarah gasped, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The Thunderbird let out a piercing cry, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very ground beneath us. It swooped down, its massive wings stirring up a whirlwind of rain and debris. For a moment, it hovered above us, and I could see the intricate patterns on its feathers, each one crackling with electricity. Just as quickly as it appeared, the Thunderbird vanished into the storm, leaving us standing in stunned silence. We reviewed the footage, our hearts pounding with the realization of what we had just witnessed. The video was blurry and chaotic, but there was no mistaking the massive bird that had flown over us. We packed up our gear and headed back to the news station, eager to share our findings. The reaction was mixed. Some were amazed, while others were skeptical, dismissing it as a trick of the light or a figment of our imaginations. But Sarah and I knew what we had seen, and we were determined to uncover the truth. Over the next few weeks, we interviewed locals who claimed to have seen the Thunderbird. Their stories were strikingly similar: encounters with the giant bird during severe storms, its presence heralded by thunder and lightning. Each account added weight to our own experience, convincing us that the Thunderbird was real. We continued our research, delving into historical records and ancient legends. We learned that the Thunderbird was considered a powerful and benevolent spirit, a guardian of the natural world. The Native American tribes believed it brought rain and controlled the storms, a symbol of strength and resilience. Our investigation led us to an elder named Naya, a respected storyteller and keeper of traditions. She welcomed us into her home and listened patiently as we recounted our encounter. When we finished, she nodded thoughtfully. "The Thunderbird is a sacred being," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "It appears to those who need to be reminded of the power and beauty of nature. It is not something to be feared, but respected." Her words resonated with me. The Thunderbird was not just a creature of legend, but a symbol of the awe-inspiring forces of nature that we, as humans, often take for granted. It reminded me of the importance of respecting the environment and the delicate balance that sustains life. As we left Naya's home, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. Our encounter with the Thunderbird had changed me, deepening my appreciation for the natural world and the mysteries it holds. I returned to my work with a new perspective, using my platform to raise awareness about environmental issues and the importance of conservation. Months passed, and the memory of that stormy night remained vivid. Sarah and I continued to chase storms, but we never saw the Thunderbird again. Its absence only heightened its mystique, leaving us to wonder if we had been chosen for a reason, to bear witness to something extraordinary. One summer evening, while reviewing old footage, I received a call from Sarah. She sounded excited, urging me to turn on the news. I switched on the TV and saw a live report from a nearby town, where a severe storm had just passed. The reporter was interviewing a group of children who claimed to have seen a giant bird with wings that created thunder. I smiled, knowing that the legend of the Thunderbird lived on. It was a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than solved. That the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. And as long as there are storms and those who seek the truth, the Thunderbird will soar through the skies. A guardian of the natural world and a symbol of its untamed beauty. My name is Emily, and I've always been drawn to the wild, untamed landscapes of Australia. As a wildlife photographer, I've spent countless hours exploring its vast outback, dense forests, and mysterious swamps. But it was during a trip to the wetlands of southern Australia that I encountered something that would haunt my dreams for years: the bunyip. The bunyip is a creature from Aboriginal Australian folklore, described as a fearsome, water-dwelling beast that lurks in swamps, billabongs, and rivers. The stories varied, with some depicting it as a monstrous amphibian with long fangs and a terrifying roar, while others described it as a creature with a dog-like face, flippers, and tusks. Despite the differences, one thing was certain: the bunyip was not something to be trifled with. I first heard about the bunyip when I was a child. My grandfather, a proud Aboriginal man, would tell me stories around the campfire, warning me to stay away from the swamps at night. As I grew older, I dismissed these tales as mere legends, the product of overactive imaginations and cultural myths. But that all changed during my expedition to the Coorong, a remote and pristine wetland area teeming with wildlife. I had been commissioned to photograph the diverse bird species that inhabited the Coorong, and I was excited about the opportunity. I set up my camp near the water's edge, surrounded by the calls of birds and the rustle of reeds. The landscape was beautiful and serene, but there was an underlying sense of foreboding, as if the land itself was watching me. The first few days were uneventful. I captured stunning images of pelicans, black swans, and a variety of wading birds. But as the sun set on the fourth day, I began to feel a growing sense of unease. The air grew heavy, and the sounds of the swamp seemed to change, becoming more urgent and frantic. That night, as I sat by the campfire, I heard a low, guttural growl coming from the water. My heart raced as I grabbed my flashlight and shone it towards the sound. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing a pair of glowing eyes just above the surface of the water. They were large and unblinking, fixed directly on me. I froze, unable to tear my eyes away. The creature slowly emerged from the water, its massive form rising to stand on the muddy bank. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, part amphibian, part mammal, with slick, dark skin that glistened in the firelight. It had a broad, flat head, with long, curving tusks and a mouth full of sharp teeth. The bunyip let out a roar that shook the ground beneath me, a sound so primal and terrifying that I could feel it in my bones. I stumbled back, my flashlight falling from my hand. The creature advanced, its powerful limbs moving with a surprising grace. It stopped just a few feet from me, its eyes boring into mine. For a moment, we were locked in a silent standoff. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the bunyip turned and slipped back into the water, disappearing beneath the surface without a trace. I stood there, trembling, trying to process what had just happened. The next morning, I packed up my camp and headed back to the nearest town. I told my story to anyone who would listen, but most people dismissed it as a hallucination or a trick of the light. Only the elders of the local Aboriginal community believed me, nodding knowingly and telling me that I had been blessed to see the bunyip and live to tell the tale. Despite their reassurances, the encounter left me deeply unsettled. I couldn't shake the image of those glowing eyes or the sound of that bone-chilling roar. I tried to focus on my work, but my mind kept drifting back to that night in the Coorong. In an effort to find some closure, I decided to return to the wetlands. I contacted Dr. Andrew Foster, a renowned cryptozoologist who had spent years studying the legends of the bunyip. He agreed to join me on another expedition, eager to see if we could find any evidence of the creature's existence. We set up camp in the same spot where I had my encounter, and Dr. Foster brought an array of equipment, motion-activated cameras, underwater microphones, and thermal imaging devices. We spent days exploring the area, documenting the wildlife, and setting up our gear. On the fifth night, we finally got our break. Just after midnight, the motion-activated cameras caught something large moving through the water. We watched the footage in awe as a massive, shadowy figure emerged onto the bank. It was the bunyip, captured on film for the first time. Dr. Foster was ecstatic, but our excitement quickly turned to fear as we heard the same low growl I had heard months before. We stepped out of the tent, flashlights in hand, and saw the creature standing at the water's edge, watching us. This time, however, we were prepared. Dr. Foster calmly spoke to the bunyip, his voice steady and respectful. He explained that we were there to learn and to document, not to harm. To our amazement, the bunyip seemed to understand. It watched us for a few moments before turning and disappearing back into the swamp. The encounter was surreal, but it confirmed what I had known all along: bunyip was real. Over the next few weeks, we gathered more footage and data, piecing together the first comprehensive study of the creature. Our findings were published in scientific journals, sparking both excitement and controversy. Many scientists were skeptical, but the evidence was undeniable. The bunyip had finally stepped out of the realm of legend and into the light of scientific inquiry. My encounter with the creature had not only changed my life, but had also opened a new chapter in the study of cryptozoology. I continued my work as a wildlife photographer, but my focus shifted. I became an advocate for the protection of the wetlands and the mysterious creatures that called them home. The bunyip taught me that the world is full of wonders, and that sometimes the most extraordinary discoveries come from the places we least expect. To this day, the memory of that night in the Coorong remains vivid. The bunyip, the guardian of the swamp, is a reminder of the beauty and mystery of the natural world. And as long as there are those willing to look beyond the surface, the secrets of the wild will continue to reveal themselves, one legend at a time. My name is Daniel, and I've spent the last decade exploring the dense jungles of Southeast Asia as a wildlife biologist. My work took me to some of the most remote and untouched regions of the world, where I studied the diverse ecosystems and the creatures that inhabited them. But there was one encounter that stood out above all others, an encounter that left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the natural world. It was the night I came face to face with the ahul. The ahul is a cryptid from Indonesian folklore, described as a giant bat or flying primate, with an enormous wingspan and a distinctive, haunting call that sounds like a hool. The stories told of a creature that swooped down from the treetops to snatch its prey, its presence heralded by that eerie cry. Like many cryptids, the ahul was dismissed by mainstream science as myth, but I had always been intrigued by the tales. It was the summer of 2019, and I was deep in the rainforests of Java, working on a project to document the region's nocturnal wildlife. I was accompanied by my assistant, Arif, a local guide with an extensive knowledge of the area's flora and fauna. Our camp was set up near the banks of a secluded river, surrounded by towering trees and thick underbrush. The jungle was alive with the sounds of insects, frogs, and the occasional distant call of a bird. On the third night of our expedition, we decided to venture deeper into the forest to set up motion-activated cameras. The air was thick with humidity, and the canopy above us created a near-total darkness, only broken by the beams of our flashlights. We moved cautiously, aware of the many dangers that lurked in the jungle. As we set up the last camera, Arif froze, his hand shooting up in a signal to be silent. I strained to listen, and heard a distant, echoing call that sent a shiver down my spine. Ahul, ahul. It was unlike any animal sound I had ever heard, both mournful and menacing. Arif whispered, "It's the ahul. We need to be careful." I nodded, my heart pounding with a mix of excitement and fear. We finished setting up the camera and began making our way back to camp, moving as quietly as possible. The jungle seemed to close in around us, the trees casting long, twisting shadows in the moonlight. Suddenly, the call came again, much closer this time. Ahul. I swung my flashlight towards the sound and caught a glimpse of something massive moving through the trees. The beam of light reflected off a pair of large, glowing eyes, and I saw the outline of enormous wings. Before I could react, the creature swooped down, passing just overhead with a rush of wind. It let out another cry, the sound reverberating through the jungle. I fell to the ground, scrambling to get my camera out, while Arif stood frozen, his face pale with fear. The ahul landed on a nearby tree branch, its wings partially spread. It was an awe-inspiring sight, about the size of a man, with leathery wings that spanned nearly 10 feet. Its body was covered in dark, matted fur, and its face was a strange mix of bat and primate, with sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to study us. I raised my camera, my hands shaking, and managed to snap a few pictures. The flash startled the ahul, and it let out another cry, taking to the air in a powerful leap. We watched as it disappeared into the darkness, its calls fading into the distance. Back at camp, we reviewed the footage and the photos. They were grainy and blurred, but there was no mistaking the outline of the ahul. Arif and I knew we had witnessed something extraordinary, something that defied explanation. The next day, we shared our experience with the rest of the team. Some were skeptical, but others, especially the locals, nodded in understanding. The ahul was a part of their heritage, a creature of legend that lived in the shadowy depths of the jungle. Determined to learn more, we spent the next few weeks interviewing villagers and elders, collecting stories and accounts of ahul sightings. The tales were consistent: a large, bat-like creature with a haunting call, seen mostly at night near rivers and dense forested areas. One evening, an elder named Pak Wayan invited us to his home. He had lived in the area his entire life, and was a respected figure in the community. He listened to our story with a thoughtful expression, then began to speak. "The ahul is an ancient being," he said. "It has lived in these forests long before humans came. It is a guardian, a spirit of the jungle. It only shows itself to those who respect the land and its creatures. His words resonated with me. The Ahul was not just an animal. It was a symbol of the jungle's untamed and mysterious nature. It reminded me of the delicate balance that existed in the wild, a balance that we, as humans, often disrupted. Our encounter with the Ahul changed the course of our expedition. We shifted our focus to conservation, working with local communities to protect the fragile ecosystems of the jungle. The footage and photos we had captured sparked interest and support from conservation groups worldwide, and our project gained new momentum. As the months passed, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. The Ahul's call still echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of the encounter that had altered my perspective on the natural world. I continued my work, driven by the knowledge that there were still mysteries out there, waiting to be discovered. Years later, I returned to Java, this time as part of a larger conservation effort. The jungle had changed, but it still held its secrets. I often found myself wandering the same paths, hoping for another glimpse of the Ahul. While I never saw the creature again, its presence was always felt, a silent guardian of the night. The Ahul taught me to respect and cherish the wild places of the world. It showed me that some legends are rooted in truth, and that the natural world is full of wonders beyond our understanding. As I continue my journey as a biologist and conservationist, I carry the memory of the Ahul with me, a symbol of the beauty and mystery that lies in the heart of the jungle. My name is Rachel, and I've always been captivated by the unexplained. As an investigative journalist, I've chased down countless stories of the strange and mysterious. My work has taken me to abandoned buildings, desolate highways, and deep forests. But none of those experiences prepared me for what I found in Loveland, Ohio. It was there that I came face to face with the legendary Frogman. The legend of the Loveland Frogman dates back to the 1950s. Described as a humanoid frog about 4 feet tall, with leathery skin and a frog-like face. The creature had been spotted by locals near the Little Miami River. Over the years, there were sporadic sightings, each one adding to the mystique of the Frogman. Most people dismissed the stories as hoaxes or misidentifications, but there were those who believed. In the summer of 2021, I received a tip about a recent sighting. A couple claimed to have seen the Frogman near the river, close to an old bridge on the outskirts of town. Intrigued, I packed my gear and headed to Loveland, determined to uncover the truth behind the legend. I arrived in Loveland on a hot, humid afternoon. The town had a quaint charm, with its historic buildings and friendly locals. I checked into a small motel and spent the rest of the day talking to residents, gathering information about the Frogman. Most people were skeptical, but a few shared eerie stories of strange encounters and unexplained noises at night. The next morning, met up with the couple who had reported the sighting. Mark and Linda were in their late 40s, both longtime residents of Loveland. They seemed genuine and down-to-earth, not the type to make up wild tales. We were walking our dog by the river when we saw it, Mark explained. It was dusk, and we noticed something moving near the water. At first, we thought it was a large frog, but then it stood up on 2 legs and looked right at us. Linda nodded, her eyes wide with the memory. It was like nothing I've ever seen. It had big, glowing eyes and the strange, leathery skin. It just stared at us for a few seconds, then jumped into the river and disappeared. Their description matched the accounts I had read. I asked if they would show me the spot where they had seen the Frogman, and they agreed. We drove out to the old bridge, a secluded area surrounded by dense woods. The Little Miami River flowed lazily below, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. As we walked along the riverbank, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The air was thick with humidity, and the sounds of birds and insects filled the air. Mark pointed to a patch of muddy ground near the water's edge. "This is where it happened," he said. "We were standing right here." I examined the ground, looking for any signs of disturbance. There were no obvious footprints, but the area was damp and muddy, making it difficult to tell. I decided to set up a few motion-activated cameras around the site, hoping to capture any movement during the night. As the sun began to set, Mark and Linda headed back to town, leaving me alone by the river. I had brought a small tent and some supplies, planning to camp out and keep watch. The night air was cooler, and a thick mist began to rise from the water, adding an eerie quality to the scene. I settled in, my camera at the ready, and waited. Hours passed, and the forest around me grew quiet. The only sound was the gentle flow of the river. I was beginning to think the night would pass uneventfully when I heard a splash. There, emerging from the water, was a figure. It stood upright, its eyes glowing faintly in the moonlight. The creature was about 4 feet tall, with long, slender limbs and skin that glistened with moisture. It looked exactly like the descriptions of the frogman. I raised my camera, trying to steady my hands, and snapped several photos. The frogman turned its head towards me, its eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, we were frozen, staring at each other. Then, with a powerful leap, it dived back into the river, disappearing beneath the surface. I sat there, breathless, trying to process what I had just witnessed. The photos were blurry, but there was no mistaking the shape of the creature. I knew I had captured something extraordinary. The next day, I reviewed the footage from the motion-activated cameras. Most of it showed nothing but the empty riverbank, but one camera had recorded a brief glimpse of the frogman as it moved through the trees. It wasn't definitive proof, but it was enough to convince me that the legend was real. I spent the next few weeks in Loveland, digging deeper into the history of the frogman. I interviewed more locals, some of whom had their own strange encounters to share. I visited the local library, poring over old newspapers and records. The more I learned, the more I became convinced that the frogman was not just a legend, but a real, living creature. One evening, I met with a retired police officer named Jack, who claimed to have seen the frogman back in the 1970s. He had been patrolling the area near the river when he saw the creature standing in the road, illuminated by his headlights. "I never told anyone about it," Jack said, sipping his coffee. "People would be thought I was crazy. But I know what I saw. That thing was real." Jack's story added another layer to the mystery. I began to wonder if the frogman was some kind of undiscovered species, a creature that had managed to remain hidden in the remote areas around Loveland. I contacted a few experts in cryptozoology who were intrigued by my findings and offered their insights. Despite the skepticism from some quarters, my story gained traction. I published a series of articles detailing my investigation, complete with the photos and footage I had gathered. The response was overwhelming, with readers fascinated by the possibility of a real-life frogman. As my time in Loveland came to an end, I felt a sense of fulfillment. I had come seeking answers, and found more than I had ever expected. The frogman remained an enigma, but I knew that my work had brought it into the light, giving people a glimpse of the unknown. Years later, I still think about that night by the river. The encounter with the frogman changed me, deepening my belief in the mysteries that still exist in our world. I continue to chase stories of the unexplained, always hoping for another moment like the one I experienced in Loveland. The frogman remains a symbol of the wonder and mystery of nature, a reminder that there are still secrets waiting to be discovered. And as long as there are those who seek the truth, the legends will live on, inspiring new generations to explore the unknown. My name is Thomas, and I've always been a skeptic. As a history professor at a small college in Suffolk, England, my world revolves around facts, evidence, and rational explanations. I never gave much credence to folklore or ghost stories until I had my own encounter with the legendary Black Shuck. The Black Shuck is a spectral black dog said to haunt the coastal regions of East Anglia. Descriptions vary, but it is typically depicted as a large, shaggy dog with glowing red or green eyes. Tales of its appearance date back to the 16th century, with the creature often seen as a harbinger of death. Most people dismiss these stories as mere superstition, but some locals swore by them. It was a chilly autumn evening in 2022, when I found myself in Blithburg, a small village known for its ancient church and ties to the Black Shuck legend. I was there to give a lecture on the region's history, particularly focusing on the infamous event of 1577, when the Black Shuck supposedly burst into the Holy Trinity Church during a thunderstorm, killing several people and leaving scorch marks that can still be seen today. After the lecture, I was approached by an elderly man named Harold. He had lived in Blithburg his entire life, and had a wealth of stories about the area's folklore. "You know, Professor," he said, his voice tinged with a Norfolk accent, "many people here have seen the Black Shuck. It's not just a story to us." I smiled politely, used to such claims. "I'm sure there are many interesting tales. Folklore often has a way of enduring through the ages." Harold shook his head, his expression serious. "It's more than just tales. I saw it myself, many years ago. If you're interested, I could show you where." Curiosity got the better of me, and I agreed to meet him the next evening. As the sun set, we set out for the nearby heath, a desolate area known for its wild beauty and eerie atmosphere. The sky was overcast, and a thick mist began to roll in, giving the landscape an otherworldly feel. We walked in silence, the only sounds being the crunch of our footsteps on the gravel path and the distant hoot of an owl. Harold led me to a spot near an old, gnarled oak tree, its branches twisted and bare. "This is where I saw it," he said, pointing to a patch of ground covered in thick brambles. "It was a night much like this one. The mist was heavy, and the air felt different. I looked around, half expecting to see a ghostly dog emerge from the fog. But there was nothing, just the quiet of the night." I turned to Harold, about to make a light-hearted comment, when I saw the look on his face. His eyes were wide, staring at something behind me. I spun around, and my heart nearly stopped. There, emerging from the mist, was a massive black dog. Its fur was matted and dark, blending seamlessly with the shadows. But the most terrifying part was its eyes glowing a fierce, unnatural red. For a moment, I was paralyzed with fear. The creature stared at us, its eyes burning with an intensity that seemed to pierce my very soul. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into the mist, leaving behind an eerie silence. Harold and I stood there, stunned. Neither of us spoke for several minutes, the reality of what we had seen slowly sinking in. Eventually, we made our way back to the village, our minds racing with 1,000 questions. The encounter left me shaken. I couldn't deny what I had seen, but it defied all rational explanation. I spent the next few weeks delving into the history of the Black Shuck, poring over old records and interviewing locals who had their own stories to tell. One particularly chilling account came from Margaret, a middle-aged woman, who claimed to have seen the Black Shuck near the ruins of an old abbey. "I was walking my dog when I saw it," she said. "At first, I thought it was just a stray, but then I saw its eyes. They were like burning coals. My dog started barking like mad, and the creature just stood there, staring at us. Then it vanished, just like that." Another account came from a fisherman named Peter, who had seen the Black Shuck while out on his boat. "It was a stormy night, and I was trying to get back to shore. I saw it standing on the cliff, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me even from that distance. It's something I'll never forget." The more I learned, the more I became convinced that the Black Shuck was more than just a legend. It was a part of the region's history, a spectral guardian that roamed the land, its presence both feared and respected. One evening, decided to return to the heath alone, determined to uncover the truth. Armed with a camera and a voice recorder, I set out just as the sun was beginning to set. The mist was thick that night, and the air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I reached the old oak tree and waited, my senses on high alert. Hours passed, and I began to think that the night would pass uneventfully. Then, just as I was about to pack up, I heard a low, rumbling growl that sent chills down my spine. I turned, and there it was, standing just a few feet away. The black shuck. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, and its fur seemed to absorb the light around it. I raised my camera, my hands shaking, and snapped several photos. The creature didn't move, its gaze fixed on me. "Why are you here?" I whispered, more to myself than to the spectral hound. To my astonishment, the growl subsided, and the black shuck tilted its head, as if considering my question. Then, with a final, piercing stare, it vanished into the mist. I stood there, trembling, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The photos I had taken were blurry, but they clearly showed the outline of the creature. I had captured proof of the black shuck, but it only raised more questions than answers. In the days that followed, I shared my findings with colleagues and friends. Reactions were mixed, with some intrigued and others dismissive. But for me, the encounter had changed everything. It had opened my mind to the possibility that not everything could be explained by science and reason. I continued my research, delving deeper into the folklore and history of East Anglia. The black shuck became a focal point of my studies, a symbol of the mysterious and unexplained. I traveled to other parts of the region, collecting stories and sightings, each one adding to the rich tapestry of the legend. Years later, the memory of that night still haunts me. The black shuck remains an enigma, spectral guardian that roams the land. Its presence a reminder of the thin veil between the known and the unknown. As a historian, I continue to seek answers, but I've come to accept that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The black shuck taught me to embrace the unknown, to respect the power of legend and folklore. It reminded me that history is not just a collection of dates and facts, but a living, breathing entity shaped by the stories we tell. And as long as the legend of the black shuck endures, so too will the mystery and wonder that it inspires. My name is Rachel, and I've always been drawn to the wild, untamed beauty of the northern forests. As a wildlife biologist, my work often takes me to remote and isolated places, where the only sounds are the whispers of the wind and the calls of distant animals. It was during one of these field expeditions that I encountered something that defied all logic and reassumed the Wendigo. The legend of the Wendigo originates from Algonquian folklore, describing a malevolent spirit or creature associated with cannibalism, winter, and starvation. It is said to possess humans, driving them to commit unspeakable acts. Those who have seen it describe a gaunt, emaciated figure, with sunken eyes and sharp teeth, a monstrous reflection of insatiable hunger. In the winter of 2019, I was part of a research team studying the effects of climate change on the boreal forest in northern Canada. We had set up a base camp near a small, isolated village called Pine Creek, where the locals were friendly but reserved. They spoke in hushed tones about the harsh winters and the spirits that roamed the forest. One evening, after a long day of data collection, I was invited to join the villagers for a traditional feast. As we sat around the fire, sharing stories and laughter, I noticed an old man, his face lined with age and wisdom, watching me intently. He introduced himself as Joseph, the village elder, and he had a story to tell. "You're not from here," he began, his voice low and gravelly. "But you should know the land you're on. There are things in these woods that you must respect, spirits that have been here long before us." Intrigued, I listened as Joseph recounted the legend of the Wendigo. His tale was chilling, filled with warnings about the creature's insatiable hunger and its ability to possess those who ventured too far into the wilderness. Many years ago, during a particularly harsh winter, a group of hunters from this village went missing, he said, his eyes reflecting the firelight. When they were found, only one man was left, and he was changed. He spoke of a monstrous figure that had driven him to madness, to cannibalism. He had become the Wendigo. The story left a deep impression on me, but I dismissed it as folklore. A cautionary tale to keep people from wandering too far into the dangerous wilderness. Little did I know, I was about to experience the legend firsthand. A few days later, I set out alone to check some remote monitoring stations deep in the forest. The weather had turned colder, and a heavy snowstorm was brewing on the horizon. I packed enough supplies for a couple of days and set off early in the morning, hoping to return before the worst of the storm hit. As I made my way through the dense forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches heavy with snow. Every now and then, I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. But whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. By late afternoon, the storm had arrived, and visibility was quickly deteriorating. I decided to make camp for the night in a small clearing, setting up my tent and building a fire to keep warm. The wind howled through the trees, and the temperature continued to drop. As the night wore on, the sense of unease grew stronger. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a strange noisy, eerie, high-pitched wail that seemed to come from all directions. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the tent, scanning the darkness. The snow was falling heavily now, and the wind whipped through the trees, carrying the sound with it. Then I saw a tall, emaciated figure standing at the edge of the clearing. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. It was the Wendigo, just as Joseph had described. Paralyzed with fear, I could only watch as the creature slowly approached, its gaunt form moving with an unnatural grace. It stopped a few feet away from me, its eyes locking onto mine. In that moment, I felt a wave of hunger and despair wash over me, a darkness that seemed to seep into my very soul. Summoning all my courage, I turned and ran, stumbling through the deep snow. The Wendigo's wail followed me, a haunting cry that seemed to pierce the night. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my base camp, collapsing in exhaustion and terror. The next morning, I told my colleagues what had happened. They were skeptical, attributing my experience to stress and the harsh conditions. But I knew what I had seen. The Wendigo was real, and it was out there, lurking in the depths of the forest. Over the following weeks, strange occurrences continued. We found mutilated animals near our camp, their bodies eerily similar to the descriptions in Joseph's story. The villagers became increasingly uneasy, their whispers growing more urgent. Some even packed up and left, unwilling to risk another encounter with the malevolent spirit. Determined to find answers, I sought out Joseph again. He listened to my account with a grave expression, nodding slowly. "The Wendigo feeds on fear and desperation," he said. "It preys on those who are lost, both physically and spiritually. You must find a way to confront it, to break its hold." With Joseph's guidance, I prepared for another journey into the forest. This time, I carried not just my scientific equipment, but also items of spiritual significance, blessed by the village shaman, and a small talisman for protection. As I ventured deeper into the woods, I felt the weight of the Wendigo's presence, an oppressive force that seemed to sap my strength and resolve. The storm had subsided, but the air was still frigid, and the silence was deafening. Near the place where I had first encountered the creature, I made a small fire and began a purification ritual, burning the sage and reciting the prayers Joseph had taught me. The smoke curled into the cold air, and I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. Suddenly, the Wendigo appeared, its gaunt form emerging from the shadows. Its eyes burned with a malevolent hunger, and its wail cut through the night. But this time, I was ready. Holding the talisman tightly, I stepped forward, meeting its gaze. "You have no power over me," I said, my voice steady. "I am not lost. I am not afraid." The Wendigo recoiled, its form flickering like a shadow in the firelight. With each word, I felt its hold weakening, the darkness retreating. Finally, with a final, piercing wail, the creature vanished into the night, leaving only the silence and the cold. Exhausted but relieved, I returned to the village, where Joseph and the others welcomed me back. The atmosphere had changed, a sense of peace replacing the fear that had gripped us for so long. The Wendigo's curse had been broken, at least for now. The experience left a lasting mark on me. I had faced a legend, a creature born of fear and desperation, and emerged stronger for it. The Wendigo was a reminder of the darkness that can exist within us all, but also of the power of courage and resilience. As a scientist, I continue to seek answers, to explore the mysteries of the natural world. But I've also learned to respect the stories and traditions that have been passed down through generations. They are a part of our history, testament to the enduring power of belief and the human spirit. The Wendigo's legend lives on, a tale of horror and survival that will continue to haunt the northern forests. And for those who dare to venture into its territory, it serves as a reminder to stay true to oneself, to confront the darkness within, and to never lose hope. My name is Jack, and I've been a storm chaser for over a decade. My job is to track, study, and document severe weather phenomena. Over the years, I've seen some of nature's most incredible displays of power and beauty. Tornadoes, hurricanes, and thunderstorms are my passion, and I've dedicated my life to understanding them. But nothing could have prepared me for the encounter I had with the creature that defied all scientific explanation: Thunderbird. The Thunderbird is a legendary creature in Native American folklore. Described as a massive bird capable of creating thunder and lightning with the beating of its wings. It is a symbol of power and strength, revered and feared by many tribes. While most dismiss the Thunderbird as a myth, there are those who believe it is real, a guardian of the skies that appears during the fiercest storms. In the summer of 2021, I was on an expedition in the Great Plains, chasing a series of supercell thunderstorms. The conditions were perfect for tornado formation, and my team and I were eager to capture footage and gather data. We set up camp near a small town in Oklahoma, where the locals were friendly and curious about our work. One evening, as we monitored the weather radar, we noticed a particularly intense storm cell developing to the west. The atmosphere was electric, charged with anticipation. We packed our equipment and headed out, following the storm as it moved across the plains. The sky darkened, and the wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain and ozone. As we approached the heart of the storm, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning, illuminating the roiling clouds. The air was thick with tension, and the sound of thunder echoed across the landscape. We parked our vehicles on a ridge, setting up our cameras and instruments to capture the approaching tempest. It was then that I saw it, a massive, shadowy figure soaring through the storm clouds. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a product of my overactive imagination. But as the lightning flashed again, I saw the outline of a gigantic bird, its wings spanning the width of the storm front. "Did you see that?" I shouted to my team, pointing towards the sky. They followed my gaze, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What the hell is that?" one of my colleagues, Sarah, exclaimed. "It looks like a bird, but it's huge." We watched in awe as the Thunderbird circled the storm, its presence undeniable. With each beat of its wings, the storm seemed to grow more intense, the wind howling and the rain lashing down. The creature's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and its feathers shimmered like lightning. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I grabbed my camera and began to film the Thunderbird. The footage was shaky, the storm making it difficult to keep the camera steady. But I managed to capture several minutes of the creature's flight. As I watched through the viewfinder, I felt a sense of reverence and awe. This was no ordinary bird, it was something ancient, powerful, and beyond human understanding. Suddenly, the storm intensified, and a deafening clap of thunder shook the ground. The Thunderbird let out a piercing cry, a sound that resonated deep within my chest. The sky seemed to split open, and a bolt of lightning struck the ridge where we stood, sending us scrambling for cover. We huddled in the vehicles, the storm raging around us. The wind rocked the cars, and the sound of hail pounding on the roof was deafening. Through the rain-soaked windows, I could see the Thunderbird continuing its dance with the storm, its movements graceful and terrifying. After what felt like an eternity, the storm began to move away, the thunder growing more distant. The Thunderbird soared into the clouds, disappearing from sight as the rain subsided. We emerged from the vehicles, shaken and drenched, but unhurt. In the aftermath of the encounter, we reviewed the footage and data we had collected. The video showed the Thunderbird clearly, its massive wings beating in time with the storm. The readings from our instruments were off the charts, indicating an unprecedented level of electrical activity. It was clear that the creature was somehow connected to the storm, a living embodiment of its power. The locals were both fascinated and fearful when we shared our experience. Many of them had heard stories of the Thunderbird, but had never seen it themselves. The elders spoke of the creature with reverence, describing it as a guardian of the skies, a protector and destroyer that appeared during times of great upheaval. Our encounter with the Thunderbird made headlines, and the footage went viral, sparking debates and speculation. Scientists and skeptics tried to explain it away as a hoax or a misidentification, but those of us who were there knew the truth. We had witnessed something extraordinary, a glimpse into the mysteries of the natural world that defied explanation. As a storm chaser, I continued my work, but my perspective had shifted. I had always respected the power of nature, but my encounter with the Thunderbird instilled a deeper sense of awe and humility. The storms I chased were no longer just meteorological phenomena. They were living, breathing entities, with forces and guardians beyond our understanding. Years later, I still think about that summer and the Thunderbird. The footage remains one of the most compelling pieces of evidence of its existence. And I've dedicated much of my time to studying the legends and sightings associated with it. The Thunderbird is a reminder of the power and mystery of the natural world, a symbol of the awe-inspiring forces that shape our planet. For those who seek it, the Thunderbird remains a tantalizing mystery, a guardian of the skies that appears during the fiercest storms. It is a legend that continues to inspire and captivate, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the human spirit's quest for understanding. My name is David, and I've always had an interest in the unexplained. As a private investigator, my cases usually involve tracking down missing persons or uncovering marital infidelities. However, I occasionally get requests that fall outside the realm of the ordinary. One such case led me to Loveland, Ohio, where I encountered a creature straight out of local legend, the Loveland Frogman. The Loveland Frogman, or Loveland Lizard, is a creature said to inhabit the area around Loveland, Ohio. Descriptions vary, but most accounts describe it as a humanoid frog, standing about 4 feet tall, with leathery skin and webbed hands and feet. Sightings date back to the 1950s, with sporadic reports over the years keeping the legend alive. In the spring of 2022, I received a call from a distraught woman named Karen. Her teenage son, Tommy, had gone missing while fishing along the Little Miami River. The local police had conducted a search, but found no trace of him. Karen was desperate and believed that something more sinister was at play. "Mr. Parker, you have to help me," she pleaded. Tommy wouldn't just run away. He told me about strange things he'd seen near the river, creatures that looked like giant frogs. The police don't believe me, but I know he saw something. Intrigued by her story and moved by her desperation, I agreed to take on the case. I drove to Loveland, a small town with a quiet charm and a deep-rooted connection to its legends. The Little Miami River wound its way through the town, a serene yet eerie backdrop for the events that would unfold. I began my investigation by talking to the locals. Most were familiar with the legend of the Loveland Frogman, though opinions varied on its existence. Some dismissed it as nonsense, while others recounted their own eerie encounters. An elderly man named Bill, who had lived in Loveland his entire life, was particularly forthcoming. "I saw it once, back in the 70s, Bill said, his eyes reflecting a distant memory. "I was out by the river, fishing just like Tommy, when I saw something move in the water. At first, I thought it was just a big fish, but then it climbed onto the bank. It was like a frog, but standing on two legs. I'll never forget those eyes, glowing in the dark. With Bill's account and Karen's pleas echoing in my mind, I set out to search the area where Tommy had last been seen. The riverbank was lush with spring growth, the air filled with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle flow of water. It seemed peaceful, but there was an undercurrent of something unsettling. I spent hours combing the area, looking for any sign of Tommy. The river was calm, its surface reflecting the sky above. As dusk approached, the light began to fade, casting long shadows across the landscape. It was then that I found something, a small, weathered notebook, partially buried in the mud. The notebook belonged to Tommy. Inside were sketches and notes about his sightings of the frogman. His drawings depicted a humanoid creature with large, expressive eyes, webbed hands, and a powerful build. The notes detailed his observations, including locations and times of his encounters. One entry stood out. April 15th saw the frogman again. It was near the old bridge, watching me. I think it's trying to communicate. Determined to follow Tommy's trail, I made my way to the old bridge mentioned in his notes. The structure was dilapidated, long abandoned, and partially overgrown with vines. It spanned a narrow section of the river, the water flowing swiftly below. The place had an eerie stillness to it, as if the very air was holding its breath. As night fell, I set up a small camp near the bridge, keeping my flashlight and camera ready. The darkness enveloped the landscape, and the sounds of the night creatures began to fill the air. I stayed alert, my senses heightened, waiting for any sign of the frogman. Around midnight, I heard a rustling in the underbrush. I turned on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. At first, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. Then, at the edge of the light, I saw Themtwo glowing eyes, staring back at me from the riverbank. Slowly, the creature emerged from the shadows. It was just as Tommy had described, a humanoid frog, standing about 4 feet tall, with leathery green skin and webbed hands and feet. It moved cautiously, its eyes never leaving mine. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the frogman. It seemed curious rather than aggressive, its gaze intense and almost intelligent. I took a step forward, trying to get a better look, but the movement startled the creature. It let out a low croak and retreated into the water, disappearing beneath the surface. I spent the rest of the night by the river, hoping for another glimpse, but the frogman did not reappear. The encounter left me both exhilarated and frustrated. I had seen the creature, but I still had no answers about Tommy's disappearance. The next morning, I resumed my search, focusing on the area around the old bridge. I waded into the river, searching the muddy banks for any clues. After several hours, I found a torn piece of fabric snagged on a branch. It matched the description of the shirt Tommy had been wearing. Encouraged, I continued my search, moving further downstream. The river widened, the current slowing as it wound through a dense thicket. As I pushed through the undergrowth, I came upon a small clearing. There, lying partially hidden among the reeds, was Tommy. He was alive but unconscious, his body covered in mud and scratches. I checked for injuries and found no major wounds, just signs of exposure and dehydration. I called for help and stayed with him until the paramedics arrived. Tommy was taken to the local hospital, where he gradually regained consciousness. When he was well enough to speak, he recounted his ordeal. He had been fishing when he saw the frogman again, this time closer than ever. Fascinated, he had followed it along the river, losing track of time and distance. "I thought it was trying to show me something," Tommy said, his voice weak but determined. "It led me to that clearing, but then I slipped and hit my head. The next thing I remember is you finding me." Tommy's encounter with the frogman had left him with more questions than answers. What did the creature want? Was it trying to communicate, as he believed, or was it simply curious about him? The mystery of the Loveland frogman remained unsolved, but at least Tommy was safe. Karen was overjoyed to have her son back, and the town of Loveland buzzed with renewed interest in the legend. I had my own theories about the Frogman, but I knew that some mysteries were destined to remain unsolved. The encounter had reminded me that the world is full of wonders, and that sometimes the most incredible stories are the ones that defy explanation. The Loveland Frogman continues to be a subject of fascination and debate, a creature that straddles the line between myth and reality. For those of us who have seen it, the experience is a reminder of the mysteries that still lurk in the shadows, waiting to be discovered. My name is Lisa, and I'm an avid hiker and nature enthusiast. Growing up in a small town near the Pine Hollow Forest, I spent countless hours exploring the woods, captivated by their beauty and mystery. The forest was my sanctuary, a place where I felt connected to nature and at peace. But my love for Pine Hollow was shattered one fateful evening, when I encountered a creature straight out of legend, the Dogman. The Dogman is a cryptid often described as a werewolf-like creature, standing upright on two legs, with the head of a dog or wolf. Sightings of the Dogman date back to the early 1800s in various parts of North America, and the legends have persisted, fueled by eerie encounters and chilling tales passed down through generations. In the autumn of 2023, I decided to take a solo camping trip in Pine Hollow to enjoy the changing leaves and the crisp, cool air. I had my usual gear: pack a tent, sleeping bag, food, and a flashlight. I chose a secluded spot near a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines and maples. It was a perfect getaway, or so I thought. The first day and night were uneventful. I hiked, took photos, and enjoyed the tranquility of the forest. But on the second night, things took a turn for the strange. I had just settled into my tent, the fire outside reduced to glowing embers, when I heard a series of distant howls. They were unlike any animal sound I had ever heard: deep, resonant, and almost mournful. My curiosity piqued. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the tent. The forest was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of nocturnal animals strangely absent. I scanned the trees with my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. The howls came again, closer this time, sending a shiver down my spine. I decided to investigate, moving cautiously toward the source of the sound. As I walked deeper into the woods, the howls grew louder, more distinct. They seemed to echo through the trees, creating an almost otherworldly symphony. I reached a small clearing and stopped, listening. The howls had ceased, replaced by an unsettling silence. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, the sensation of being watched. Then I saw it standing at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by shadows, was a figure. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with a muscular, humanoid body covered in dark fur. Its head was unmistakably canine, with pointed ears and glowing yellow eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized I was face to face with the Dogman. For a moment, we stared at each other, neither of us moving. The creature's eyes were intelligent, almost human, and filled with a mix of curiosity and menace. I slowly backed away, not wanting to provoke it. But as I took my first step, the Dogman let out a low growl, a sound that rumbled deep in its chest and made my blood run cold. I turned and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as I sprinted through the trees. The growls and howls followed me, echoing through the forest. I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush behind me, its footsteps heavy and relentless. Panic surged through me, driving me to run faster, desperate to reach the safety of my camp. I burst into the clearing where my tent was pitched, gasping for breath. I grabbed a large stick from the ground, brandishing it as a weapon, my eyes darting around for any sign of the Dogman. The forest was silent again, but I knew it was out there, watching. I built up the fire, hoping the flames would keep the creature at bay. I stayed awake all night, clutching the stick and listening for any sound. The howls returned intermittently, but the Dogman did not come into the clearing again. As the first light of dawn broke, I packed up my camp, my hands trembling. Leaving Pine Hollow was the hardest decision I've ever made. The forest had been my haven, but now it was tainted by fear. I returned home, unable to shake the image of the Dogman from my mind. I told my friends and family about the encounter, but most were skeptical, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination or the result of sleep deprivation. Determined to find answers, I began researching the Dogman legend. I discovered numerous accounts of sightings, each eerily similar to mine. People described encounters with a tall, canine-headed creature that seemed to possess both animalistic and human traits. The stories spanned decades and were scattered across North America, from the forests of Michigan to the swamps of Louisiana. Despite the fear, my curiosity grew. I needed to understand what I had seen, to know if the Dogman was truly a living creature or something else entirely. I contacted other witnesses, piecing together their stories and looking for patterns. Many described the same feelings of being watched, the eerie howls, and the glowing eyes. Some had even found physical evidence: large, clawed footprints, tufts of fur, and scratches on trees. As my research deepened, I came across a local historian named Mark, who had spent years studying the legends of Pine Hollow. I reached out to him, hoping he could shed some light on my encounter. Mark was eager to meet and invited me to his home, where he had an extensive collection of books and artifacts related to local folklore. "Lisa, what you experienced is not uncommon," Mark said, as we sat in his study, surrounded by shelves of dusty tomes. "The Dogman has been a part of these woods for centuries. The Native American tribes spoke of a guardian spirit that took the form of a wolf man, protecting the land from those who would harm it. The settlers who came later had their own encounters, often describing the creature as a harbinger of danger or a protector of the forest." Mark showed me old maps and documents detailing sightings and encounters, some dating back to the 1700s. It was clear that the Dogman was more than just a legend, it was an enduring part of the region's history. He believed that the creature was a guardian of the forest, appearing when the natural balance was threatened. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to return to Pine Hollow, determined to confront my fear and seek a deeper understanding of the Dogman. Mark agreed to join me, his experience and insight providing a sense of security. We planned our trip carefully, bringing along cameras, audio recorders, and other equipment to document our findings. As we ventured back into the forest, I felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. The woods were just as beautiful as I remembered, but the memory of my encounter lingered like a shadow. We set up camp near the same clearing where I had first seen the Dogman, hoping to attract its attention. For several nights, we heard nothing unusual. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, but there were no howls, no glowing eyes in the darkness. I began to wonder if my encounter had been a one-time event, a fleeting glimpse of something beyond comprehension. Then, on the fourth night, the howls returned. They were distant at first, but grew louder and more insistent. Mark and I exchanged a tense glance, readying our equipment. We waited in silence, the howls echoing through the trees, until finally, we saw it. The Dogman emerged from the shadows, just as I had seen it before. It stood at the edge of the clearing, its eyes glowing in the firelight. This time, I felt a strange sense of calm, a connection to the creature that went beyond fear. Mark and I watched in awe as the Dogman approached, its movements cautious but deliberate. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, holding out my hand in a gesture of peace. The Dogman paused, its eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, we stood there, human and cryptid, two beings sharing a fleeting understanding. Then, with a low growl, the Dogman turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving us in stunned silence. The encounter reaffirmed my belief that the Dogman was not just a creature of legend, but a guardian of the forest, a sentinel watching over Pine Hollow. I returned home with a renewed sense of purpose, dedicated to preserving the natural beauty of the woods and respecting the mysteries they held. The Dogman remains an enigma, a symbol of the wild and untamed spirit of nature. For those who venture into the heart of Pine Hollow, it serves as a reminder to tread lightly, to respect the ancient guardians, and to embrace the unknown with an open heart. My name is Ethan, and I'm a skeptic by nature. As a journalist, my job is to separate fact from fiction, to uncover the truth beneath layers of hearsay and legend. But there are times when even the most rational minds are forced to confront the inexplicable. This is the story of one such time night I encountered the Dover Demon. The Dover Demon is a cryptid first reported in the town of Dover, Massachusetts, in April 1977. Described as a small, humanoid figure with a large head, glowing eyes, and long, thin limbs, the creature was seen by several teenagers over the course of 2 nights. The sightings caused a stir in the small town, and the legend of the Dover Demon was born. In the summer of 2023, I was assigned to write a feature on New England's most enduring legends. The Dover Demon was at the top of my list. I arrived in Dover with a healthy dose of skepticism, determined to debunk the myth and uncover a more mundane explanation. My first stop was the local library, where I pored over old newspaper clippings and archived reports. The original witness Cecil Bartlett, John Baxter, and Abby Brabham had, all, described similar encounters with the creature that defied explanation. Their stories were consistent, but after nearly 50 years, memory and imagination can blur the lines of reality. I interviewed local residents, many of whom had grown up hearing about the Dover Demon. Most dismissed it as a tall tale, a ghost story to scare kids. But a few believed there was something more to the legend, something rooted in truth. An elderly man named George, who had lived in Dover his entire life, was particularly convinced. I was a teenager when it happened, George told me, his eyes bright with the fervor of belief. I didn't see it myself, but I knew those kids. They were honest, not the type to make things up. Something happened to them out there. Determined to get to the bottom of the story, I decided to visit the locations of the original sightings. Armed with a notebook, camera, and flashlight, I set out as dusk fell over the town. My first stop was Farm Street, where Bill Bartlett had seen the creature perched on a stone wall. The road was quiet, lined with trees that cast long shadows in the fading light. I parked my car and walked along the road, trying to imagine what it must have been like for Bill that night. The air was cool, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of insects. I found the stone wall, now overgrown with ivy and moss. It was an ordinary place, with no sign of anything unusual. I took a few photos and made notes, feeling a bit foolish. There was nothing here but the remnants of an old story. Next, I headed to Miller Hill Road, where John Baxter had his encounter. The road wound through a more wooded area, the trees closing in on either side. As darkness fell, the forest took on an eerie quality, the shadows deepening and the sounds of the night growing louder. I parked near the spot where John had seen the creature and ventured into the woods. The underbrush was thick and the ground uneven. I stumbled several times, my flashlight casting strange, shifting shadows. Despite my skepticism, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was then that I saw a flash of movement in the corner of my eye. I turned quickly, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, just trees and shadows. But then, about 30 feet away, I saw a figure. It was small, no more than 3 or 4 feet tall, with a large head and glowing eyes that reflected the light. My heart raced as I stared at the figure. It was just as the witnesses had described: long, thin limbs, and a strange, almost otherworldly appearance. I tried to rationalize what I was seeing, to find a logical explanation, but the sight of the creature defied logic. I took a step forward, my hand shaking as I held the flashlight. The creature remained still, its eyes fixed on me. It seemed curious, almost cautious, as if it was studying me as intently as I was studying it. I fumbled for my camera, snapping a few hurried photos. As I moved closer, the creature turned and slipped into the trees. I followed, my pulse pounding in my ears. The forest was dense, and it was difficult to keep track of the small, elusive figure. I stumbled through the underbrush, determined not to lose sight of it. Suddenly, the creature stopped and turned to face me. We stood there, a few feet apart, staring at each other. In that moment, I felt a strange connection, as if I was glimpsing something beyond human understanding. The creature's eyes were mesmerizing, filled with a depth and intelligence that was both alien and familiar. Then, with a swift, fluid movement, the creature vanished into the darkness. I stood there, breathless and bewildered, the encounter replaying in my mind. I knew I had witnessed something extraordinary, something that couldn't be easily explained or dismissed. I returned to my car, my thoughts racing. The photos I had taken were blurry and indistinct, capturing only vague shapes and shadows. They would do little to convince anyone of what I had seen. But I knew the truth, and that truth had shaken the foundations of my skepticism. Back in town, I met with George again, sharing my experience. He listened with a knowing look, nodding as I described the encounter. "You're not the first to see it, and you won't be the last," he said. "The Dover demon is real, Ethan. It's part of this place, a mystery that we may never fully understand." As I left Dover, I couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and awe. The encounter had changed me, opening my mind to the possibility that there are things in this world that defy explanation. The Dover demon remains an enigma, a fleeting glimpse of the unknown, a reminder that the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered. The story I wrote was different from what I had planned. Instead of debunking a legend, I became part of it, a witness to the extraordinary. The Dover demon continues to intrigue and captivate, a symbol of the unknown lurking in the shadows. And for those of us who have seen it, the experience is a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not solved. My name is David, and I've always been fascinated by folklore and legends. Growing up in northern Minnesota, I was surrounded by stories of the wilderness and the mysterious creatures that inhabited it. But there was one legend that always stood out: the legend of the Wendigo. According to the tales, the Wendigo is a malevolent spirit or creature associated with insatiable hunger and cannibalism. It is said to haunt the forests of the Great Lakes region and the Atlantic coast, preying on those who venture too far into its territory. In the winter of 2023, I decided to take a solo trip to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. I was working on a book about North American folklore, and I wanted to immerse myself in the environment that had birthed so many of these chilling tales. My plan was to spend a week in the wilderness, camping and documenting my experiences. The first few days were uneventful. The landscape was breathtaking, blanketed in snow and ice, and the air was crisp and clear. I spent my days hiking, taking photographs, and jotting down notes. At night, I huddled by my campfire, the darkness pressing in around me. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. On the fourth night, as I sat by the fire, I heard a distant howl. It was a mournful, eerie sound that sent a shiver down my spine. I dismissed it as a coyote or wolf, though it sounded different, more resonant. I tried to ignore it and went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. The howling continued intermittently, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The next day, I decided to explore a new area, hoping to distract myself from the unsettling sounds of the previous night. I hiked deeper into the forest, the snow crunching under my boots. As I walked, I noticed strange tracks in the snow. They were large, with long, narrow strides, unlike any animal tracks I had seen before. My curiosity piqued. I followed them, wondering what kind of creature could have made them. The tracks led me to a small clearing, where I found more signs of disturbance: brown branches, scattered debris, and what looked like claw marks on a tree trunk. I felt a growing sense of unease, but my curiosity overrode my caution. I took photos of the tracks and the claw marks, documenting everything for my book. As the sun began to set, I realized I had wandered farther from my camp than I intended. I started back, but the fading light and the thickening snow made it difficult to find my way. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming like dark sentinels. The howling started again, closer this time, and I quickened my pace, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I reached my camp just as darkness fell. I built up the fire, its warmth and light a welcome reprieve from the cold and the encroaching night. But the feeling of being watched persisted, and the howls grew louder, more insistent. They echoed through the trees, a chorus of despair and hunger. That night, I barely slept. The howls seemed to come from all directions, circling my camp. I kept the fire burning, its flickering flames my only comfort. In the early hours of the morning, heard something moving just beyond the firelight. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness, my heart pounding. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, just at the edge of the light, I saw a figure. It was tall and gaunt, with elongated limbs and pale, emaciated skin. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent hunger, and its mouth was twisted into a grotesque grin. I knew, without a doubt, that I was staring at the Wendigo. The creature let out a low growl, a sound that rumbled deep in its throat. It took a step forward, and I stumbled back, terror gripping me. I grabbed a burning branch from the fire and brandished it like a weapon, hoping to scare the Wendigo away. The creature recoiled, its eyes narrowing, and for a moment, I thought it might retreat. But then it lunged, moving with terrifying speed. I swung the burning branch, but the Wendigo dodged it effortlessly. It was upon me in an instant, its cold, skeletal hands closing around my arm. The touch of its skin was like ice, and I felt a wave of nausea and dread wash over me. In a desperate bid to survive, I lashed out with my other hand, striking the Wendigo with my flashlight. The creature hissed and released me, staggering back. I scrambled to my feet and threw the burning branch at it, the flames catching on its tattered clothing. The Wendigo let out a shriek of pain and rage, retreating into the darkness. I didn't wait to see if it would return. I grabbed my gear and fled, running through the forest with no regard for direction or safety. The howls followed me, echoing in my ears, a relentless reminder of the terror I had just faced. I ran until I could run no more, collapsing in the snow, exhausted and terrified. When I finally gathered the courage to stop and look around, I realized I had no idea where I was. The forest was unfamiliar, and I was lost, with no sense of direction. I could still hear the howls, distant now, but still haunting. I knew I had to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and the Wendigo as possible. For hours, I stumbled through the snow, my body aching and my mind racing. The cold was intense, seeping into my bones, and I feared I might not survive the night. But the thought of the Wendigo kept me going, driving me to find safety. As dawn broke, I stumbled upon a ranger station. The sight of the small cabin, with smoke curling from its chimney, was like a beacon of hope. I banged on the door, my hands numb and trembling. A park ranger opened the door, his expression turning to shock and concern as he saw my condition. I told the ranger about my encounter, describing the Wendigo and the terrifying experience. He listened intently, his face growing more serious with every word. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "You're not the first to encounter something out there," he said. "We've had reports of strange sightings and unexplained disappearances. Most people don't believe in the legends, but there's something in those woods. Something dangerous." The ranger helped me back to civilization, and I was taken to a hospital to recover. The doctor said I was lucky to be alive, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that lingered from my encounter. The images of the Wendigo haunted my dreams, its glowing eyes and twisted grin a constant reminder of the terror I had faced. As I recovered, I continued my research, delving deeper into the legend of the Wendigo. I found countless stories of encounters, each one more chilling than the last. The Wendigo was more than just a myth, it was a living nightmare, a creature driven by an insatiable hunger and a malevolent spirit. I knew I had to share my story, to warn others of the dangers that lurked in the wilderness. My book, The Hunger of the Wendigo, became a bestseller, captivating readers with its blend of folklore and personal experience. But for me, it was more than just a story. It was a reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that exists just beyond the light. The Wendigo remains a terrifying enigma, a creature born of hunger and darkness. For those who venture into its territory, it serves as a warning to respect the wilderness and the ancient legends that still hold power. And for those of us who have encountered it, the memory of the Wendigo is a constant reminder of the thin line between the known and the unknown, the safe and the terrifying. My name is Lena, and I am an archaeologist by profession. For years, I've traveled to remote corners of the world, unearthing relics of ancient civilizations and piecing together the stories of our past. My work has taken me to some of the most inhospitable places on Earth, but none as desolate and enigmatic as the Gobi Desert in Mongolia. This is the story of my encounter with the Mongolian death worm, a creature of legend that defies explanation. In the summer of 2023, I joined an expedition to the Gobi Desert to investigate rumors of a newly discovered burial site. The team was composed of seasoned archaeologists, local guides, and a few adventurous journalists eager to document our findings. Our destination was a remote area known as the Flaming Cliffs, a region famous for its dinosaur fossils and harsh, unforgiving terrain. The journey to the site was arduous. The Gobi Desert is a vast, barren expanse of sand and rock, with temperatures soaring during the day and plummeting at night. Our convoy of vehicles navigated the treacherous landscape, kicking up clouds of dust that seemed to hang in the air, shimmering in the relentless sun. Upon arriving at the site, we set up our camp and began our work. The initial days were productive, as we uncovered several intriguing artifacts and the partial remains of what appeared to be a human burial. Spirits were high, and the team was excited about the potential significance of our findings. However, as the days passed, a sense of unease began to settle over the camp. It started with the local guides, who whispered among themselves and cast wary glances at the surrounding dunes. When I asked one of them, a man named Badr, what was troubling him, he hesitated before speaking. "There are stories," he said, his voice low and serious. "Legends of a creature that lives in the desert. The locals call it Olgoy Korkhoif, deathworm. It is said to be a large, worm-like creature, capable of spitting venom and generating electric shocks. People who encounter it do not live to tell the tale." I dismissed the stories as folklore, the product of superstition and fear. But Badr's words lingered in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The desert was vast and empty, yet there was a sense of presence, an unseen observer lurking just beyond the edge of our perception. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the temperature began to drop, a sudden commotion erupted in the camp. One of the journalists, a young woman named Emma, had gone missing. Panic spread quickly as we searched the camp and the surrounding area, calling her name and scanning the dunes with flashlights. We found Emma just beyond the edge of the camp, lying unconscious in the sand. Her skin was pale, and she had a strange burn mark on her leg, as if she had been struck by lightning. We rushed her to the medical tent, where our team doctor, Dr. Harris, did his best to revive her. Emma eventually regained consciousness, but she was disoriented and terrified. "It was a monster," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "It came out of the sand. It was huge, like a giant worm. It shocked me, and then everything went black." Her account sent chills down my spine. Could it be that the legends were true? Had we encountered the Mongolian death worm? The team was divided. Some believed Emma's story, while others insisted there had to be a more rational explanation. Determined to find answers, I proposed a night watch. We set up a perimeter around the camp, taking turns keeping vigil. The desert was eerily silent. The only sounds the whispering of the wind and the occasional rustle of sand. Hours passed without incident, and I began to wonder if we were chasing shadows. Just as my shift was about to end, I saw it. A ripple in the sand, like a wave moving beneath the surface. I stared, unable to believe my eyes. The ripple grew larger, and then, with a sudden burst, the sand erupted, revealing a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was a massive, worm-like entity, its body segmented and covered in a tough, leathery hide. It had no visible eyes, but its mouth was a gaping maw, lined with rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. The creature undulated, moving with a horrifying grace, and as it approached, I felt a static charge in the air. I called out to the others, my voice shaking. The camp sprang into action, lights and cameras trained on the beast. The Mongolian death worm reared up, and I saw arcs of electricity dancing along its body. It let out a hiss, a sound that resonated deep within my bones. Dr. Harris, always the pragmatist, grabbed a metal pole and approached the creature cautiously. He waved the pole in front of it, and the worm reacted instantly, striking with lightning speed. The pole conducted the electric shock, and Dr. Harris was thrown back, stunned but alive. Realizing we needed to defend ourselves, I grabbed a flare gun from our supplies and fired it at the creature. The bright light and heat seemed to confuse it, and it recoiled, retreating into the sand with the speed that defied its size. We watched in stunned silence as the desert swallowed the death worm, leaving only disturbed sand in its wake. The encounter left us shaken and uncertain. We had come to the Gobi Desert in search of ancient artifacts, but we had found something far more disturbing. The Mongolian death worm was no longer a legend, it was real, a living nightmare lurking beneath the sands. Emma recovered, but the mark on her leg remained as a permanent reminder of our encounter. The team decided to cut the expedition short, agreeing that our safety was paramount. As we packed up and prepared to leave, I couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The Gobi Desert held many secrets, and we had only scratched the surface. Back in the safety of civilization, I documented our experience in my journal, describing every detail of the encounter. I knew that many would be skeptical, that the scientific community would demand proof. But I also knew that the desert had a way of hiding its secrets, and that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. The Mongolian death worm remains an enigma, a creature of legend and fear. For those who venture into the Gobi Desert, it serves as a reminder of the unknown dangers that lurk beneath the surface. And for me, it is a story that I carry with me, a testament to the thin line between myth and reality. As I continue my work as an archaeologist, I approach each new expedition with a sense of wonder and caution. The world is full of mysteries, both ancient and contemporary, and it is our duty to explore them with respect and curiosity. The encounter with the Mongolian death worm has taught me that some legends are more than just stories, they are living, breathing truths waiting to be discovered. My name is Jessica, and I've always been fascinated by local legends and urban myths. Growing up in Ohio, it heard countless stories about strange creatures and unexplained phenomena. But none intrigued me more than the tale of the Loveland Frogman. This cryptid, described as a humanoid frog, was said to lurk near the Little Miami River in Loveland, Ohio. Most people dismissed it as a silly legend, but I was determined to uncover the truth. In the spring of 2023, I decided to investigate the Loveland Frogman for my senior thesis in folklore studies. Armed with a camera, a notebook, and a healthy dose of skepticism, I set out to explore the area where sightings had been reported. I wasn't entirely convinced that I'd find anything, but the thrill of the hunt was enough to drive me forward. I arrived in Loveland on a bright, sunny day and checked into a small motel near the river. The town had a charming, almost quaint feel, with its historic buildings and friendly locals. I spent my first day interviewing residents, hoping to gather first-hand accounts of encounters with the frogman. Most people laughed off my questions, but a few shared their stories with a mixture of excitement and fear. One of the most compelling accounts came from an elderly man named Mr. Thompson. He claimed to have seen the frogman back in the 1970s, while fishing by the river at dusk. It was about 3 feet tall, standing on 2 legs like a person, he said, his eyes distant as he recalled the memory. Its skin was green and leathery, and its eyes glowed in the dark. I'll never forget those eyes. It looked right at me before jumping into the water and disappearing. Intrigued by his story, I decided to focus my search on the area where Mr. Thompson had his encounter. I spent the next few days hiking along the riverbanks, setting up motion-activated cameras, and keeping detailed notes of my observations. The landscape was beautiful, with lush greenery and the soothing sound of flowing water. But as the sun set and the shadows lengthened, the atmosphere grew more ominous. On the 4th night of my investigation, I decided to camp out by the river. I set up my tent and built a small fire, the flickering flames providing some comfort against the encroaching darkness. The night was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl. I felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension, unsure of what I might find. Around midnight, I heard a splash in the river, followed by a series of soft, croaking sounds. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed my flashlight and crept toward the water's edge. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing ripples on the surface of the river. I scanned the area, my eyes straining to see anything out of the ordinary. Then, I saw it, a pair of glowing eyes, just above the waterline, staring directly at me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The creature slowly emerged from the river, standing upright on 2 legs. It was exactly as Mr. Thompson had described: green, leathery skin, and an unmistakably amphibian appearance. The Loveland Frogman was real. For a moment, we stood there, staring at each other in silence. Then, without warning, the frogman let out a guttural croak and leapt toward me. I stumbled back, dropping my flashlight in my panic. The light flickered and went out, plunging me into darkness. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing with fear and adrenaline. I ran back to my campsite, my only thought to get away from the creature. I could hear it following me, its croaks growing louder and more insistent. I grabbed my camera and snapped a few frantic photos, hoping to capture some proof of my encounter. The flash momentarily illuminated the frogman, revealing its terrifying form. As I fumbled with my camera, the frogman lunged at me, knocking me to the ground. Its cold, slimy hands wrapped around my arm, and I felt a surge of panic. Desperate, I kicked out, managing to break free. I grabbed a branch from the fire and swung it at the creature, the flames casting eerie shadows on its face. The frogman recoiled, hissing in pain. Seizing the opportunity, I bolted into the woods, not stopping until I reached the safety of my car. My mind was a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. I had seen the Loveland Frogman, and it had attacked me. I needed to get out of there and report my findings. Back at the motel, I reviewed the photos I had taken. Most were blurry and unfocused, but a few clearly showed the frogman's distinctive features. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The legend was true, and I had the evidence to prove it. I contacted the local authorities and shared my photos and notes. To my surprise, they took my report seriously, launching an investigation into the sightings. Word of my encounter spread quickly, attracting the attention of cryptozoologists, journalists, and curious onlookers. Despite the initial skepticism, my evidence was compelling enough to spark renewed interest in the Loveland Frogman. Researchers from various fields descended on the area, hoping to learn more about the elusive creature. While no one else had a direct encounter, as I did, several reported hearing strange noises and finding unusual tracks near the river. As for me, the experience left a lasting impact. I continued my studies in folklore, but with a newfound respect for the legends and myths that shape our understanding of the world. The Loveland Frogman was no longer just a story, it was a reminder that there are still mysteries out there, waiting to be discovered. To this day, I often think back to that night by the river. The glowing eyes, the cold, slimy hands, and the guttural croaks haunt my dreams. The Loveland Frogman remains an enigma, a creature of legend and fear. And for those who venture near the Little Miami River, it serves as a chilling reminder that some legends are real. My name is Daniel, and I have always been drawn to the mysterious and unexplained. As a journalist specializing in paranormal investigations, I've traveled the world in search of ghost stories, cryptids, and otherworldly encounters. But nothing prepared me for what I encountered in the small coastal town of Cromer in Norfolk, England. This is the story of my encounter with Black Shuck, the legendary spectral hound that haunts the English countryside. In the fall of 2023, I received a tip about a series of strange sightings in Cromer. Locals reported seeing a large, black dog with glowing red eyes roaming the countryside and the town's ancient churchyards. The legend of Black Shuck dates back to the medieval period, with tales of the beast bringing death and misfortune to those who encounter it. Intrigued by the reports, I packed my bags and headed to Cromer, eager to uncover the truth behind the legend. I arrived in Cromer on a misty evening, the town shrouded in an eerie, atmospheric fog. The streets were quiet, and the old buildings seemed to whisper secrets of the past. I checked into a small bed and breakfast near the town center, run by a kindly elderly woman named Mrs. Whitaker. Over tea, she shared some of the local lore with me. Black Shuck is no ordinary dog, she said, her voice tinged with a mix of fear and reverence. He's been seen here for centuries, always appearing before a great tragedy. Some say he's a harbinger of death, others believe he's a guardian spirit. But one thing is certain, those who see him never forget. Armed with Mrs. Whitaker's stories, I began my investigation. My first stop was the Cromer Parish Church, a centuries-old structure with a rich history. The graveyard surrounding the church was overgrown and shrouded in mist, the ancient tombstones leaning at precarious angles. I walked among the graves, feeling the weight of history pressing down on me. As I explored, I spoke with several locals who had claimed to see Black Shuck. One of them was a middle-aged man named Tom, who had encountered the beast while walking his dog late one night. It was massive, he said, his voice trembling. At least twice the size of a normal dog, with eyes that glowed like embers. It just stood there, watching me. My dog went crazy, barking and growling, but Black Shuck didn't move. It felt like an eternity before it finally turned and disappeared into the mist. Another witness, a young woman named Emily, described a similar experience. She had seen the hound near the old lighthouse, its eyes burning red in the darkness. I felt a chill run down my spine, she said, hugging herself as if to ward off the memory. I knew then that something terrible was going to happen. Their accounts were chilling, but I needed more evidence. That night, I decided to visit the lighthouse, one of the locations where Black Shuck had been sighted. The wind howled as I made my way along the rocky coastline, the waves crashing against the cliffs below. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its light cutting through the fog. I set up my camera and waited, my senses on high alert. Hours passed, and the night grew colder. I was about to give up, when I heard a low, mournful howl that sent a shiver down my spine. I turned, and there, standing on the edge of the cliff, was Black Shuck. The beast was even more terrifying in person. It was enormous, its black fur matted and wild. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and its presence exuded a palpable sense of dread. I stood frozen, unable to move or look away. The hound took a step toward me, its gaze piercing through the darkness. I managed to raise my camera and snap a few photos, my hands shaking. The flash seemed to anger Black Shuck, and it let out a blood-curdling growl. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. The ground beneath me gave way, and I slipped, tumbling down the rocky slope toward the sea. I clawed at the rocks, desperately trying to stop my fall. Just as I thought I was done for, I felt something grab my arm. Looking up, I saw a figure standing above me, pulling me to safety. It was Tom, the man I had interviewed earlier. He had seen my flashlight and come to investigate. Together, we scrambled back to solid ground. Black Shuck was gone, leaving only the echoes of its howl and the lingering sense of dread. Tom helped me back to my bed and breakfast, where Mrs. Whitaker tended to my scrapes and bruises. "Consider yourself lucky," she said, her eyes serious. "Many who encounter Black Shuck don't live to tell the tale." The next day, I reviewed the photos I had taken. Most were too blurry to make out, but one clearly showed the glowing eyes of the beast. It was undeniable proof that Black Shuck was real, a spectral hound haunting the coast of Cromer. I spent the rest of my time in Cromer documenting my findings and speaking with more locals. The stories were all eerily similar, each encounter leaving a lasting impact on those who experienced it. Black Shuck was more than just a legend, it was a living, breathing part of the town's history. As I prepared to leave, I felt a mixture of relief and sadness. Cromer had welcomed me into its mysterious embrace, and I had uncovered a piece of its dark past. But the encounter with Black Shuck had also left me with a sense of unease. The hound was still out there, watching, waiting. Back in the safety of my home, I wrote up my report, detailing the legend and my personal encounter. The story of Black Shuck captured the imagination of my readers, sparking debates and discussions about the nature of the paranormal. Some dismissed it as a trick of the light or mass hysteria, but others, like me, believed in the possibility of the unknown. The haunting of Black Shuck remains one of the most profound experiences of my career. It serves as a reminder that there are mysteries in this world that defy explanation, legends that persist through the ages. For those who venture to Cromer, the spectral hound is a symbol of the thin veil between the known and the unknown, guardian of secrets long forgotten. As for me, I continue my work, seeking out the unexplained and shining a light on the darkest corners of our world. The legend of Black Shuck is a testament to the enduring power of folklore and the human desire to understand the mysteries that surround us. And every time I hear a howl in the distance, I am reminded of that misty night on the cliffs of Cromer, and the glowing eyes of the beast that still haunts my dreams. My name is Matt, and I'm a freelance journalist with a penchant for the strange and unexplained. Over the years, my work has taken me to some of the most remote and eerie places in the country, but none were as foreboding as the small town of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. It's here that I encountered the beast of Bray Road, a creature whose legend has haunted the area for decades. In the spring of 2023, received a call from a local radio host named Laura. She was putting together a series of shows about local legends, and had received numerous calls about the beast of Bray Road. Intrigued, I agreed to come out and investigate. The beast was said to be a werewolf-like creature, sighted mainly along the rural Bray Road. Witnesses described it as bipedal, covered in fur, and possessing a menacing set of claws and fangs. I arrived in Elkhorn on a rainy afternoon. The town had a sleepy, almost melancholic feel to it. I checked into a small motel and met up with Laura at a local diner. Over coffee, she shared some of the stories she had heard from her listeners. "People around here are genuinely scared," she said, stirring her coffee absently. "They've seen something out there, and it's not just one or two isolated incidents. There have been dozens of sightings, some even from police officers." With the list of contacts provided by Laura, I began my investigation. My first interview was with a farmer named Dave, who claimed to have seen the beast on multiple occasions. Dave lived on the outskirts of town, near the infamous Bray Road. "It was about 2 years ago," Dave began, his eyes darting nervously as he spoke. "I was driving home late one night when I saw something in the middle of the road. At first, I thought it was a large dog or maybe a deer, but as I got closer, I realized it was standing on 2 legs. Dave's description matched what he'd heard before: a creature about 6 feet tall, covered in dark fur, with glowing yellow eyes. He swore it looked right at him before sprinting off into the woods with incredible speed. My next interview was with a young woman named Sarah, who had a similarly chilling encounter. She and a group of friends were driving down Bray Road late one night when they saw the beast. It was crouched by the side of the road, eating something, Sarah recalled, her voice trembling. When our headlights hit it, it stood up and stared at us. We were terrified. It looked like a monster from a horror movie. Encounters like these were not uncommon in Elkhorn. I decided to explore Bray Road myself, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature or find some evidence of its existence. Armed with a camera, a flashlight, and a healthy dose of skepticism, I set out just before dusk. The road was desolate, flanked by dense woods on either side. As darkness fell, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a night bird. I walked along the road, my flashlight casting long, eerie shadows. Hours passed without incident, and I began to wonder if the beast was nothing more than a local legend. Just as I was about to call it a night, I heard something, a low growl, coming from the woods. My heart pounded as I turned toward the sound, my flashlight trembling in my hand. And then I saw it, a pair of glowing yellow eyes, staring at me from the darkness. The creature stepped into the light, revealing itself in all its terrifying glory. It was exactly as described, a hulking, fur-covered beast, standing on two legs, with claws and fangs that gleamed in the beam of my flashlight. For a moment, we stood there, locked in a silent standoff. I could feel the primal fear rising within me, every instinct screaming at me to run. But I was rooted to the spot, unable to look away. The beast let out a menacing growl and took a step forward. I snapped out of my trance and raised my camera, taking as many photos as I could. The flash seemed to startle the creature, and it let out a roar before bounding into the woods with astonishing speed. I stood there, my breath coming in ragged gasps, trying to process what I had just seen. Shaken but determined, I returned to my motel room and reviewed the photos. Most were blurry, but a few clearly captured the beast's glowing eyes and imposing form. I couldn't believe I had actual evidence of the legendary creature. The next day, I shared my findings with Laura and a few locals. Reactions were mixed, some were excited, others skeptical. But the photos spoke for themselves, and soon word spread throughout the town. Elkhorn was buzzing with renewed interest in the beast of Bray Road. I spent the next few days conducting more interviews and gathering as much information as I could. Each story added another piece to the puzzle, painting a picture of a creature that had haunted the area for decades. Some believed it was a cryptid, others thought it was a supernatural being, and a few even speculated it was an undiscovered species of animal. As I prepared to leave Elkhorn, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. The beast of Bray Road was not just a legend, it was a living, breathing entity that defied explanation. My encounter had left me with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain. The beast was real, and it was out there, lurking in the shadows. Back in my office, I compiled my notes, interviews, and photos into a comprehensive report. The story of the beast of Bray Road captured the imagination of my readers, sparking debates and discussions about the nature of cryptids and the unknown. Some dismissed it as a hoax, while others believed it was proof that the world still held mysteries waiting to be uncovered. For me, the experience was a reminder of why I became a journalist in the first place. The thrill of the hunt, the quest for the truth, and the discovery of the unexplained drive me forward. The Beast of Bray Road was a testament to the enduring power of folklore and the human desire to explore the unknown. As I continue my work, I carry with me the memory of that misty night on Bray Road, the glowing eyes of the beast, and the sense of awe and terror that comes with facing the unexplained. The legend of the Beast of Bray Road lives on, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. My name is Peter, and I've always had a fascination with cryptids and the supernatural. Growing up in the rural South, It heard countless stories of strange creatures lurking in the woods and swamps. But none intrigued me more than the tale of the lizard man of Scape or Swamp. This reptilian humanoid was said to haunt the swamps of Bishopville, South Carolina, terrorizing locals and leaving a trail of mysterious sightings in its wake. In the summer of 2023, I decided to investigate the legend for myself. Armed with a camera, a digital recorder, and a healthy dose of skepticism, I set out for Bishopville, determined to uncover the truth. The town was small and unassuming, with friendly locals and a charming, rustic atmosphere. But beneath the surface, there was a palpable sense of unease, a fear that had lingered for decades. I checked into a modest motel on the outskirts of town and began my investigation by interviewing locals who claimed to have encountered the lizard man. My first stop was the Lee County Public Library, where I hoped to find historical records and old newspaper articles about the creature. The librarian, an elderly woman named Mrs. Jenkins, was more than happy to help. "Oh, the lizard man," she said, with a knowing smile. "I've been hearing stories about him since I was a girl. Most folks around here will tell you it's just a legend, but there are some who swear they've seen him with their own eyes." With Mrs. Jenkins' help, I found several newspaper clippings detailing sightings and encounters with the lizard man, dating back to the 1980s. The most famous incident involved a local teenager named Christopher Davis, who reported being attacked by the creature while changing a tire near the swamp. According to Davis, the lizard man was about 7 feet tall, with green scaly skin, glowing red eyes, and 3 fingers on each hand. Intrigued by these accounts, I set out to find Christopher Davis, hoping he could provide more insight into his experience. I found him living in a modest home on the edge of town, a middle-aged man who seemed both weary and wary of discussing his encounter. "It's something I try not to think about," Davis admitted, as we sat on his porch. "But it's hard to forget. That thing, it wasn't human. It came out of nowhere, and it was fast. If I hadn't gotten back in my car when I did, I don't know what would be happened." Davis' account was chilling, but I needed more evidence. I spent the next few days interviewing other witnesses and exploring Scape or Swamp, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. The swamp was a dense, labyrinthine maze of cypress trees, murky water, and thick underbrush. It was easy to see how something or someone could hide there. One evening, I met with a local hunter named Hank, who claimed to have seen the lizard man while out on a late-night hunt. Hank was a no-nonsense type, with a deep drawl and a rugged demeanor. "I was tracking a deer," he said, his eyes narrowing as he spoke, "and I saw something move in the water. At first, I thought it was a gator, but then it stood up on 2 legs. It had this lizard-like skin, and its eyes glowed red. I've never seen anything like it." Armed with Hank's directions, I ventured deeper into the swamp, determined to find some evidence of the creature's existence. As night fell, the swamp took on an even more sinister feel. The sounds of frogs and insects filled the air, and the occasional splash of something moving in the water kept me on edge. I set up my camera on a tripod, aiming it toward a clearing where Hank had seen the lizard man. I sat in the darkness, waiting, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. Hours passed, and I began to wonder if I was wasting my time. Then, I heard a low, guttural growl, coming from the shadows. I turned on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. There, just beyond the edge of the light, I saw it. The lizard man. It was exactly as describable, with green, scaly skin, and glowing red eyes. It stood on 2 legs, its body rippling with muscle. For a moment, we stared at each other, both frozen in place. Then, with a speed that took my breath away, the creature lunged at me. I stumbled backward, my flashlight falling to the ground. In the chaos, I managed to grab my camera and snap a few photos. Before the lizard man retreated into the swamp, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Shaken, I gathered my equipment and hurried back to my motel. My hands trembled as I reviewed the photos. Most were blurry, but one clearly showed the creature's silhouette, its glowing eyes piercing through the darkness. I couldn't believe Itai had captured proof of the legendary lizard man. The next day, I shared my findings with the locals, including Mrs. Jenkins and Hank. Reactions were mixed. Some were skeptical, others were excited. But the photos spoke for themselves, and soon word spread throughout Bishopville. The legend of the lizard man was alive and well, and my encounter had reignited interest in the creature. I spent the rest of my time in Bishopville documenting my findings and speaking with more witnesses. Each story added another layer to the legend, painting a picture of a creature that had haunted the swamps for generations. Some believed it was a cryptid, others thought it was a supernatural being, and a few even speculated it was an undiscovered species of reptile. As I prepared to leave Bishopville, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. The lizard man of Scape or Swamp was not just a legend, it was a living, breathing entity that defied explanation. My encounter had left me with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain. The lizard man was real, and it was out there, lurking in the shadows. Back in my office, I compiled my notes, interviews, and photos into a comprehensive report. The story of the lizard man captured the imagination of my readers, sparking debates and discussions about the nature of cryptids and the unknown. Some dismissed it as a hoax, while others believed it was proof that the world still held mysteries waiting to be uncovered. For me, the experience was a reminder of why I became a journalist in the first place. The thrill of the hunt, the quest for the truth, and the discovery of the unexplained drive me forward. The lizard man of Scape or Swamp was a testament to the enduring power of folklore and the human desire to explore the unknown. As I continue my work, I carry with me the memory of that night in the swamp, the glowing eyes of the lizard man, and the sense of awe and terror that comes with facing the unexplained. The legend of the lizard man lives on, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. My name is Jane, and I have always been fascinated by the world's mysteries. As a wildlife biologist with a passion for cryptozoology, I've traveled to remote corners of the globe in search of creatures that exist at the edge of our understanding. My most recent expedition took me to the dense jungles of Java, Indonesia, in pursuit of the legendary ahula, giant bat-like creature said to inhabit the rainforest. The ahul is described as having a wingspan of up to 12 feet, with the face resembling that of a primate and large black eyes. Its eerie, distinctive call, which sounds like a who, is what gave the creature its name. Despite numerous sightings and local legends, no one had ever captured concrete evidence of its existence. That's where I came in, determined to document the elusive creature once and for all. In the summer of 2023, I embarked on my journey, accompanied by my trusted guide, Arif, who was well versed in the folklore and terrain of the Javanese jungle. We set up camp near the base of Mount Salak, a place known for its dense forest and numerous reports of ahul sightings. The first few days were uneventful as we trekked through the humid, dense jungle, setting up camera traps and recording devices in areas where the ahul had been reportedly seen. The jungle was alive with the sounds of wildlife, from the calls of exotic birds to the rustling of leaves as unseen creatures moved through the underbrush. Despite the beauty and biodiversity around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. On the fourth night, as we sat around the campfire, Arif began to share more about the local legends. His stories were filled with tales of the ahul, describing it as a guardian spirit of the jungle, both feared and revered by the villagers. They say the ahul appears to those who respect the forest and its creatures, Arif said, his voice low and serious. But it can also bring misfortune to those who harm the jungle. That night, as I lay in my tent, I heard it for the first time, haunting call of the ahul. Ahu, ahu. The sound echoed through the jungle, sending shivers down my spine. I grabbed my camera and recorder, determined to capture the creature if it appeared. I stepped out into the darkness, the jungle around me seemingly holding its breath. The call came again, louder and closer this time. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. As I moved deeper into the jungle, I saw a dark shape flitting through the trees. Its massive wings silhouetted against the moonlit sky. I raised my camera, snapping photos as quickly as I could. The creature circled above me, its call echoing in the night. I could see its large, dark eyes and primate-like face, just as the legends described. Suddenly, the Ahul swooped down, its massive wings stirring the air around me. I stumbled back, tripping over a root and falling to the ground. The creature landed a few feet away, its eyes locked onto mine. For a moment, we stared at each other, a silent understanding passing between us. The Ahul was not just a legend, it was real, a living, breathing part of the jungle. I slowly reached for my recorder, capturing the eerie call as the Ahul took flight again, disappearing into the night. I lay there, stunned and exhilarated, my heart racing from the encounter. I had come face to face with the creature that had haunted the dreams and stories of the locals for generations. The next morning, I reviewed the photos and audio recordings. The images were clear, showing the Ahul in flight, its massive wings spread wide. The recordings captured its haunting call, a sound that sent chills down my spine even in the light of day. Arif was equally amazed, his respect for the jungle and its mysteries deepening with our discovery. We spent the next few days documenting our findings and speaking with villagers who had their own encounters with the Ahul. Their stories were filled with awe and reverence for the creature, describing it as both a guardian and a warning. The Ahul's presence was a reminder of the delicate balance of the jungle, a symbol of the untamed wilderness that still held secrets beyond our understanding. As our expedition came to an end, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the experience. The encounter with the Ahul had reaffirmed my belief in the importance of preserving these wild places and the creatures that inhabit them. The jungle of Java was a treasure trove of biodiversity and mystery, a place where legends came to life. Back in my laboratory, I compiled my data, preparing to share our findings with the scientific community. The photos and recordings of the Ahul would spark debates and discussions about the existence of cryptids and the importance of conserving their habitats. Some would dismiss it as a hoax, while others would see it as evidence that the world still held wonders waiting to be discovered. For me, the journey to Java and the encounter with the Ahul was a reminder of why I became a wildlife biologist in the first place. The thrill of discovery, the quest for knowledge, and the awe of the natural world drove me forward. The Ahul was more than just a cryptid, it was a symbol of the wild, untamed beauty of the jungle and the mysteries that lay within. As I continue my work, I carry with me the memory of that night in the Javanese jungle, the haunting call of the Ahul, and the sense of wonder that comes with uncovering the unknown. The legend of the Ahul lives on, testament to the enduring power of folklore and the human desire to explore the uncharted corners of our world. My name is Sarah, and I am a wildlife photographer specializing in capturing the majestic beauty of birds in their natural habitats. My work has taken me to some of the most remote and breathtaking locations around the globe, but none more enigmatic than the rugged wilderness of Alaska. It was here, in the shadow of towering mountains and vast forests, that I encountered the legendary Thunderbird creature spoken of in hushed tones by the native Tlingit people. The Thunderbird is described as a colossal bird with a wingspan that can blot out the sun, feathers as dark as a stormy sky, and eyes that flash like lightning. According to legend, the Thunderbird controls the weather, bringing thunder and rain with each flap of its mighty wings. Despite numerous sightings and stories passed down through generations, no one had ever captured definitive proof of its existence. My journey to Alaska was driven by the hope of photographing this elusive giant. In the spring of 2023, I arrived in a small village nestled along the coast of southeastern Alaska. The locals were friendly but reserved, When I mentioned the thunderbird, many were reluctant to speak of it, believing the creature to be a powerful and sacred being. However, an elder named Marnie agreed to share her knowledge. The thunderbird is a protector, Marnie explained, as we sat by a roaring fire in her cabin. It watches over the land and the people, but it is also a harbinger of storms. Many have seen it during the fiercest weather, soaring through the clouds. With Marnie's guidance, I set out to explore the areas where the thunderbird had been reportedly sighted. Armed with my camera, binoculars, and a journal, I ventured into the heart of the wilderness. The landscape was awe-inspiring, with towering pine trees, cascading waterfalls, and the distant silhouette of snow-capped peaks. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. For several days, I hiked through the dense forest, setting up observation points and scanning the skies. The weather was unpredictable, with sudden downpours and gusty winds. Despite the challenging conditions, I was determined to capture any sign of the thunderbird. Each night, I returned to the village to share my findings with Marnie, who listened intently and offered words of encouragement. On the seventh day, as I was photographing a family of bald eagles by a secluded lake, the sky began to darken. Thick, black clouds rolled in, and the wind picked up, whipping through the trees. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the air crackled with electricity. It was then that I saw a massive shadow moving through the storm clouds. My heart raced as I focused my camera on the sky, capturing images of the dark shape against the tumultuous backdrop. The thunderbird emerged from the clouds, its enormous wings beating with the force of a hurricane. Lightning flashed, illuminating its majestic form, feathers as dark as midnight, eyes that glowed like molten gold, and a beak that curved like a scythe. The creature let out a powerful screech that resonated through the forest, sending a shiver down my spine. I continued to photograph the thunderbird as it soared above the lake, its presence commanding the storm. The thunder and lightning seemed to dance in time with its movements, as if the weather itself were under its control. As quickly as it had appeared, the thunderbird vanished into the storm clouds, leaving me breathless and awestruck. I reviewed the photos on my camera, my hands trembling with excitement. The images were clear, and unmistakably had captured proof of the legendary thunderbird. I hurried back to the village, eager to share my discovery with Marnie and the others. The villagers gathered around as I showed them the photos, their eyes widening in amazement. Marnie nodded slowly, a look of reverence on her face. "You have seen the thunderbird," she said softly. "It is a rare and powerful gift." The storm continued to rage throughout the night, but I couldn't sleep. My mind was filled with the image of the thunderbird, its majestic form etched into my memory. I knew that this encounter was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, a moment that would define my career and my life. The next day, I set out to document more about the thunderbird and its significance to the Tlingit people. Marnie introduced me to other elders who shared their stories and knowledge. They spoke of the thunderbird as a guardian spirit, a symbol of strength and protection. Its appearances were seen as both a warning and a blessing, a reminder of the power of nature and the need to respect it. As my time in Alaska drew to a close, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the experience. The encounter with the thunderbird had reaffirmed my belief in the interconnectedness of all living things and the mysteries that still await us in the natural world. The photos I had taken would not only contribute to the scientific community, but also honor the rich cultural heritage of the Tlingit people. Back in my studio, I compiled my notes, interviews, and photos into a comprehensive report. The story of the thunderbird captivated audiences, sparking debates and discussions about the existence of cryptids and the importance of preserving indigenous knowledge. Some dismissed it as a myth, while others saw it as evidence of the wonders that still lie hidden in our world. For me, the journey to Alaska and the encounter with the thunderbird was a reminder of why I became a wildlife photographer in the first place. The thrill of discovery, the quest for knowledge, and the awe of the natural world drive me forward. The Thunderbird was more than just a legend, it was a testament to the enduring power of nature and the stories that connect us to it. As I continue my work, I carry with me the memory of that stormy night, the sight of the Thunderbird soaring through the clouds, and the sense of wonder that comes with uncovering the unknown. The legend of the Thunderbird lives on, a symbol of the untamed beauty of the wilderness and the mysteries that await those who seek them. My name is David, and I am an anthropologist specializing in Native American folklore. Over the years, I've encountered numerous legends and myths, each steeped in the rich cultural heritage of the indigenous peoples. However, none have captivated and terrified me as much as the tale of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit associated with cannibalism, greed, and insatiable hunger. My journey to uncover the truth behind this legend led me deep into the heart of the Canadian wilderness, where I experienced something that forever changed my understanding of the line between myth and reality. In the winter of 2022, I traveled to a remote Cree village in northern Quebec. The village, nestled within dense forests and blanketed by snow, was home to a close-knit community that held steadfastly to their traditions and stories. The Wendigo was a topic seldom spoken of, but its presence was palpably a shadow that loomed over the village, especially during the long, harsh winters. My host, a Cree elder named Robert, was initially reluctant to discuss the Wendigo. However, after gaining his trust through respectful conversations and showing genuine interest in their culture, he agreed to share what he knew. The Wendigo is not just a story, Robert said one evening as we sat by the fire in his cabin. It is a warning, a manifestation of our deepest fears. It is said to be a spirit of the north, a creature born from the cold and the hunger of winter. When a person succumbs to greed or desperation, the Wendigo can possess them, turning them into a monster that craves human flesh. The legend was chilling, but it wasn't until Robert took me to meet an old woman named Anouk that I began to grasp the true horror of the Wendigo. Anouk had lived in the village her entire life and claimed to have encountered the Wendigo many years ago. Her eyes, clouded with age, seemed to pierce through me as she recounted her tale. It was a winter much like this one, Anouk began, her voice trembling. A group of hunters went missing in the forest. They were experienced men, but the snowstorm was relentless. Days passed, and when they didn't return, a search party was sent out. They found only one man, barely alive, muttering about a creature with eyes like fire and a heart of ice. Anouk paused, her gaze distant. He spoke of a monstrous being, tall and emaciated, with skin stretched tight over its bones. It had an insatiable hunger for human flesh. The man was brought back to the village, but he was never the same. He became violent, consumed by a madness that none of us could understand. We had no choice but to banish him. The story sent shivers down my spine, but it wasn't enough to deter me. I was determined to find concrete evidence of the Wendigo, to understand its origins and the truth behind the legend. With Robert's help, I gathered supplies and ventured into the forest, following the path described by Anouk. The forest was eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of snow under my boots. The cold was biting, and the trees loomed like dark sentinels, their branches heavy with snow. I set up camp near a frozen lake, where the hunters had been last seen. As night fell, I built a fire and waited, my senses on high alert. Hours passed, and the temperature dropped further. Just as I was about to give up and retreat to my tent, I heard a faint, inhuman wail, carried by the wind. My heart pounded as I grabbed my flashlight and camera, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The wail grew louder, more desperate, and I could feel an unnatural chill in the air. Then, I saw it. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and gaunt, its skin stretched tight over its skeletal frame. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and its breath came out in visible puffs of steam. The creature's gaze locked onto mine, and I felt a wave of primal fear wash over me. I raised my camera, snapping photos as quickly as I could. The Wendigo let out a bone-chilling screech and began to move toward me, its movements unnaturally fast and fluid. I stumbled back, my mind racing with a mix of terror and disbelief. This was no mere legend, this was a living nightmare. Just as the Wendigo was about to reach me, I heard a gunshot. The creature recoiled, letting out a guttural growl before retreating into the forest. I turned to see Robert, rifle in hand, his face pale and resolute. "Run," he shouted, and I didn't need to be told twice. We fled back to the village, the howls of the Wendigo echoing behind us. Back in the safety of Robert's cabin, reviewed the photos. They were grainy and blurred, but the outline of the creature was unmistakable. I had captured proof of the Wendigo, but at a cost. The encounter had shaken me to my core, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, watching, waiting. Robert explained that the Wendigo was not just a physical entity, but a manifestation of the darkness that can reside within human hearts. Greed, desperation, and a loss of humanity could give rise to the Wendigo spirit, turning a person into a monster. It was a stark reminder of the fragile line between civilization and savagery. I left the village with a newfound respect for the legends and the people who told them. The Wendigo was more than just a myth, it was a warning, a lesson about the dangers of succumbing to our darkest impulses. As I returned to my work, I felt a deep sense of responsibility to share this story, to honor the truth behind the legend. Back in my office, I compiled my findings into a comprehensive report. The photos and accounts of the Wendigo sparked intense interest and debate. Some dismissed it as a fabrication, while others saw it as a glimpse into the darker aspects of human nature. For me, it was a reminder of the power of stories and the enduring mysteries of our world. The encounter with the Wendigo had changed me. It had shown me that the line between myth and reality is often blurred, that the stories we tell carry truths deeper than we can imagine. As I continue my work, I carry with me the memory of that cold winter night, the haunting wail of the Wendigo, and the lesson that some legends are born from the very heart of humanity's darkest fears. My name is Emily, and I am a paranormal investigator with a keen interest in unexplained phenomena. One case that has always intrigued me is the mystery of the Dover Demona, strange creature, reported to have been sighted in the town of Dover, Massachusetts, in the spring of 1977. The eyewitness accounts and the enigmatic nature of the creature captured my curiosity, leading me on a journey to uncover the truth behind this elusive entity. The Dover demon is described as a small, humanoid creature with glowing orange eyes, a hairless body, and long, thin fingers. Its appearance is often likened to that of an alien or extraterrestrial being. The first sightings occurred over the course of 2 nights in April 1977, when several teenagers reported encountering the creature while driving or walking near Farm Street. In the summer of 2023, traveled to Dover to conduct interviews, gather evidence, and investigate the locations where the Dover demon was sighted. The town had changed over the years, but the mystery surrounding the creature still lingered in the minds of many locals. My first stop was to meet with John, one of the original eyewitnesses who claimed to have seen the Dover demon back in 1977. Now retired teacher, John welcomed me into his home and recounted his experience with a mix of fascination and unease. It was late at night, and I was driving home from a friend's house, John recalled, his voice tinged with nostalgia and apprehension. I saw something moving by the side of the road, a small figure with glowing eyes. At first, I thought it was a prank or a trick of the light, but as I got closer, I realized it was something I couldn't explain. John's account matched those of the other witnesses, a sense of disbelief, followed by a deep-seated conviction that they had encountered something truly bizarre. Armed with these first-hand testimonies, I delved deeper into the history and lore surrounding the Dover demon. One theory suggested that the creature was a cryptid, an unknown species of animal that had somehow evaded scientific classification. Another proposed that it was an extraterrestrial being, perhaps drawn to Earth for unknown reasons. Skeptics dismiss the sightings as hoaxes or misidentifications of known animals. But the consistency of the eyewitness reports and the lack of concrete evidence left the case open to interpretation. As I explored the areas where the Dover demon was sighted, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The quiet streets and wooded areas took on a surreal quality, as if the veil between the ordinary and the extraordinary had been lifted. I set up cameras and recording devices, hoping to capture any sign of the elusive creature. On the third night of my investigation, received a tip from a local historian, who claimed to have uncovered new information about the Dover demon. According to his research, there had been similar sightings in the area dating back decades, long before the events of 1977. These earlier accounts were often dismissed or forgotten, but they hinted at a deeper connection to the land and its mysteries. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I revisited the locations where the Dover demon had been sighted. It was during one of these late-night stakeouts that I had my own encounter with the enigmatic creature. I was parked near Farm Street, the same area where the initial sightings had occurred, when I saw a small figure moving through the trees. My heart raced as I grabbed my camera and began to document what I was seeing. The creature matched the descriptions perfectly, hairless, with glowing orange eyes and elongated fingers. I approached cautiously, trying to get a closer look without startling the creature. It seemed aware of my presence, but made no attempt to flee. I managed to capture several photos and videos before the Dover demon vanished into the darkness, leaving me with more questions than answers. Back at my hotel room, I reviewed the footage, analyzing every frame for clues. The images were clear, showing the creature in detailed texture of its skin, the intensity of its eyes, and the way it moved with an otherworldly grace. I couldn't deny what I had seen. It was the Dover demon, or something very much like it. The next day, I shared my findings with John and other locals who had been involved in the case. Reactions were mixed. Some were excited by the possibility of new evidence, while others remained skeptical. The Dover demon had always been a divisive topic, sparking debates and discussions that had persisted for decades. As I prepared to leave Dover, I couldn't shake the feeling that the mystery was far from solved. The Dover demon remained an enigma, a puzzle waiting to be unraveled. My encounter had only deepened my fascination with the unknown, reaffirming my belief that there are still secrets in this world that defy explanation. Back in my office, I compiled my findings into a detailed report, complete with photos, videos, and eyewitness testimonies. The story of the Dover demon continued to captivate audiences, sparking renewed interest in the case and prompting new investigations. Some saw it as proof of the existence of cryptids or extraterrestrial beings, while others viewed it as a cautionary tale about the power of perception and belief. For me, the journey to Dover and the encounter with the Dover demon had been a transformative experience. It had challenged my assumptions, expanded my understanding of the paranormal, and reignited my passion for uncovering the truth behind the unexplained. The legend of the Dover demon would always hold a special place in my heart, a reminder that sometimes the most extraordinary things can be found in the most unexpected places. My name is Lucas, and I am a freelance journalist with a passion for uncovering the truth behind urban legends and unexplained phenomena. One of the most intriguing cases I've encountered is the legend of the Beast of Bray Road, a werewolf-like creature reported to have been sighted near Elkhorn, Wisconsin. The accounts of this beast span several decades, with witnesses describing a bipedal, wolf-like creature that prowls the rural roads and fields at night. In the fall of 2023, I decided to travel to Elkhorn to investigate the legend for myself. The small town, surrounded by farmland and dense woods, had an eerie charm that seemed fitting for such a mysterious creature. My first stop was to meet with Linda Godfrey, the journalist and author, who had brought the Beast of Bray Road to national attention in the early 1990s. Linda had documented numerous sightings and encounters, making her the foremost expert on the subject. Linda welcomed me into her home, where she shared her experiences and insights. "The Beast of Bray Road is one of the most compelling cases I've ever worked on," she said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The consistency of the eyewitness accounts, combined with the sheer number of sightings, makes it hard to dismiss as mere folklore. According to Linda, the beast is described as a large, muscular creature with the body of a man and the head of a wolf. It is often seen walking on two legs, though it can also drop to all fours. Witnesses report glowing yellow eyes, sharp claws, and an overwhelming sense of fear when in its presence. The beast has been known to chase cars, raid livestock, and disappear into the woods with uncanny speed and agility. Armed with Linda's notes and a list of recent sightings, I set out to explore Bray Road and the surrounding areas. The road itself was a narrow, winding stretch that cut through fields and woods, with little traffic and an unsettling quiet. I set up camp near an old barn where several sightings had occurred, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. Each night, I patrolled the area, my camera and flashlight at the ready. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, and every rustle in the bushes set my nerves on edge. Despite the tension, the first few nights passed without incident. It wasn't until the fourth night that I experienced something truly unexplainable. I was walking along Bray Road, the full moon casting an eerie glow over the landscape, when I heard a low growl behind me. I turned slowly, my heart pounding, and saw a pair of glowing yellow eyes staring at me from the edge of the woods. The Beast of Bray Road stepped into the moonlight, its massive form dwarfing me. It stood on two legs, its fur dark and matted, and its teeth bared in a menacing snarl. For a moment, I was frozen with fear. The beast's eyes seemed to bore into my soul, and I felt an overwhelming urge to run. But I knew I had to document this encounter, so I raised my camera and snapped several photos, the flash briefly illuminating the creature's terrifying features. The beast let out a bone-chilling howl and lunged towards me. I stumbled back, my heart racing, and managed to snap a few more photos before turning and sprinting down the road. I could hear the creature's heavy footsteps behind me, but I didn't dare look back. I ran until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys before finally unlocking the door and diving inside. The beast stopped at the edge of the road, its glowing eyes watching me as I sped away. Back at my hotel, I reviewed the photos with trembling hands. The images were clear and unmistakable. I'd captured the Beast of Bray Road in all its terrifying glory. Its hulking form, sharp claws, and glowing eyes were more than enough to confirm the stories I'd heard. The next day, I met with local farmers and residents who had their own encounters with the beast. Their stories were eerily similar, each describing the same fearsome creature and the sense of dread it inspired. Some had lost livestock, while others had been chased or watched from a distance. The beast seemed to have an almost supernatural ability to evade capture, leaving only fleeting glimpses and chilling memories. As I compiled my findings, I couldn't help but wonder about the true nature of the beast. Was it a cryptid, an undiscovered species that had somehow remained hidden for centuries? Or was it something more supernatural, a creature born from the depths of human fear and imagination? The answers remained elusive, but the evidence was compelling. My article on the Beast of Bray Road garnered significant attention, sparking renewed interest in the legend and drawing visitors to Elkhorn in search of their own encounters. Some dismissed it as a hoax or a case of mistaken identity, while others believed it to be proof of the unknown lurking in our world. For me, the experience was a stark reminder of the mysteries that still exist and the thin line between reality and legend. As I left Elkhorn, I couldn't shake the feeling that the beast was watching, lurking just beyond the edge of the woods. The encounter had left a lasting impression, a mix of fear and fascination that would stay with me forever. The Beast of Bray Road was more than just a story, it was a living, breathing enigma that defied explanation and challenged my understanding of the natural world. Back home, I continued to follow up on new sightings and reports, always with the hope of uncovering more about the beast. The legend of the Beast of Bray Road had become a part of me, a reminder that there are still wonders and terrors waiting to be discovered. The truth may be elusive, but the pursuit of it is what drives me forward, ever curious and ever vigilant. My name is Maria, and I grew up in a small village in Puerto Rico. From a young age, I heard stories about the chupacabra creature said to attack livestock, draining them of their blood and leaving a trail of fear and mystery in its wake. The legend of the chupacabra was deeply ingrained in our community, a tale told to keep children from wandering too far into the night. But for me, it became a lifelong obsession to uncover the truth behind this terrifying myth. In the summer of 2022, after years of studying folklore and cryptozoology, I decided to return to Puerto Rico to investigate the chupacabra. Reports of livestock deaths had surged recently, reigniting fears and rumors of the creature's return. Equipped with cameras, recording devices, and a determination to find answers, I traveled to the heart of the island where the sightings were most frequent. My journey began in the town of Canavanas, a place notorious for chupacabra encounters. I met with local farmers and residents who had first-hand experiences with the creature. One such person was Manuel, an elderly farmer who had lived in the area his entire life. He recounted a chilling encounter that had occurred only weeks before my arrival. It was a full moon, Manuel began, his voice tinged with fear and reverence. I heard my goats bleating frantically in the middle of the night. When I went to check, I saw it a small, hunched figure, with spines down its back and glowing red eyes. It moved quickly, disappearing into the shadows before I could get a closer look. The next morning, 3 of my goats were dead, their bodies drained of blood. Manuel's story matched the descriptions I had read. A booth chupacabra was often depicted as a reptilian creature, about the size of a small dog, with sharp teeth and spines along its back. The consistency of these accounts, combined with the physical evidence of dead livestock, suggested that there was more to the legend than mere superstition. Determined to capture evidence of the chupacabra, I set up surveillance equipment around Manuel's farm. Night after night, I waited, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. The nights were filled with the sounds of the country cicatrix chirping, the rustle of leaves, and occasionally, the distant bleat of goats. But the chupacabra remained elusive, a phantom that evaded my cameras and my patience. It wasn't until my 3rd week in Canavanas that I had my first real encounter. I was reviewing footage in my tent when I heard a commotion outside. Grabbing my flashlight and camera, I rushed out to find several goats huddled together, their eyes wide with terror. My heart raced as I scanned the area, and then I saw a dark figure moving swiftly along the edge of the pen. Reviewing the footage, I felt a mix of excitement and dread. The images were clear, showing the creature's reptilian features and spin back. This was the evidence I had been searching for, proof that the chupacabra was not just a myth, but a living, breathing entity. But with this discovery came a deeper fear: what if the chupacabra was more dangerous than we had imagined? The next day, I shared my findings with Manuel and other villagers. Reactions were mixed. Some were relieved to have confirmation of the creature's existence, while others were frightened by the implications. The chupacabra was no longer a story to scare children, but a real threat that needed to be understood and addressed. Determined to learn more, I expanded my investigation to neighboring towns, each with its own tales of the chupacabra. I met with biologists, cryptozoologists, and even local shamans, piecing together a comprehensive picture of the creature's behavior and origins. Some believed the chupacabra was a result of genetic experiments gone wrong, while others thought it was an alien species stranded on Earth. The truth, however, remained elusive. One particularly compelling theory came from Dr. Elena Martinez, a biologist who had studied the chupacabra for years. According to Dr. Martinez, the creature might be a hybrid species, a cross between a reptile and a mammal. with unique adaptations that allowed it to thrive in the dense forests and mountainous regions of Puerto Rico. She speculated that the chupacabra's diet of blood was a result of these adaptations, allowing it to extract maximum nutrients from its prey. Armed with this information, returned to Canavanas with renewed determination. My goal was to capture the chupacabra and study it in a controlled environment to uncover the truth behind its biology and behavior. With Manuel's help, I set up a series of traps around the farm, baited with fresh meat and equipped with motion sensors and cameras. I followed cautiously, trying to stay silent. The creature was small, no larger than a dog, but its movements were quick and fluid. I raised my camera, capturing several photos before the chupacabra turned to face me. Its eyes glowed red in the light of my flashlight, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The creature let out a low growl, then darted into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. For several nights, we waited, tension building with each passing hour. Finally, on a moonless night, our patience paid off. The motion sensors triggered, and we rushed to the site to find a small, reptilian creature caught in one of the traps. The chupacabra thrashed and hissed, its red eyes glowing with anger and fear. Carefully, we transported it to a secure enclosure, where Dr. Martinez could begin her examination. The study of the chupacabra yielded fascinating results. Dr. Martinez confirmed that it was indeed a hybrid species, with characteristics of both reptiles and mammals. Its blood-drinking behavior was linked to specialized fangs and a unique digestive system that allowed it to process blood efficiently. The creature's resilience and adaptability explained its ability to evade capture for so long. As word of our discovery spread, scientists and media from around the world descended on Puerto Rico. The chupacabra became a subject of intense study and debate, its existence challenging our understanding of biology and the natural world. While some hailed it as a breakthrough in cryptozoology, others raised ethical concerns about the treatment and study of such a rare and enigmatic creature. For me, the investigation was a culmination of years of curiosity and dedication. The chupacabra was no longer a terrifying legend, but a real, living being that deserved respect and understanding. My journey to uncover the truth had brought me closer to my roots and the stories that had shaped my childhood. It had also shown me that the world is full of mysteries waiting to be explored, and that the line between myth and reality is often more blurred than we realize. As I prepared to leave Puerto Rico, I reflected on the impact of the chupacabra on the community and the world. The creature had become a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that there are still wonders and terrors hidden in the shadows. My work had only just begun, and I knew that there were many more stories to uncover and truths to reveal. The chupacabra had opened my eyes to the possibilities, and I was ready to embrace the journey ahead. My name is Daniel, and I am a marine biologist with a penchant for exploring the unknown. One legend that has fascinated me since childhood is that of the Loch Ness Monster, an elusive creature said to inhabit the deep, dark waters of Loch Ness in the Scottish Highlands. Stories of this mysterious being, affectionately known as Nessie, have captivated imaginations for generations. The thought of an undiscovered creature living in one of the largest and deepest freshwater lakes in the world was too compelling to resist. In the summer of 2023, I decided to embark on an expedition to Loch Ness to uncover the truth behind the legend. Armed with state-of-the-art sonar equipment, underwater cameras, and a team of dedicated researchers, I was determined to solve the mystery once and for all. Our base of operations was a small cabin on the shore of the loch, providing easy access to the water and a perfect vantage point for observations. The first few days of our expedition were spent familiarizing ourselves with the loch's vast expanse. Loch Ness is over 20 miles long, mile wide, and more than 700 feet deep in places. The sheer size of the loch made it an ideal hiding place for a creature like Nessie, and its murky waters added to the challenge of finding concrete evidence. We began by interviewing locals who claimed to have seen the monster. One such person was Angus, a fisherman who had lived on the loch his entire life. His encounter had occurred nearly a decade ago, but the memory was still fresh in his mind. It was early morning, and the loch was as still as glass, Angus recounted, his weathered face showing a mix of awe and apprehension. I saw a long neck and a small head rise out of the water, followed by a series of humps. It moved gracefully, like a serpent, before disappearing into the depths. I've never seen anything like it before or since. Angus's description matched many other accounts, depicting a large, serpentine creature with a long neck and multiple humps. While skeptics dismiss these sightings as misidentifications of common animals or floating debris, the consistency of the reports suggested that there might be something more to the legend. We deployed our sonar equipment, scanning the depths of the loch for any signs of unusual activity. The sonar readings revealed several large, unexplained objects moving through the water, but capturing clear images was proving difficult due to the loch's turbid conditions. Frustration began to set in, but we pressed on, knowing that perseverance was key to uncovering the truth. On the 7th day of our expedition, we had a breakthrough. Our sonar detected a large object moving at a depth of around 400 feet. Excitement surged through our team as we readied the underwater cameras and lights, lowering them into the water near the area of the sonar contact. As the cameras descended into the dark abyss, we watched the live feed with bated breath. At first, the screen showed only murky water and occasional schools of fish. But then, something massive swam into view, a long, sinuous shape that moved with an almost otherworldly grace. The creature's body was covered in what appeared to be smooth, dark skin, and its movements were both powerful and fluid. We managed to capture several minutes of footage before the creature vanished into the darkness. Reviewing the footage, we were stunned. The creature bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of Nessie-long neck, multiple humps, and a serpentine body. This was the most compelling evidence yet, and it reignited our determination to document the existence of the Loch Ness monster. As news of our findings spread, media outlets from around the world descended on Loch Ness, eager to see the footage and hear our story. The interest was overwhelming, but it also brought a level of scrutiny and skepticism that we hadn't anticipated. Some experts argued that the creature in the footage could be a large eel or a misidentified species of fish, while others suggested it might be a hoax. Undeterred, we continued our investigation, conducting further sonar scans, and deploying additional cameras in different parts of the loch. Each night, we reviewed the footage, hoping for another glimpse of the elusive creature. Our persistence paid off when, on the 12th night, we captured even clearer images of the creature swimming near the surface. This new footage showed the creature in greater detail, its elongated body, the way it undulated through the water, and the distinct humps that had become synonymous with Nessie. The evidence was mounting, and it was becoming harder for skeptics to dismiss our findings. We presented our data at a press conference, sharing the sonar readings, underwater footage, and eyewitness testimonies. The response was mixed, with some scientists expressing cautious optimism and others remaining firmly skeptical. But for us, the evidence spoke for itself. The Loch Ness monster was real, and we had the proof. Our expedition had not only reignited the world's fascination with Nessie, but also highlighted the importance of preserving Loch Ness's unique ecosystem. The potential discovery of a new species underscored the need for further research and conservation efforts to protect the loch and its inhabitants. As we packed up our equipment and prepared to leave Loch Ness, I reflected on the journey we had undertaken. The search for Nessie had been more than just a quest to solve a mystery. It had been an exploration of the unknown, a testament to human curiosity and the desire to understand the world around us. The Loch Ness monster had captured our imaginations for generations. And now, Thanks to our efforts, it had taken a step closer to reality. Back at the university, I continued to study the footage and data we had collected, collaborating with other marine biologists and cryptozoologists to analyze our findings. The search for Nessie had opened new avenues of research and inspired a new generation of scientists to look beyond the surface and explore the depths of our planet's unexplored waters. The Loch Ness Monster remained an enigma, a symbol of the mysteries that still await us in the natural world. Our journey had shown that sometimes, the most extraordinary discoveries are found in the most unexpected places. The legend of Nessie would continue to captivate and inspire, a reminder that there is always more to discover, if only we have the courage to seek it out. My name is Nathan, and I am a park ranger stationed in the dense forests of northern Minnesota. Growing up, I had heard tales of the Wendigo, an insatiable, cannibalistic creature that roamed the woods, preying on anyone unfortunate enough to cross its path. The stories were a staple of local folklore, meant to keep children from wandering too far into the wilderness. As I grew older, I dismissed these tales as mere superstition, the product of overactive imaginations. However, my skepticism was challenged in the winter of 2022, when a series of strange and unsettling events began to unfold in the park. Reports of missing hikers, eerie howls at night, and sightings of a gaunt, skeletal figure in the woods started to surface. The park had always been a place of natural beauty and tranquility, but now it was shrouded in an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty. My first encounter with the Wendigo occurred late one evening while I was patrolling the northern sector of the park. The air was crisp and cold, the ground covered in a thick blanket of snow. The full moon cast an ethereal glow over the landscape, illuminating the frosty trees and the winding trails. As I walked, my flashlight scanning the shadows, I heard a faint, haunting whisper carried on the wind. "Help me." The voice was barely audible, but it sent a chill down my spine. I stopped in my tracks, straining to listen. The whisper came again, this time clearer and more desperate. Following the sound, I ventured deeper into the woods, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and curiosity. The whisper led me to a small clearing, where I found a man crouched beside a tree, his eyes wide with terror. "Please, help me," he pleaded, his voice trembling. "It's coming for me." I approached cautiously, my flashlight revealing his gaunt, emaciated figure. He looked as if he hadn't eaten in days, his clothes tattered and his skin pale. I knelt beside him, trying to calm him down and get him to explain what had happened. "It's the Wendigo," he whispered, his voice barely above a breath. "I saw it. It's real." Before I could ask any more questions, the man let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed. I radioed for backup and an ambulance, but by the time they arrived, the man was gone. His body was ice cold, and his eyes were frozen in a look of sheer terror. The paramedics were baffled, unable to determine a cause of death. Shaken by the encounter, I decided to investigate the man's claims further. I delved into the park's history, uncovering old reports of mysterious disappearances and sightings of a creature matching the Wendigo's description. The accounts were eerily consistent. People would hear whispers in the woods, feel an overwhelming sense of dread, and then vanish without a trace. Determined to find answers, I spent the next few weeks patrolling the park more frequently, especially at night. I spoke with locals and other rangers, gathering as much information as I could. The more I learned, the more I realized that the Wendigo was not just a legend, but a very real and dangerous entity. One evening, as I was reviewing my notes in the ranger station, I received a distress call from a hiker named Emily who had ventured into the park alone. She was lost and terrified, claiming that something was stalking her. I grabbed my gear and set out to find her, following the coordinates she had provided. The night was bitterly cold, and the forest seemed to close in around me as I made my way through the snow. I found Emily near the edge of a frozen lake, huddled under a tree. Her face was pale with fear, and she kept glancing over her shoulder, as if expecting something to emerge from the darkness. I reassured her and guided her back towards the ranger station, but as we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Halfway back, we heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to reverberate through the trees. Emily's grip on my arm tightened, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. We quickened our pace, the growl growing louder and more menacing. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, skeletal being with hollow eyes and sharp, elongated teeth. The Wendigo. It moved with a terrifying speed, its bony limbs seeming to glide over the snow. Emily screamed, and I drew my flashlight, shining it directly at the creature. For a brief moment, it recoiled, hissing and shielding its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, I urged Emily to run, and we sprinted through the forest, the Wendigo's growls echoing behind us. We reached the ranger station, slamming the door shut and barricading it with whatever we could find. The Wendigo's growls faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Emily was shaking, her eyes filled with tears. I did my best to comfort her, but I couldn't ignore the dread that had settled in the pit of my stomach. The Wendigo was real, and it was hunting us. Over the next few days, I gathered a group of experienced rangers and locals to form a search party. We needed to track the Wendigo and find a way to stop it before it claimed more lives. Equipped with rifles, traps, and survival gear, we ventured into the heart of the forest, determined to face the creature head-on. Our search led us to an abandoned cabin deep in the woods. The place was decrepit, its windows shattered and its walls covered in strange, dark stains. Inside, we found signs of a struggle, broken furniture, scattered belongings, and claw marks etched into the wood. It was clear that the Wendigo had been here, and it was using the cabin as a lair. As night fell, we set up a perimeter around the cabin, using motion sensors and cameras to monitor any activity. The air was thick with tension, and every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig set our nerves on edge. We waited in silence, our eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of the creature. Hours passed, and just as we were beginning to think the Wendigo wouldn't show, the motion sensors were triggered. The cameras captured a blurry figure moving towards the cabin, its eyes glowing in the night. We readied our rifles, the tension palpable. The Wendigo emerged from the shadows, its skeletal frame illuminated by the moonlight. It let out a bone-chilling howl, and we opened fire. Bullets tore through the night, striking the creature, but it barely flinched. It lunged at us with terrifying speed, its claws slashing through the air. The battle was fierce and chaotic, but eventually, we managed to drive the Wendigo back into the cabin. We set fire to the structure, watching as the flames consumed the old wood and the creature within. Its howls of agony echoed through the forest, slowly fading into silence. In the aftermath, we searched the ashes for any remains, but there was nothing left of the Wendigo. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. We had defeated the creature, but the experience left a mark on all of us. Back at the ranger station, we shared our story with the authorities and the media. The tale of the Wendigo's terror and our battle against it spread quickly, capturing the imagination of people far and wide. Some were skeptical, dismissing it as a fabrication or a hallucination brought on by the cold. But for those of us who had faced the creature, the memory was all too real. The legend of the Wendigo would live on, a reminder of the darkness that lurks in the woods and the courage it takes to confront it. As for me, I returned to my duties as a park ranger, forever changed by the encounter. The forest was no longer just a place of beauty and tranquility, it was a realm of mystery and danger, where legends walked among us. I remained vigilant, always aware of the whispers in the wind and the shadows in the trees. The Wendigo's whisper had haunted my dreams, but it had also awakened a sense of purpose. My duty was to protect the park and its visitors, to stand guard against the unknown, and to honor the bravery of those who had faced the darkness with me. The Wendigo may have been defeated, but its presence would always be felt, a silent guardian of the forest's secrets. And as long as I walked those trails, I would carry the memory of that fateful winter night, when the Wendigo's whisper led me into the heart of fear, and showed me the true meaning of courage. My name is Alex, and I have spent most of my life exploring the dense, enigmatic forests of New Jersey's Pine Barrens. As a wildlife biologist, I've always been fascinated by the region's rich biodiversity and the mysteries hidden within its sprawling woods. But one legend has intrigued me more than any other: the tale of the Jersey Devil. According to local lore, the Jersey Devil is a fearsome creature with the head of a horse, the wings of a bat, and the body of a kangaroo. It's said to have been born to a woman named Mother Leeds in 1735, cursed to live as a monstrous beast. For centuries, sightings and encounters with this creature have been reported, instilling fear and fascination in equal measure. In the autumn of 2023, I decided to conduct a detailed study of the Pine Barrens, focusing specifically on areas where sightings of the Jersey Devil had been most frequent. I was determined to uncover the truth behind the legend, armed with modern technology and a healthy dose of skepticism. Joining me were my colleagues, Dr. Emily Carter, an expert in cryptozoology, and Michael Ramirez, a skilled tracker and outdoorsman. Our base camp was set up near the village of Leeds Point, where the legend originated. The locals were friendly but cautious, sharing their own stories and warnings about venturing too deep into the woods. Despite their apprehensions, we were excited to begin our investigation. Our first few days were spent setting up trail cameras and recording equipment throughout the forest. We also conducted interviews with residents who claimed to have encountered the Jersey Devil. One of the most compelling accounts came from an elderly man named Tom, who had lived in the area his entire life. "I was just a boy when I saw it," Tom recalled, his eyes reflecting the vivid memory. "It was late at night, and I heard this unearthly scream coming from the woods. I looked out my window and saw this massive, winged creature with glowing red eyes. It flew past the house and disappeared into the trees. I've never seen anything like it before or since." Tom's description matched many other reports: glowing eyes, large wings, and a terrifying scream that echoed through the night. While skeptics dismiss these sightings as misidentifications of known animals or pure imagination, the consistency and sincerity of the accounts were hard to ignore. One night, about a week into our expedition, we experienced something that shook our skepticism to the core. It was just after midnight, and Emily and I were reviewing footage from our trail cameras, when we heard a series of loud, piercing screams coming from the forest. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard: primal, chilling, and full of menace. We grabbed our gear and followed the sound, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The screams grew louder and more intense as we ventured deeper into the woods, accompanied by the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs. Suddenly, the forest fell silent, the air thick with tension. As we stood there, straining to listen, Michael pointed to a clearing up ahead. We cautiously approached, our senses on high alert. In the center of the clearing, illuminated by the moonlight, was a set of large, clawed footprints. The prints were unlike anything we had ever seen: massive, with elongated toes and deep impressions in the soil. Emily quickly took photographs and measurements, her excitement barely contained. "These are definitely not from any known animal in this region," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. "We might be on the verge of something incredible." We followed the trail of footprints, which led us to an old, abandoned cabin deep in the woods. The structure was dilapidated, its windows shattered and its wooden walls covered in ivy. Inside, we found evidence that suggested the cabin had been used recently: discarded food wrappers, a makeshift bed, and a notebook filled with strange drawings and cryptic notes. The drawings depicted a creature that matched the description of the Jersey Devil: bat-like wings, a horse-like head, and a serpentine tail. The notes were more disturbing, detailing sightings, encounters, and theories about the creature's origins and habits. It was clear that whoever had stayed in the cabin had been obsessed with the Jersey Devil. As we examined the cabin, we heard the screams again, this time much closer. The sound was accompanied by a strong, foul odor that filled the air. We hurried outside, our flashlights scanning the darkness. The creature's outline became visible in the beam of Michael's flashlight, a large, winged figure perched in a tree, its eyes glowing red. Before we could react, the creature let out another scream and launched itself into the air, disappearing into the night. We stood there in stunned silence, the reality of what we had just witnessed sinking in. The Jersey Devil was real, and it was far more terrifying than any of us had imagined. Over the next few days, we continued our investigation, documenting every piece of evidence, and trying to learn more about the creature's behavior. We set up additional cameras and sensors, hoping to capture clearer footage. Our efforts paid off when one of our cameras recorded a video of the Jersey Devil flying low over the forest, its wings beating with incredible speed and power. The footage was remarkable, providing the clearest images yet of the creature. It showed a being that defied conventional classification, earthy bird nor mammal, but something entirely different. The video sparked a wave of media interest, drawing attention from scientists, cryptozoologists, and the general public. Despite the excitement, we were acutely aware of the dangers posed by the Jersey Devil. Its presence in the Pine Barrens had instilled fear in the local community, and we felt a responsibility to ensure that our research did not lead to unnecessary risk or harm. We worked closely with local authorities, sharing our findings, and coordinating efforts to monitor and study the creature from a safe distance. As winter approached, we decided to wrap up our fieldwork and return to our respective institutions to analyze the data we had collected. Our findings were published in several scientific journals, sparking debates and discussions about the nature of the Jersey Devil and its place in the natural world. For me, the experience was transformative. The Jersey Devil had gone from being a childhood legend to a subject of serious scientific inquiry, challenging my understanding of the world and expanding my sense of what is possible. The Pine Barrens, with its dense forests and hidden secrets, remained a place of wonder and mystery. Years later, I still returned to the Pine Barrens, drawn by the allure of its enigmatic beauty and the possibility of another encounter with the Jersey Devil. The creature's presence continues to captivate my imagination, a reminder that there are still mysteries in the world waiting to be discovered. The legend of the Jersey Devil lives on, not just in the stories told around campfires, but in the ongoing quest for knowledge and understanding. It serves as a symbol of the unknown, a testament to the enduring power of myth and the relentless pursuit of truth. And so, I continue my work, exploring the hidden corners of the natural world, driven by the same curiosity and wonder that led me to the Pine Barrens in search of the Jersey Devil. The journey is never-ending, and the discoveries are limitless, for there will always be new mysteries to unravel and new stories to tell. My name is Emma, and I am an ornithologist who has spent years studying the majestic birds of North America. My passion for birds began in childhood, inspired by the diverse avian life that populated the forests near my home in Washington state. Over the years, I have encountered many rare and elusive species, but none has intrigued me more than the legendary thunderbird. The thunderbird is a creature of Native American mythology, described as a massive bird with the power to create thunder and lightning with the beating of its wings. Stories of the thunderbird have been passed down through generations, often regarded as mere folklore. However, occasional sightings and encounters with enormous birds have kept the legend alive, sparking curiosity and speculation. In the spring of 2023, received a call from a colleague, Dr. James Harris, who had been studying bird migration patterns in the remote forests of British Columbia. James was an experienced field biologist, and his excitement was palpable, as he described recent sightings of an unusually large bird that fit the description of the thunderbird. Intrigued, I agreed to join him on an expedition to investigate these reports. Our journey began in the small town of Belacula, nestled in a valley surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests. The locals were familiar with the legend of the Thunderbird and shared their own stories of sightings and strange occurrences. Their tales were filled with reverence and caution, warning us of the bird's immense power and mysterious nature. Equipped with cameras, binoculars, and recording equipment, James and I set out into the wilderness, guided by the reports of recent sightings. The terrain was rugged and challenging, but the beauty of the landscape was awe-inspiring. As we hiked deeper into the forest, the calls of birds echoed through the trees. A symphony of nature that filled me with a sense of wonder and anticipation. Our first encounter with the Thunderbird occurred on the third day of our expedition. We were resting near a pristine lake, its surface reflecting the surrounding mountains and the clear blue sky. Suddenly, shadow passed over us, and the air was filled with a low, rumbling sound. Looking up, we saw a massive bird soaring high above, its wingspan stretching far wider than any eagle or hawk I had ever seen. The Thunderbird circled the lake, its powerful wings creating gusts of wind that rippled the water's surface. James and I watched in stunned silence, our cameras capturing every moment. The bird's feathers were dark and glossy, its eyes piercing and intelligent. As it flew overhead, I felt a mixture of awe and trepidation, aware that we were witnessing something truly extraordinary. Over the next few days, we tracked the Thunderbird, documenting its movements and behavior. The bird seemed to favor the high mountain ridges, often disappearing into the clouds, only to reappear moments later with a flash of lightning and a roll of thunder. Its presence had a profound impact on the environment, as if the very elements responded to its commands. One evening, as we camped near a rocky outcrop, we heard the distant sound of thunder, followed by a series of loud, piercing cries. We grabbed our gear and followed the sound, navigating the rugged terrain with urgency. As we reached the top of a ridge, we saw the Thunderbird perched on a cliff edge, its wings outstretched and its head held high. The bird's cries echoed through the valley, a powerful and haunting call that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the land. As we approached cautiously, the Thunderbird turned its gaze towards us, its eyes filled with an ancient wisdom. For a moment, it felt as if we were in the presence of a being that transcended the natural world, a guardian of the skies and a symbol of untamed power. Despite its formidable appearance, the Thunderbird did not display any aggression. Instead, it watched us with a calm and measured demeanor, as if assessing our intentions. We took this opportunity to observe and document the bird, noting its physical characteristics and behavior. Its feathers shimmered in the fading light, creating an almost ethereal glow. As night fell, the Thunderbird took flight, disappearing into the darkness with a final, thunderous call. We returned to our camp, exhilarated by the encounter and eager to analyze our findings. Over the next few days, we continued to track the bird, learning more about its hunting habits, flight patterns, and interactions with the environment. Our research revealed that the Thunderbird was not just a solitary creature, but part of a small, elusive population that inhabited the remote mountain regions. These birds were incredibly intelligent and seemed to possess a deep connection to the natural elements, using their powerful wings to create storms and navigate the treacherous terrain. One afternoon, as we observed the Thunderbird from a hidden vantage point, we witnessed a remarkable display of its power. The sky had grown dark with storm clouds, and the air was charged with electricity. The Thunderbird flew high above, its wings beating rhythmically as it called out to the approaching storm. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The bird seemed to revel in the chaos, its cries mingling with the roar of the storm. This display reinforced the belief that the Thunderbird was more than just a bird. It was a force of nature, capable of commanding the elements with its presence. The experience left us in awe, deepening our respect for these magnificent creatures and their place in the natural world. As our expedition drew to a close, we compiled our data and prepared to share our findings with the scientific community. The evidence we had gathered, photos, videos, and detailed observations provided compelling support for the existence of the Thunderbird. Our research not only confirmed the legends, but also offered new insights into the behavior and ecology of these extraordinary birds. Back in Bella Coola, we shared our discoveries with the locals, who received the news with a mix of pride and vindication. The legend of the Thunderbird had always been a part of their heritage, and our findings affirmed their belief in the creature's existence. We also collaborated with conservationists to develop strategies for protecting the Thunderbird's habitat, ensuring that these majestic birds could continue to thrive in the wild. For me, the expedition was a transformative experience. The Thunderbird had captured my imagination and challenged my understanding of the natural world. It reminded me that there are still mysteries to be uncovered, and that the boundaries between myth and reality are often more fluid than we realize. As I continue my work as an ornithologist, I carry with me the memory of the Thunderbird and the lessons it taught me. The bird's shadow remains a symbol of the untamed beauty and power of nature, a reminder that there are forces in this world that transcend our understanding and inspire us to seek out the unknown. The Thunderbird's legend lives on, not just in the stories of the past, but in the ongoing quest for knowledge and discovery. It serves as a testament to the enduring power of nature and the limitless possibilities that await those who dare to explore its mysteries. And so, my journey continues, driven by the same curiosity and wonder that led me to the Thunderbird. The quest for understanding is never-ending, and the discoveries are limitless. For there will always be new mysteries to unravel and new stories to tell. My name is Alex, and I've been a freelance journalist for most of my career. Over the years, I've covered a wide range of stories, from political scandals to human interest pieces. But nothing could have prepared me for the assignment I took in the fall of 2023, which led me to the small town of Elkhorn, Wisconsin, and into the heart of a chilling local legend, the Dogman of Bray Road. The Dogman, sometimes described as a half-man, half-dog creature, has been the subject of numerous sightings and reports in Elkhorn and the surrounding areas since the late 1980s. The creature is said to be around 7 feet tall, with a muscular build, canine features, and glowing eyes. Locals have shared stories of terrifying encounters, but concrete evidence has always been elusive. I first heard about the Dogman while researching cryptid sightings for a series of articles on unexplained phenomena. Intrigued by the consistent reports and the palpable fear in the witnesses' accounts, I decided to travel to Elkhorn to investigate further. I wanted to separate fact from fiction and, if possible, uncover the truth behind the legend. I arrived in Elkhorn on a crisp October afternoon. The town had an air of small-town charm, with its historic buildings and friendly residents. However, there was also an undercurrent of unease, especially when I mentioned my interest in the Dogman. Most people were reluctant to talk about it, either dismissing it as a myth or expressing genuine fear. My first lead came from a local farmer named Tom, who had reported several sightings of the creature near his property on Bray Road. Tom was a no-nonsense type of guy, and I could tell he was still shaken by his encounters. He agreed to meet me at a local diner to share his story. Over coffee and pie, Tom recounted his first encounter with the Dogman. It was late one night, and he was driving home along Bray Road when he saw a large, dark figure standing by the roadside. At first, he thought it was a deer, but as he got closer, he realized it was something far more sinister. The creature had the body of a man, but the head and limbs of a dog. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, and it emitted a low growl that sent chills down his spine. Tom sped away, but the memory of that night haunted him. He told me about other sightings: 2 farm animals found mutilated, strange tracks in the mud, and eerie howls that echoed through the night. Tom believed the Dogman was real, and that it was a threat to anyone who crossed its path. He urged me to be careful if I intended to investigate further. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to spend a few nights camping near Bray Road. Armed with a camera, a notebook, and a sense of adventure, I set up my tent in a secluded spot not far from Tom's farm. The first night was uneventful, save for the usual sounds of the forest rustling leaves, distant animal calls, and the occasional hoot of an owl. The second night, however, was different. I was sitting by the campfire reviewing my notes, when I heard a series of low growls coming from the woods. My heart raced as I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. A large, shadowy figure darted between the trees, moving with an unnatural speed and grace. I raised my camera, hoping to capture a clear image, but the creature was too fast. It circled my campsite, staying just beyond the reach of the firelight. I could hear its heavy breathing and see the glint of its eyes in the darkness. Fear gripped me, but I forced myself to stay calm and focused. Suddenly, the Dogman emerged from the shadows, standing just a few yards away. It was even more terrifying up, colossal and muscular, with fur covering its body and a snarling, wolf-like face. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent intelligence, and it bared its sharp teeth in a menacing grin. I snapped several photos, my hands trembling, but the flash seemed to enrage the creature. It let out a deafening howl and lunged towards me. I stumbled backward, tripping over a log and falling to the ground. As the Dogman closed in, I braced myself for the worst, but at the last moment, it stopped, sniffing the air as if sensing something. Then, without warning, it turned and disappeared into the woods. I sat there, stunned and shaking, trying to process what had just happened. I knew I had come face to face with the Dogman, and I had the photos to prove it. But more than that, I had felt its presence, a dark, primal force that defied explanation. The next day, I returned to town and shared my experience with Tom and a few other locals. They were both amazed and horrified by my encounter, but they believed my story and the evidence I had gathered. The photos were grainy and indistinct, but they clearly showed a large, humanoid figure with canine features. My encounter with the Dogman left me with more questions than answers. What was this creature? Where did it come from? And why did it seem to haunt the area around Bray Road? Determined to find out more, I delved into local history and folklore, uncovering stories of similar sightings dating back to the early settlers. Some believed the Dogman was a supernatural being, a guardian of the forest that punished those who encroached on its territory. Others thought it might be a cryptid, a yet-to-be-discovered species that had managed to elude scientific scrutiny. I also reached out to other witnesses, collecting their stories and piecing together a pattern of sightings and encounters. Many of them described the same sense of being watched, the same glowing eyes and eerie howls. Some had even found claw marks on their property, evidence of the Dogman's territorial behavior. As I compiled my research, I realized that the Dogman was more than just a local legend. It was a phenomenon that had touched the lives of many people in the area. The fear and fascination it inspired were real, and the need for answers was palpable. In the months that followed, I continued my investigation, collaborating with cryptozoologists, folklore experts, and local historians. We shared our findings and theories, hoping to shed light on the mystery of the Dogman. While we didn't find definitive proof of its existence, we gathered enough evidence to suggest that something strange and unexplained was happening in the forests of Wisconsin. My experiences in Elkhorn changed me in profound ways. They reminded me of the power of the unknown and the importance of keeping an open mind. The Dogman of Bray Road remains an enigma, a creature that straddles the line between myth and reality. But its story continues to captivate and intrigue, a testament to the enduring allure of the mysterious and the unexplained. As a journalist, I've learned that the world is full of stories that defy easy explanation. Stories that challenge our understanding and push the boundaries of what we consider possible. The Dogman is one of those stories, a reminder that there are still mysteries out there waiting to be discovered. And so, my journey continues, driven by the same curiosity and wonder that led me to the Dogman. The quest for understanding is never ending, and the discoveries are limitless. For there will always be new mysteries to unravel and new stories to tell. My name is Claire, and I'm an anthropologist specializing in folklore and legends. My research has taken me to many fascinating places, from remote villages in Africa to the bustling cities of Europe. In the spring of 2024, I found myself drawn to a small town in Wisconsin, intrigued by the numerous reports of a mysterious creature known as the Beast of Bray Road. The Beast of Bray Road is often described as a large, wolf-like creature, capable of walking on two legs. It has been the subject of numerous sightings in Elkhorn and the surrounding areas since the late 1930s. The creature is said to have glowing red eyes, sharp claws, and an imposing stature that strikes fear into those who encounter it. I first learned about the beast while attending a folklore conference. A fellow researcher, Dr. Emily Harris, mentioned the creature during her presentation on North American cryptids. Her talk piqued my interest, and I decided to visit Elkhorn to conduct my own investigation. I arrived in Elkhorn on a warm April afternoon. The town, with its quaint streets and friendly locals, seemed an unlikely setting for such a terrifying legend. However, as I began to talk to residents, I quickly realized that the Beast of Bray Road was more than just a campfire story. Many locals had experienced strange encounters or knew someone who had seen the creature. One of my first contacts was a woman named Linda, who had lived in Elkhorn her entire life. She agreed to meet me at a local coffee shop to share her story. As we sat sipping our drinks, Linda recounted a night she would never forget. It was late October, and Linda was driving home along Bray Road after visiting a friend. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. As she rounded a bend, she saw a large, dark figure crouch by the roadside, seemingly gnawing on something. At first, she thought it was a bear, but as she slowed down, she realized it was something far more sinister. The creature stood up on its hind legs, revealing a towering, muscular form covered in thick fur. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, and it bared its sharp teeth in a snarl. Linda froze in terror, unable to move or look away. The beast stared at her for a few moments before turning and disappearing into the woods. Linda's story sent chills down my spine. She described the encounter with such vivid detail that it was hard to dismiss it as mere imagination. Intrigued and a bit unnerved, I decided to explore Bray Road myself, hoping to gather more evidence and perhaps even catch a glimpse of the beast. That evening, I drove out to Bray Road, parking my car at a small pull-off near the area where Linda had seen the creature. The sun was setting, and the forest was bathed in a golden light. I set up my camera and audio equipment, prepared to document any unusual activity. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. I heard the hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, and the distant howl of a coyote. Despite the normalcy of these sounds, an undercurrent of tension filled the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Hours passed, and I began to feel the weight of fatigue. Just as I was about to pack up and call it a night, I heard a low growl coming from the woods. My heart raced as I scanned the darkness with my flashlight. At first, I saw nothing, but then, caught a glimpse of a large, shadowy figure moving between the trees. I held my breath, my hand steady on the camera, hoping to capture the elusive creature. The beast emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing a fierce red. It was just as Linda had described, muscular, and covered in thick fur. It moved with a predatory grace, its gaze fixed on me. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The beast and I locked eyes, and I felt a primal fear grip me. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, the creature disappeared into the forest, leaving me breathless and shaken. I returned to town the next day, eager to share my experience with Dr. Harris and other researchers. My footage, though grainy and indistinct, clearly showed a large, bipedal creature with glowing eyes. It was the closest anyone had come to capturing evidence of the Beast of Bray Road. In the days that followed, I continued my investigation, interviewing more locals and exploring the history of the area. I learned that sightings of the beast dated back to the early settlers, who spoke of a wolf man that prowled the woods, preying on livestock and frightening anyone who ventured too close. I also uncovered old newspaper articles and historical records that mentioned strange occurrences in the region's disappearance, mysterious deaths, and sightings of a large, wolf-like creature. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that the Beast of Bray Road was not just a myth, but a real, albeit elusive, entity. My research led me to a local historian named Jacob, who had spent years studying the folklore and legends of the area. Jacob invited me to his home, where he shared his extensive collection of documents, photographs, and artifacts related to the beast. Jacob believed that the Beast of Bray Road was a cryptid, a creature that science had yet to discover. He theorized that the beast was a relic of a bygone era, a survivor of a species that had once roamed North America but had since become exceedingly rare. He also suggested that the beast's ability to evade capture and remain hidden was a testament to its intelligence and adaptability. As I delved deeper into the mystery, I began to piece together a picture of the beast's behavior and habitat. It seemed to favor areas with dense forest cover, abundant prey, and minimal human activity. The sightings often occurred during the full moon, leading some to speculate that the beast's behavior was influenced by lunar cycles. Determined to gather more evidence, I organized a series of night expeditions with the help of local volunteers. Armed with cameras, audio equipment, and night vision goggles, we patrolled the woods around Bray Road, hoping to capture definitive proof of the beast's existence. On one of these expeditions, we had a breakthrough. As we were setting up our equipment near a clearing, we heard a series of low growls and the sound of something moving through the underbrush. We held our breath, straining to see in the dim light. Suddenly, the beast appeared, emerging from the shadows with a fluid, almost airy grace. It was larger than I had imagined, its eyes glowing a fierce red. We watched in awe as it sniffed the air, its gaze scanning the area as if sensing our presence. For a moment, it seemed to consider us, then turned and disappeared into the forest. The footage we captured that night was our clearest yet. It showed the beast in startling detail, its powerful build and canine features unmistakable. We were elated, convinced that we had finally gathered enough evidence to prove the beast's existence. Our findings sparked a wave of interest and excitement, attracting attention from cryptozoologists, media outlets, and curious onlookers. The Beast of Bray Road became a subject of national fascination, and Elkhorn found itself in the spotlight. Despite the newfound attention, the beast remained elusive. Sightings continued, but the creature seemed to avoid direct contact, maintaining its mysterious aura. Some locals were thrilled by the attention, while others were wary, fearing that increased activity might provoke the beast or disrupt the delicate balance of their quiet town. As for me, my time in Elkhorn was both thrilling and humbling. I had come face to face with the creature that defied explanation, a living testament to the mysteries that still exist in our world. The Beast of Bray Road was a reminder that there are still many wonders to be discovered, and that the unknown can be both terrifying and awe-inspiring. I left Elkhorn with a deeper appreciation for the power of folklore and the enduring allure of the unexplained. The Beast of Bray Road continues to captivate and intrigue, a symbol of the mysteries that lie just beyond the edge of our understanding. And though I may never fully unravel its secrets, the journey to uncover them has been an adventure I will never forget. My name is Jake, and I've always been fascinated by the paranormal. Growing up in the Southwest, I heard many tales of strange creatures and ghostly apparitions. But none were more terrifying than the legend of the Skinwalker. A creature from Navajo folklore, the Skinwalker is said to be a witch capable of transforming into any animal they choose. Stories of these malevolent beings have been whispered among the Navajo people for centuries, but I never imagined I'd encounter one myself. In the summer of 2023, I decided to spend a few weeks exploring Navajo County in Arizona, hoping to learn more about the local legends and perhaps even catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. Armed with a camera, a notebook, and a sense of adventure, I set off on what I thought would be a thrilling, but ultimately safe, journey. I arrived in Navajo County on a hot, dusty afternoon. The landscape was stark and beautiful, with red rock formations and vast stretches of desert. I checked into a small motel in the town of Holbrook and began asking around about the Skinwalker legend. Most people were reluctant to talk, their faces clouding with fear at the mere mention of the word. It was clear that the legend held a powerful grip on the community. My first real lead came from a local rancher named Ben, who agreed to meet me at a diner on the outskirts of town. Over plates of greasy burgers and fries, Ben told me about the strange occurrences on his property. Livestock disappearing without a trace, eerie howls in the night, and sightings of a large, wolf-like creature that moved with an unnatural speed. Ben's story sent shivers down my spine, but it also intrigued me. He invited me to spend a few nights at his ranch, and I eagerly accepted. That evening, I drove out to Ben's place, a sprawling property nestled at the base of a mesa. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the desert. As I pulled up to the ranch house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Ben greeted me with a firm handshake and a wary smile. He showed me to a small guest room and then took me on a tour of the property. As we walked through the dusty corrals and past the weathered barn, Ben shared more about his encounters with the Skinwalker. He believed it was a witch from a nearby reservation, seeking revenge for some ancient wrong. That night, I sat outside on the porch, scanning the darkness with my camera and listening for any unusual sounds. The air was still and silent, the stars twinkling overhead. I was about to call it a night when I heard a low, guttural growl coming from the direction of the barn. My heart raced as I grabbed my flashlight and hurried towards the sound. As I approached the barn, I saw a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the corral. It was large and hunched, its eyes glowing a sinister red. I raised my camera, snapping a few photos before the creature let out a blood-curdling scream and disappeared into the night. I stumbled back to the house, my hands trembling and my mind reeling. Ben was waiting for me on the porch, his face pale and drawn. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked quietly. I nodded, unable to find my voice. Over the next few days, I experienced more strange occurrences. I heard eerie whispers in the wind, saw shadowy figures moving at the edge of my vision, and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Ben and I set up cameras around the property, hoping to capture more evidence of the Skinwalker's presence. One night, as I was reviewing the footage, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the screen, was the Skinwalker, its form shifting and changing. One moment it was a coyote, the next a large, menacing figure that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. The sight was both fascinating and horrifying, a glimpse into a world beyond my understanding. Determined to learn more, I reached out to a Navajo elder named Mary, who lived on a nearby reservation. Mary was reluctant to speak about the Skinwalker at first, but after some persuasion, she agreed to meet with me. She welcomed me into her home, a modest dwelling filled with traditional Navajo art and artifacts. Mary shared the history of the Skinwalkers, explaining that they were once powerful medicine men who had turned to dark magic. By performing a ritualistic dance and wearing the skins of animals, they gained the ability to transform into those creatures. Skinwalkers were feared and reviled, known for their malevolent deeds and their ability to curse and kill. Mary also warned me about the dangers of seeking out a Skinwalker. "They are not to be trifled with," she said, her voice solemn. "They can sense your intentions and will not hesitate to harm those who threaten them." Despite her warnings, I was more determined than ever to uncover the truth. I spent the next few nights on Ben's ranch, staying alert and vigilant. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I heard a series of eerie howls coming from the mesa. I grabbed my camera and flashlight and set off towards the sound, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. As I climbed the rocky slope, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the mesa. It was the Skinwalker, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I raised my camera, but before I could take a photo, the creature let out a deafening roar and lunged at me. I stumbled back, losing my footing and tumbling down the slope. When I regained consciousness, I was lying at the base of the mesa, my body bruised and aching. The Skinwalker was gone, but its presence lingered in the air. I made my way back to the ranch, my mind racing with questions and doubts. The next morning, I reviewed the footage from my camera. Most of it was blurry and indistinct, but there was one frame that captured the Skinwalker in all its terrifying glory. Its form was twisted and grotesque, a blend of human and animal features that defied explanation. The photo was chilling evidence of the creature's existence, but it also raised more questions than answers. My encounter with the Skinwalker left me shaken and humbled. I had sought to uncover the truth, but instead, I found myself drawn into a world of dark magic and ancient curses. The Skinwalker was more than just a legend, it was a living, breathing entity that defied understanding. I left Navajo County with a sense of awe and respect for the mysteries of the world. The Skinwalker remains one of the most terrifying and fascinating creatures I have ever encountered, a reminder that there are forces beyond our comprehension. As I continue my journey into the unknown, I carry with me the lessons I learned in the desert: importance of humility, the power of the unseen, and the enduring allure of the unexplained.